Whoa, 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 whoa. What was that count? Dude, what? Okay, Snaz is brain damage. That can't even count correctly. What the heck? Anyway, welcome back, one and all, to the channel. Hopefully your week got off to a good start yesterday with 7 hours of midweek muster dosage. But you know what? I'm going to risk it. I'm the doctor in this facility, and I suggest that we risk an overdose of top-tier Age of Empires content by running it again, probably for another 7 hours today. I mean, what can I say? We've got B versus Scatterbrained, Kilyatti versus Core, Vortix versus Mahodo, and then all the quarterfinals. In fact, we're going to be opening up one of those quarterfinals. We're going to be kicking off with Anatan versus Numadan. I thought this is one that you guys would actually enjoy to kick off the day. Yeah, we start off strong here, man. It's going to be a fun one as well. Anatan versus Numadan. I don't know, like, you go back a few weeks, it'd be like, whatever. Anno just wins, right? Like, I don't think Numadan made me saying, it's just like at that point. But recently, the Numadan that's been turning up has impressed me. This guy is just on an upward trajectory at the moment. It's just a question of, well, where does it end? When does it stop? But I don't think it's going to stop too quickly, right? I mean, Anatan, was Anno versus Numadan last week? Let me check. I'm trying to remember who dealt with it. I think it was B, right? B got his vengeance on Numadan last week. Because if you remember, in week number 2, B lost in the third place match against Numadan 3-1. Yeah, so it was Numadan that got set straight by B 3-1. So opposite side of the bracket this time for him. And look at the draft. I do like the way that Numadan thinks to a certain degree. You know, these picks like Ottomans, the Lancastrians, Jean, I think like quite underrated still, but giving China an HRE over is wild. I can't believe what I'm looking at here. You know, Roos isn't as crazy these days, right? Like, it is what it is, but those other picks are absolutely wild to me. Unbelievable. But game number 1 is also unbelievable. It's going to be another Danube Divide. Oh my god, it just keeps on coming. Hello, Corvinus. I think Danube Divide, I haven't really had the player feedback yet. We're keeping it in for another week. Obviously, it's not going to be the primary map next week. But we'll see how the players feel about it. It's tricky as well. Like, we'll see if other tournaments pick it up. I think it has some intrigue to it. It's always tricky in the early days. I think it delivers some intriguing games, but at the moment, a lot of players are going to the same 3 or 4 civs on repeat. The exception being Voldemar, who picked Marlians for the first time on this map, and it actually was quite impressive what they were able to do. One sec, I need to get myself a Red Bull. Ready? That's the noise. Second time we see Sushi get banned before China. Yeah, maybe it's the map poll. I don't know, though. We've got Relic River. We've got, what? Dry Arabia, Sunken Lands, and a question mark, which is always helpful. Thanks, game. But no questions about it. It's time to kick off. You guys want to get into the action? Reminder, by the way, we are still working with AMD. We're working with them throughout the entire week. So when you see that link pop up in chat, it is paramount that you click on it, as it helps us. And I don't know why I went Scottish for that. There's something about Scottish people saying the word paramount that is just a lot more powerful. Also, I think there are other civs that can be played on it as well, but ain't going to give them crumbs. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take time for them to figure it out, right? There's definitely a leader of the pack. Like, people are getting baited into the Forgotten Runes a lot. But you know what, folks? Let's get ready to go. Let's pause the music. Let's hop on in. This lad is becoming one of the rising stars of KPMM, and he has surprised and exceeded in the past, but can he do it here against one of Midweek Muster's most dominant? Anatan faces off against Numadan in the quarterfinals. And we are back on the new map. Oh yes, Danube Divide returns. Forgotten Runes between the two, and that's why we're seeing Ottomans and Mongols to open up this best of 5 series. And I just realized we aren't even looking in game. That is tilting. I forgot. I need to toggle that back on. Whoopsie. All right. This new map is delivering fireworks, and so do these two players. Welcome back to the channel, folks. So Anatan versus Numadan, a best of 5 in the quarterfinals of our midweek muster $20,000 circuit. And that Oh, no. Guys, last time I watched a Mongol player do this, it backfired bad. So this is a little bit taboo. Anatan has no safe wood. We saw a player try this. I think it might have been B back when we introduced receding into the map pool. And it was an interesting concept at first. That map had 3 of these Forgotten Runes that allow you to generate stone. But the trade-off, of course, is that you don't have safe wood. So this is very dangerous what Anna is doing. Like, technically, actually, if Numadan just Rax rushed this, if he scouts it right now, he could deny wood. He could deny the Uvu play because it's already pasture. That's so wildly greedy by Anatan. Props to him. Anatan, one of the more creative players we've seen on this map so far. In his previous series, when he went up against Recon, he had this incredible forward outpost play with the Mongols, where he hopped into the enemy Forgotten Ruins and could just come out and repair. So you're already seeing Anatan's mind brewing around these Forgotten Ruins on this map. Very creative player, and showing it here. That's interesting. He clubbed a sheep on the ruins. Do you drop off resources when you garrison the Forgotten Ruins, or is the villagers still holding the food? I might have to go back and check that. That's like I mean, I would hope that you're still holding the food, because otherwise that's kind of broken. Because that means you could just keep gathering and then, like, you know, hop inside to drop off, right? Which would be pretty wacky. So Minaret Madrasa's on the way. I think Numu could just play Spear Sipahi. Actually, no, you don't even need Sipahi. It's kind of weird. Spear Archer here, right? Like, your opponent shouldn't be able to access wood with this type of spawn. But I know, man. This is crazy. He splits off to the deer for the better gathering rate, so he doesn't fall too far behind, despite the fact that he went for the Uvu and the pasture as well as the play into the Forgotten Ruins. And yeah, Numu, this is where you're like, what? Why is... Huh? Wait, no, go further. My child, you must go deeper. What? No. Oh, no. He didn't see it. Right? It didn't look like it from his vision. Maybe it, like, glimpsed for a millisecond. Oh, wow. So Rax coming through. I mean, we said that this is the call you want, right? It's like the thing that your opponent should not be allowed to do is archers. I see that. Anatan is creeping across the wood early. I mean, he needs to, right? He's sitting a 0 wood. This is the weird thing about this choice that he made. And this is usually why Mongol players sit on the tree line. So you can actually gather and prep for the next step. Whereas here, like, you're going to tech up. And at this pacing, you might actually not have enough wood to immediately drop a building. So tech up complete, Numu. Is it going to be archers? No, it's going to be stables. Even though, technically, Anatan should not be allowed to get archers. Oh, this is a wacky game. Yeah, something tells me this series should deliver between these two. Numadan will now go for the garrison inside the Forgotten Ruins. Remember, for him, it's going to allow him to get his hands on the military schools. So, very valuable. Yeah, very organic element. That's why you've been seeing a lot of Ottoman picks, Mongol picks. You also get a lot of House of Lancaster picks coming through here. You're looking for civs that can utilize the fact that you generate stone by putting a villager inside the Forgotten Ruins. Stone at a rate that's basically 2 villagers gathering rate. It's really, really good. You know what the funniest part about Forgotten Ruins is? You know the developers had an idea in mind with this, like, oh yeah, it's to stop, like, fast castling Relic Rush civs. And technically it has done that. Right? Like, if there's a lot of these Forgotten Ruins, it means there's not as many relics on the map, so fast castle civs are kind of devalued. But in actuality, what's just happening is people are just using civs that love stone early game. Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate in some ways. It kind of feels like it unintentionally thinned the variety of like civ options with maps that heavily feature Forgotten Ruins. Maybe time will tell a different story, but so far it's not been the case. There was, of course, that game on Excavation, if you guys remember the map that has got 8 of these Forgotten Ruins on, where we saw Balsoon just ignore them and play French. That game was bloody comical. Okay, so it's going to be 1-1-1 from Numu. But Anatan just got so much space, man. Like, there's been no harassment onto the exposed wood line or the Uvu, right? No, Numu instead has just kind of been waiting for that second wave. With Sipahi now arriving, he will make his move, but at this stage, Anatan is now able to have responses. Would you be for Civ bonus to collection rate to apply to Forgotten Runes? I think it becomes way too clunky to calculate and implement. It just doesn't really work the way you would like anticipate in your mind. Maybe with a new Civ with Golden Horde, depending on the Golden Horde and how the patches, the garrison works, it might be that at that point they've created the behavior to make it feasible. So maybe we'll revisit them, but you know, at that stage I feel like HRE might be a bit more viable on these type of maps. Because although I think we've seen HRE once or twice on Danube, it just doesn't feel as good as it normally would to have access to 5 relics. Yeah, it's more a case of like HRE can be good here, but there's just better civs for this map, and HRE is more applicable wider on the map pool. Hence why we don't see them here. I mean, we will see them later on though, because if you have a look, Anatan's draft is pretty broken. He got China HRE on the opening. Okay, so Anno's actually baiting a lot of attention. I'm kind of surprised that the Numu sends double Sipahi to chase this. In fairness though, yeah, if you just got a lick of it. Yeah, it's only 24 damage, guys. Oh, and he's getting the charge in. So that's going to be Khan going down. But Anno, I think this was a decent trade-off. You know, he gets the maneuver speed off, so he moves faster, drags a little bit more attention for longer, buys him time at home to start prepping. Now, we did get a blacksmith very early from Numadan, but no utilization of it so far. So no undermesh, which is going to be unfortunate. He's going to need undermesh in a rush here with what Anatan's up to. He's cooking up a big ball of archers, not to mention the TC, very difficult to dive. Yeah, I think what Numadan's trying to do is align his timings, getting undermesh with getting the meta. And normally you don't really rush the meta until you've got maybe 7 or 8 Sipahi, preferably. Just enough to really feel like you're getting value out of the ranged armor or the attack speed. The alternative is he's going to wait until there's about 8 or 9 archers. That's usually the other point where people think about blacksmiths. And you can see it from Anatan, his proof, right? He's at 12 now. He's going into the Steeled Arrow. Part of the reason why I think you prioritize Steeled Arrow over an undermesh here, it's partially because the enemy Sipahi, but also because he has Sipahi, you're anticipating you play Defender here, which means the TC fire being buffed is actually going to be immensely valuable. He's at least got the Keshiks that are going to go on the poke raid, though. Already knows about the back goal, but Numadan is hunkered down. What's the name of his game strat here? I guess he's just bulking for the big push in Feudal. It's not a bad idea, right? Like, if Mongols and Ottomans mirror Feudal play, Mongols, I think, in the later phase, if there's no fight, they benefit from going Kurultai, sure, but if there's a lot of fighting, that's where Ottomans can really start to shine, you know, with the Vizier point, just being able to get the AoE heal. Then, of course, there's a natural factor in the meta that the Ottomans get. There's a lot of credence in a long feudal. And, you know, I mentioned one of the points in imams, but you have to remember, a long feudal will just access a lot more abilities, such as the extra military campuses, such as the increased production rate. And then the passive production starts to ramp up beyond what the Forgotten Ruins can do for Anatan. It's a little bit tricky for Anna. Needs to be careful. Sipahi are quicker. And also remember, when you're chasing an opponent, you get to charge. You can see it coming through here. Which means you're going to be just taking damage that's going to be hard to offset. You know, these Keshiks are capable of healing, but when they're this low, they'll just down entry in a fight. And I guess he feels like he has to make a move soon, right? Like, he's got the Archer Ball. He's got the timing. Steeled Arrow is there. Numu, still 30 seconds out on the +1 ranged attack. Time will look to spring. It's difficult, though. Diving this base, knowing the risk of the meta coming any moment now, and in fact, it just did arrive. And it was Anatolian Hills. We could be seeing an Imam follow-up point here. Military campus would make a lot of sense considering he hasn't taken damage, but extensive fortifications is also quite handy if you want to play more hunkered down, because Keshiks are heavy tag, which means that extensive fortifications allows garrison forces to kill them fast. Imagine we're going to be looking at Imams. Campus would feel a little greedy here. The only awkward thing about Imams is, like, he hasn't fought yet. So the healing they provide is kind of redundant. Yeah, I think that's actually why he's like probably just gonna wait. Be a little bit of a poke away. Good map control, by the way, from Numadan in terms of vision. Yeah, his party have been obtaining the outpost, so he has a lot of extra info coming in if Anatan ever moves south side. The Deerstone already postured deep, by the way. It makes sense. Anatan's going to need that mobility. Did he build an outpost? But he didn't. He built one all the way back here, but nothing over in this area. So there's a lot of no yamification. That's definitely the term. And he did go for the extra military scores. Yeah, Numadan just felt like there's no damage coming in. It doesn't make sense. Why would I bother to get healing if I'm not actually getting hit? Could end up being a bit greedy, especially now that Anatan has confirmation of it. Yeah, I think this is like where you have a breath of relief rather, as Anatan. You're like, oh, thank God. I was worried there was going to be this poke trade and have the healing. Now, if we actually commit, I have a way of getting kills. Not like that, though. Oh, no. The Sipahi need to be more respected. Although, he is getting a little bit wide, so the ranged armor at risk of falling off, but the meta keeps pace. Archers are start a step away. The Yam is coming in clutch here, but the dive is getting deeper. Sipahi is still holding onto the fortitude. Keshiks have to front. They're doing a good job of start a step retreating here, so the Spearmen not really able to clip them fully. But now they are going to get access. The spears are exposed. Sipahi count down to just 3 on the front line. Anatan's retreat continues. He no longer has the Yam, but he has got Keshiks, and the spear count barely exists. Only 5 left alive. I know. Able to keep the numbers and able to scare Numadan away. Yeah, a healthy ball of archers remain for him. Almost double that Numu has. And let's keep in mind that Anatan had less Keshiks than there were Sipahi. So expensive engagement for Numu. You know, destroyed value, they're neck and neck, but I think Sipahi is a lot more about the pacing here. And, you know, if you're being kept in the mud on cavalry on both sides, archer count wins. That's Keith Anno. Start step away, back in range of the Yam. Maybe a slight overextension, actually. Overstayed his welcome with the Keshiks. He's going to be down an opening. But the tricky part is, you know, you've got this counter unit, but it's not being backed up by your back line, right? So you have this issue where the Sipahi are technically overwhelmed. It's all because of that Yam. Like, this is the difference that placing this landmark like this makes. If you guys are playing Mongols and you are just sitting the Deerstone at home, but you're playing an aggressive matchup, which most matchups for Mongols, they have to be the aggressor, then you're playing it wrong. There is way too much value to be had out of this utility on the front line. It made all the difference here. You actually saw Anatan start to lose the engagement when he fell out of the Deerstone range. Now back on the attack. Numadan has to be worrying about food a little here at this point, right? He's down to his last sheep. He's tapping the deer. Madrissa's still got some way to go, though. And remember, he already used Anatolian Hills, so there's not going to be any more sheep for him to spawn. Yeah, and the berries on the east side is also problematic, considering that is where Anatan is currently pushing. I know. He's going to poke in again. We do not have a meta in range. No, it just spawned. And that will signal Anno to back off. Now, remember, Anatan also has the Khan Hunters, which means he has first strike. Yeah, he can shoot once and technically back away in line formation due to the movement speed difference. It's very difficult for Numadan to kind of stick to Anatan in these situations. Anno. Instead of going for the spears, he's just outright killing the Sipahi. Keshik's held in reserve. Spear count is non-existent, though. And more Keshiks are on the way. Yeah, this is where things get a little bit scary. Numu, however, has grasped at the archer lead off the back of this fight. Meta's going to get sniped out. And we'll have to leave. Yeah, smart cookie there. Numadan understands the moment the meta goes down, he's no longer favored. Unfortunately, it means that on the retreat, he's going to take additional damage due to that Yam. I wonder if there's a world in which he just considers a ram here. One ram goes pretty hard, considering your opponent can barely hold on to his cavalry, just to take out these military schools, which is where a lot of the Sipahi spam is going to come from for Numadan. Right, as food starts to run out, this is going to be his anchor point. Sure, it's only every, like, what, 2 minutes you get a Sipahi, but it's for free. And 2 minutes to get a Sipahi is not a bad deal, guys. It's a 160 resource unit, so that's 80 resources a minute. Foundry are going to be tapped soon. And, like, the east side is definitely not a great look. Looks like Numadan has snuck into the berries while he could. And I was holding on to a lot of gold, by the way. Way too much gold. I wonder if he'll Kurotai. Kurotai is kind of a cool idea on this map due to the short distance to your opponent's base. Wait, did he just A-click the Forgotten Ruins? I think that did. They just tried to kill the villager that they can't actually hit. Wait, what? Alright, someone clip that. That's... Drop that in the Discord. I'm almost 100%. Maybe it's... Wait, no, I think Anatan ungarrisoned temporarily and got back in. That was dirty. In the end, he's still going to lose the villager, though. Crafty son of a gun. It had me wondering for a second there. Anatan now able to brute force a bit with his Keshiks. It did cost him a worker. That's now 2 worker kills so far for Numadan. Starting to pull ahead militarily and economically. Anatan's, it's been a good effort, but it feels like he's just falling victim now to these slight economical trades in conjunction with the gradual passive flow of military school. I mean, we have the backup Uvi, but that's still not good enough. You know, even with the 160 stone gen a minute that the Mongols are getting. Which mathematically makes sense when you consider it's triple military school and we equated it as 80 resources a minute. That's 240 compared to 160. Then you add in the meta effect, and it's no wonder that Numadan has been able to gradually push Anatan away like this. And now the Deerstone, all but abandoned. He could try to just bail it out, like pack it up and move away, but the problem is I don't believe he has pack-up tech, as often Mongols don't at this stage. Yeah, without superior mobility, if he packs this up, archers will surround it and stop it moving. And then it just dies faster. So there's no point. You might as well leave the Deerstone here. At least that way, your opponent's wasting his time on this instead of trying to push into you. I know, what's the move now? He's moved to the south side for gold, so he snuck all the way out. I don't think you can rush step read out here, right? Like, that kind of sounds like a death sentence. Two worker picks there for Anatan. Well played. Make it a third. Okay, so the entire worker lead now gone. Yeah, good idea by Anatan. Like, so far he's been trying to brute force and coming out worse for every time. But, I mean, raiding, that's where the Keshik should thrive. I've got Sipahi hunting around the flanks. I move out to the boar, so that explains the in-play. I wonder where Anatan was getting that extra food. I mean, he does have pastures, just not many. Yeah, he's fixing that now, though. We've got additionals coming through. Yeah, so his food's getting solved. Meanwhile, Numadan, though, kind of has a problem here, right? Like, the berry's about to run out. He's already played the 4 deer. These berry patches are only 2. So there's not much there. He's going to have to explore wide south. Either that or you just send it into the enemy base. I mean, 20 Sipahi would be quite the number, but guys, it's the fear factor point we were talking about. Kurotai. Anatan makes the right call. I think step read out on this type of map is too short of a distance. If he chose greed, he gets dove. With Kurotai, he can essentially bait Numadan into extending into his death. Right? Because when you hear this tech up as Numadan, you're going to want to attack. You're going to want to punish. But the Kurotai essentially gives veterancy to these archers before they get veterancy. Numadan. He even pulls the Janissaries. This is all in. Kurotai about to complete. He has got the Yam from the outposts. Smart Cookie backs up into it, and the other aura is going to now come in. The Kurotai's there. This is the damage buff. Can Numadan break him, though? It's only 10 Sipahi in total. Archers start to target them down. The Keshiks can't engage until the Janissaries are dead. This would be difficult otherwise, but he might be forced to anyway. The archer count getting low. Numadan is just running him through. Keshiks have to commit. Still 4 Janissaries left alive. Sipahi line is starting to thin a bit, though. And the archers, they are just knee-deep in it. Defense arrow comes out at the end. Anatan Barely holding on here, but now the Keshiks can jump in. Veterancy kicks in at the very last moment. And that should seal his fate. Numu was all in on this. He had no food held in reserve. Keshiks now with the extra armor, the extra health, don't even feel the pain. The chase will be real. Anatan threads it. Barely. That veterancy timing, that retreat, the archer count getting so low, down to 15 in fact, before the armor arrow came off cooldown. Game changer that it was. And Numu now with only 300 food income per minute is forced into a mass farm transition. Still an age behind. It was a big slowdown in the economy for Anatan, so it might be difficult for him to surge forward straight away. But the Kurotai will probably want to be getting moved soon. It seems like Anatan might have forgotten about it. Yeah, unfortunate as well. I mean, the Kurotai with the push here would be huge. It just means these vet archers melt Sipahi. Remember, they do 8 damage already. Get an extra 20% in. They're up to 10 damage, basically, just shy of it. And your opponent only has 3 armor. Sipahi just died to mass archers at that point. I think that is worse for Numu. After he tries all in with the Janissary point, he's now forced to anti-cap with spears into veteran archers. An ugly look. Keshiks able to re-engage. And Sipahi just not really registering enough damage. Kind of feels like Keshiks just healing through this fight. Numadan has to send the archers past the heavy cavalry line just to try and engage with someone that can actually hit. And then we'll just pull back to insulate himself there and force the GG. A clutch up by Anatan with that deep retreat Kurotai baits Numadan into his doom. That was a cool game. What do we call that one? Landmark placement is everything? Yeah. I like that. Okay, so game 1, let me mark it up and in. That is going to be a quick and swift opening for Numadan in the lead with his Ottomans up against Mongols. Right side win. These guys in their random map drafts? Yeah, because it doesn't matter. Yo, what's up, AdPlaysDots? Thank you very much to the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Appreciate you guys. Remember, get those subs in. It helps the channel immensely. Also, reminder, one of you done it in chat. You said it because it's a smart cookie. Thank you very much, Veteran Wolf. Remember, when you see the AMD link pop up, you should be clicking that. It's how we get them to come back and sponsor the channel more, which is how we're able to do all the content that we do, because then we're able to afford to put food on the table, electricity in the PC, etc., etc. So be sure to go check them out. This week, we are working with AMD, as we often do. We love working with AMD. Let me just click, what are we on, Dry Arabia now? Let me get this one loaded and I'll show you what we're talking about. So we got Achari versus Delhi. Ooh. Did Numadan just read him perfectly? All right, reminder, before we get into this game, which we're about to do, if you want to help out the channel, click on that link when it pops up and go across and have a look at the offerings coming out of AMD. We are partnering them this week to talk about the Ryzen lineup, which is a no-brainer for me because I use and bleed Ryzen. I have used them now for several years. In fact, I hopped on Ryzen and tried them the first generation that came out, and it's crazy how they keep improving gen after gen after gen. So have a look at these if you haven't already. I've got the 9950X. Mwah, absolutely phenomenal CPU if you need production level performance. But if you're looking for game performance, scroll down here and check out the 900X3D. This is how you will peak when it comes to game performance. And I've got an annoying Freya who won't leave me alone. What's up? Why are you saying goo goo gaga? You're not a baby anymore. Come here. You say hi to stream?
Hi, stream.
Seeing as you rudely interjected.
Hi, stream. Hi, stream.
You're getting good at that, aren't you?
There's not stream on there.
No, there's not a stream on there. There you go. There you are.
Hi, ice cream. There's not stream on there.
That's you.
With stream.
You go play now. Yeah, that's empty. You're not having one. Go play. Go show mommy.
Why am I having one?
Because you're not.
I just be a naughty girl.
Yeah, you're a naughty girl. You go. Are you being a naughty girl? She go, yes. I'm like, well, then yeah, you're not getting any snacks or anything. That girl. All right, guys, let's get ready for game number 2. Is that the legend Marilo? Look at this. This Numadan guy will get a top 8 in S tier soon. He's strong. I'm telling you, man. Like week 2, getting third place over B31. Whew. All right. Did you just call my daughter a white boy, bruh? Yikes. Don't have too many drinks on the bar. You might get confused. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead, bro. Like she doesn't even look like a boy. I think you're just looking like, are you just, I'm trying to figure out how you come to that. Are you like watching, like, have you just seen a lot of boys with long hair? Like the kind of like long Nordic hair type thing. Is that's what's happening here? It must be. Anyway, let's get ready to go. In we pop to game number 2, and believe it or not, Anatan is already in danger in this best of 5. Numadan has one-upped him, and he's also read straight through the draft. A Delhi pick to match up against the HRE. And Anatan already tries to the wacky. It's going to be a spear beginning. Yeah. I haven't really been impressed by these spear beginnings against Delhi. It doesn't really work that well because of the scholar healing. They don't really care. I guess the idea is by doing this, you stop them from opening Ghazi. But we'll see if it actually works out. I know you apologize. I'm just trying to figure out why, like, he thought the person with very long hair was a boy. I feel like societal norms would lead you to usually assume it's like a girl if it's got long hair. So, the question is, who's going to have long hair and who's going to be molding after this one? I mean, aren't these the two of these civs that tilt people the most on ladder alongside English, right? Like HRE, Delhi, etc. And I'm wondering how deep Anno wants to go with this. Like, 2 spears feels like it's too light, right? 4 would feel too many. I think 3 is ideal here. 3 spearmen gives you a way of trying to pinch villagers. But again, guys, it's going to be difficult. Like, I personally haven't rated this opening against Delhi. And I've been seeing more of it recently. So I'm trying to figure out, like, what the ideal thought process is. My only assumption is that players are assuming they're going to force people to go something other than Ghazi, right? So this is kind of like, you know, when... Think of this opening against Delhi. The same way you think about Abbasid military wing opening. Is that by going for the Abbasid military wing, you're going to force your opponent onto Archer. Because if he wants to deal with Spear and Archer, the best thing to do is build 3 Archers. I think this is a similar idea there. And wow, he's actually going 4 spears. Numadan, he's already pulled 500 the gold, so that this isn't... I don't think this is going to get Anatan what he wants. No, this is a perfect reaction. Like, if Numadan only had 2 on gold, then HRE marching drills might be able to pull across quick enough. Need to stop scholar production, you'll make spears anyway versus Ghazi? Not convinced. I mean, well, the thought is, you know, you are slowing down efficient production a lot, right? And you are making... So the idea of, like, doing this and pulling the scholar out is you delay your opponent's timing into piety, at least in theory. But I don't think in actuality it works that way. You know, it would take 2 minutes with the scholar back garrisoned. Even after this slight delay, you're taking up at about 5 minutes, right? So, you know, piety should be complete. Yeah, not entirely sold. I mean, it does stop your opponent from gathering the berries temporarily. And if he gets the Archer opening, maybe Anatan's plan here is to go mine work. That could maybe work. Like, if you go mine work off the back of forcing your opponent to Archers, that gives you the upside of going into Horsemen or Pikes plus Blacksmith Techs with Undermesh. But the weird part is, like, if that's your plan, why are we not starting on Deer, right? Like, we're starting on inferior gathering rates here. Yeah, I prefer these type of, like, actions when you're actually pulling Deer. But I think Anatan maybe didn't scout the Deer straight away near his base, so he didn't know. Oh, you're talking about... Oh, I thought you meant the efficient production. You're talking about stop producing scholars. I mean, sure, but like one in the opening to get a few archers out, resecure, right? I guess in fairness, it is a Ford gold. And there is no back gold. But the thing that does feel a little bit gambly is like you make this play without knowing, right? Like this has always been the weakness of Dark Age rushes is you don't know where the resource is going to spawn. It's been one of the big critical points about Mongols in the past as well, right? Like why do Mongols go for these phases where they just feel like they're outright sucky? Is usually it's the metas where they're relying on an outpost rush, but they don't know where resources are going to be. We used to have the same thing with the Dark Age Men-at-Arms rush, if you guys remember, where the Dark Age Men-at-Arms rush was very cheesy and very unreliable because if your opponent just happened to get a safe gold spawn, usually it done nothing. Okay, so tech up's coming through, and it is going to be the mine work. Any chance of Tower Victory the landmark to go now that you don't have gold access? No. Like, even in these situations where they can't currently touch gold, they always go Dome of Faith. It's wild. It's interesting as well because, like, Tower Victory, I think the concern about doing TOV is that HRE are more combat-oriented around infantry and feudal than you can be, right? Like, even with the attack speed buffer, think about the fact that they're going to have potentially a 35% buffed economy for the first 20 minutes of gameplay, or they're going to have much more visceral blacksmith tech timings. By the way, like this justifies the build for Anatan, right? So we talked about the theoretical of forcing archers, which he's done. But now consider the other detail. Because you can't get scholars, it's not about the supervision, right? It's not about the double production rates on these buildings or even the timing pulling to relics, sacred sites rather. It's about the fact he can't get blacksmith techs. And mine work gives you insanely aggressive unlock points every 40 seconds at half price. So what that means is that Anatan can have 3 blacksmith upgrades by the time Numadan doesn't even have 1. And you already see the first one. I think, yeah, he cancelled all pikes, right? Switches over to Undermesh, seeing the archers. And it is going to be a double stable switch. All right, he's starting to make me believe a little here, actually. It does look a bit weird for Numadan because he's just sitting here on 300 plus gold, food. He has got the stables coming through now. He has re-access to the gold. But his scholar timing is heavily delayed. He needs to make a blacksmith to get the techs. Even if he did make the blacksmiths, though, think about how long it's going to take to unlock them. It's 3.5 minutes by default, and he has 1 scholar, soon 2. Seriously, like, Anatan could just triple up on blacksmith upgrades by the time Numadan gets his first. And if Nimu chooses Archer plus Ghazi, I think Anatan has a surefire plan with all pikes. Nimu. How much wood we got coming in? It should be enough to allow for Rax play here, especially now that he's just steering Ghazi. Undermesh. Wait, he switches that over. Oh, he's going to play archers. He's actually... No. Anna's got him right where he wants him. Spear's also going to grab the villagers. Numi tries to run away, but marching drills makes them way too fast. That's going to be 1 worker down for sure. Almost loses the Ghazi. Horsemen do arrive, and that's the bad news for Numu. He doesn't have racks. All right. I am convinced. We have genuinely seen a lot of Dark Age rushes against Delhi not work. But I think HRE just might be the one with this Minework build. And we should have known it was going to be Anatan, right? Like, Anno B, they're the 2 players that believe in Minework. There's a lot of other players that a lot of the times just stick to Archon, or they build Minework for the fast castle still barding build. But these 2, like Anno and B, I think have like been the go-to examples of how to utilize Minework for aggression in recent times. It's impressive. Now blocker to the berries. Is Numadan really out of food already? He's down to 7 sheep. He's not got a lot to work with. There you go, guys. Click on that link. That's what we're talking about. Be sure to check out the AMD lineup. They are sponsoring us this week. Let's just reward them with the click-throughs. Ball pull. Boom. There we go. That's what we were waiting for. He never went for the deer. He goes for the better. And the beautiful thing about doing this with HRE is any damage you took killing the boar is now just done. It's gone. Nimu's still scaling archers here. Wait, does he think that Anno's going archers himself? Because, like, otherwise, why wouldn't you just add in a Rax? Okay, it's coming now. This is very late. Steel arrow also feeling late. A minute and 20 still to go. While Anatan already has undermesh, has all pikes coming in 20. He can even go for the bloom read to make it even better and even easier for the horseman. Why did Anno go one ranged? Yeah, he went ranged defense, remember? Like, Anno has played this very well. Like, he even cancelled all pikes originally when he realized what he was up against. And the horseman. Waiting to receive. Textiles has been researched, and Numadan won't die too quickly. But you don't want to mess around with this guy. Like, he hits for, what, 11 damage? Could easily be 12 in a matter of moments. Numadan, maybe an opportunity now to secure the south side berries. What scares me is, you know, I know he's prepping men at arms behind this. Are you that scared though? Like, you have Ghazi. Ghazi are a decent answer to MAA. So maybe not in these numbers. Spear's now diving in with the men at arms. Archers are standing their ground. Horsemen try to circle to the south side, but good mirroring there by Numadan to try and body block. Spear moving across now. Numu. I mean, it kind of looks like he's stabilizing here. Yeah, Anatan, he only has men at arms left. And the Ghazi will love that. Remember, Ghazi, higher base damage horseman with bonus against heavy is the perfect matchup for them. Oh my god! What just happened? Numu, it looked like he was frontlining with archers for half that fight. And yet still, it didn't matter. Anatan, the horseman got burst down way too fast. And also, the men-at-arms numbers was a lie, right? He only had, I think, 3 or 4 in that fight. The rest were running across the field. The timing just did not align. Numadan with a perfect reminder that this Delhi HRE matchup that used to be dominated by mass men-at-arms HRE, no longer the case ever since they added the Ghazi to Age of Empires 4. Yeah, the moment that this Raider unit got added, it changed this matchup in a big way. Anno is going to look for the recommitment, but Numadan has to be swelling with confidence. He's already moved out now to secure a sacred site. He has access to the berries on the south side. He's not gambling on the north. He knows there could still be more horsemen. The village is going down. Oh, you're right. I'm an idiot. Wait. That would explain... Oh, my God. I was so distracted by the wipe in the fight, I didn't even glance at it first. So Numu is down by 7. Wow. I guess it's because they wear green shirts, kind of like the archers. So yeah, it looked like it was the archers there. My bad. I need my morning coffee. Wow. So Numu, I mean, he has mass for the moment, but not for long. Mate, I got completely baited by that. I mean, even with textiles. Numu needs to raid soon. Another villager pick on the tree line. Like, am I imagining things? Was it the villagers here, or was it villagers in his base that got hit? I'm trying to track it back in my brain. I feel like those were archers, and I did not see villagers muddled in there. I might have to go back and check. Like, that was so lightning strikey. Like, I don't know how I didn't see it. I mean, we were tunnel vision on the fight, as I imagine Numadan was as well. Especially with how much of a win it looked like for him. But no, in the end, Anatan is leading in a big way. Regnit's now on the way. He has 15 men at arms. The build that was meant to be dead because Ghazi win it is coming back. Oh my god, Anno. What a monster. What a goddamn monster. Oh, wait. Did we flip the score the wrong way? My bad. Oops. I'm having one of those days. Nimu. If he doesn't get damaged with this, it's over. He's just gone. All right, let's check it back. We're going to replay that piece. Oh, I did. Dude, my brain today. I'm sorry. I need to wake up. I didn't get much sleep. It's probably showing. All right, let me have a look. Wait, yeah, I have the score wrong the whole time. I did. My bad, guys. Dude, I'm having a day. I'm having a weird day. Oh, I did. I even marked it. Dude, why did I... Ignore me. Freya? Yeah, go play. Go play. Yeah. Yeah, you go show mummy. You don't need the light on. No, you can see. The lights are already on. Off you go. Yes. Freya, Daddy can't play right now. Freya, Daddy can't play right now. Freya. Freya, you're being silly. Daddy needs to work. She's literally put her slide in front of the door. All right. Anyway, let's try and defrag our brain. All right, so we're going to catch this piece again because I'm curious. It must have had villagers in there, and I must just be having like a grandpa moment. Go and see now. Oh, God. I gulped that a bit too hard. Alright. I think I got baited because it's like the green shirts of the archers and the green shirts of the villagers, right? Alright, so mine work comes through. He starts to bulk up. He's got the horseman men at arms timing. This was the first attempt. He walked away. Then there's attempt north. And then he comes back for south. That's what we're looking for. Not this one. So it'll be the pull to north now. Alright, here we go. We're going to be checking if I'm going senile. We're coming back to have a look at this because I just didn't see the villagers. I'm blind. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, villagers, because they're behind the tower, right? So then it comes in. And there you go. There. Wait, no, he pulls the villagers away. But, oh my God, it was all just 3 horsemen. It wasn't the villagers at all. We're not blind. He legitimately kept that fight going long enough at a loss of raw army count to destroy Numadan's woodline. There you go, folks. It's crazy. 3 horsemen. And the apocalypse they reigned. Finally, Numadan realized, but by then it was too late. So there you go, guys. That's the recap. That shows you where this unraveled. If it wasn't for that, Numadan would have been on cloud 9 with a fight like that. But instead, Anatan is just too smooth. Oh. Damn. What a Chad. All right, let's get ready for game 3. So we're heading into front range. Oh, this is good. What's Anatan's secret weapon on front range, guys? It is gunner optics, yeah. I'm trying to get the discount code sword because for some reason code pigeon isn't working, but it should be. I'll let you know about that because you can get like 15% off my code. All right. Oh, this is incredibly spicy. What an all. This man is unbeaten with Order of the Dragon on this map. And he could use it to great effect to make this a 3-0 victory over Numadan. But Numadan is a crafty son of a gun. He almost feels unbeatable when you stick him on this new map. It's front range time. That's right, we hop into it, and it's not 2-0 for Numadan. It is 2-0 lead now for Anatan. He wins this, he is through to the semi-finals of our $20,000 weekly esports circuit here in week number 4. Yeah, going to be an interesting one, actually. Lancaster versus Order of the Dragon, I don't think we've seen so far. We've seen some, like, Order of the Dragon versus Ottoman picks. I think we've seen Order of the Dragon up against Japan as well. Lancaster's a bit different, though. It's interesting, actually, because you can essentially make men-at-arms that are as tanky as Order of the Dragon men-at-arms. They're not as high on DPS, but they do last as long. So yeah, it's just something to keep in mind that could occur here. Yeah, especially if he does go with that Abbey of Kings. But I mean, would he go Lancaster Castle? I feel like we've been seeing a lot more Abbey of Kings at the moment out of the Lancastrians. I've even seen some players debating whether they think it's broken or not. The 20% HP increase is essentially Elite Army Tactics health increase before you're getting Imperial. It's very powerful. And so is this. We have got a ball pool. Last time someone decided to do the dance over boards of Anatan, it didn't end well with them. If you remember, I believe that was Order of the Dragon versus English, where they just switched balls. Numadan this time around didn't bother. That's not too surprising, though, when you play as Lancaster. Lancaster would get a better gathering rate on boar, but it's negligible. Actually, no, it's the same, isn't it? 0.9 on boar, and you'd get 0.9 on sheep, because usually you get 0.75 on sheep, but Lancastrians gather 20% faster. So, you know, would it have still been worth the ball play straight away? If he was worried about sheep, yes, but I think it just makes more sense, especially with the Abbey of Kings builds, that you open up your better gathering rate at home, and then gain map control, and then push for the ball. Nano, of course, has that optimization. When you play Order of the Dragon, this is an amazing civ for ball play. It's kind of underrated in that department, because you only need one outpost to protect your efficient ball line. Yeah, I've got some stone gathering already. So Numadan looks like he's going for a Lord push into slightly delayed triple mana. Either that or this is about outposts, but I doubt it with 3 on stone this early. Yeah, so kind of a bait and switch. I think what he wants to do is force Anatan to react to the Lords. And the most likely reaction is going to be the men-at-arms. Yeah, even more so now that we've got the Mindwork coming in. Nimu, does he fully commit to the Lords is what I'm wondering. Probably at least 2. He's sending 3 workers back onto gold, presumably. Yeah, with 3 workers back on gold, this will allow him to just start inflating Lords. Probably going to go all the way up to 4, which makes sense. You just want to get their health pool as big as possible. Like puffing out their chest. Anatan, under the stone, only 3. Looks like it's going to be the one drop-off to get the arrow slits, so he's aware there's going to be a threat coming his way. He's also aware that it's not a full commitment. So his mindset is arrow slit should be good enough to deter the Lords. You don't want to overreact now that you know your opponent is being greedy behind this. What do you guys think, by the way? Do you think that OTD are going to take this on Lancaster? 1's for Dragon, 2 for Lancaster. Wait, sorry, we done it wrong. 1 for Dragon, 2 for Lannisters. There you go, boom. First mana now being built. Okay, so he doesn't go for anything additional. It's just going to be the one Lord. Yeah, I thought he'd pull back across the gold. He just switches them to build the mana instead. It's possible he still goes for a Lord, but if so, it's going to be a little bit delayed. Yeah, I've got the racks already for mana, so he is indeed going for those men-at-arms. Very difficult to harass here, though, considering the way that Numu is going to be condensing himself. These early manas also allow him to pad himself when it comes to the food issue. Not going to run out as quickly for him. Yeah, I'm not convinced that the meta-arms rush works to Order the Dragon into Abbey of Kings. Not this Abbey of Kings, anyway. Because the Lords are surprisingly tanky. Like, 231 HP with only one of them, and you scale them up, right? And then, you know, the awkward thing is Anatan, if he starts pressuring with the men-at-arms but doesn't get killed straight away, any gap in fighting enables Lancaster to refill those health bars. And that's something that the Order of the Dragon men-at-arms cannot do, remember. So we'll see. It could be that Anatan just looks for like a 1 or 2 men-at-arms pump into Fast Castle. Essentially, you're just trying to bait your opponent into overreacting. In fact, looking at the fact he hasn't queued up a second men-at-arms, does feel like that's what we're doing here. Yeah, especially now what he's seeing. He's like, okay, it's additional lords. All right, looks like Anna's just going to go castle. I do think this is the right call, by the way. Like, if your opponent scales lords and you scale Gilded Men-at-Arms, you're going to be in a situation where you're probably going to be about, like, 2v1. Right? By the time the first Men-at-Arms would get there, there'd be at least 2 lords. And 2 lords should be enough to beat 1 Men-at-Arms. Like, you can see on the stats. You know, if you think about the fact that it takes you double the time to attack with a lord, then that essentially means you're evening up on the DPS to 1 Gilded Men-at-Arms. And what is up, Elro? Thank you very much for the gifted subs, you absolute legend. Do I see Zertan there? Zertan and Marine Lord? Whoa. Pros able to watch without ads? What is this world? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome, one and all to the Swarm. And quite the Swarm was going to be from Lancaster here. Numadan, he goes hobbies. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Now, Hobilars are the best unit to couple with Lords of Lancaster. They're the one that benefits the most because it offsets their biggest weakness, which is this very low health. You know, the idea is that Hobilars should be pretty good for how cheap and Zergy-like they are, because you can get a lot of them. But the problem is their health is just a little bit low to be effective. That's where the Lords of Lancaster come in, essentially giving them an extra 20 HP. Still kind of surprised, you know, you've seen your opponent has a Rax, he has a Men-at-Arms. Why would you do this? Are you assuming it's going to be Gilded Archers? You're dodging subs? Well, you know what you can do about that. You've got a Prime icon. It's simple. Use your Prime sub. Burgrave now on the way. Yeah, everything going according to expectations here from Anatan. Numadan's likely going to have to do White Tower. Alternatively, could he go King's College and spam Knights? Because the idea there is that you get the +5 damage against heavy. So you can contest MAA. I'm not a big fan of it, though, because if your opponent's going Burgrave, it's not just Men-at-Arms. He could easily just build Spears. In fact, if you give him a reason to spam Spears, he's going to be very happy because they're a lot more cheap and faster to produce. Hobble out of the poke raid. No wheelbarrow. But way too tanky to do anything against. Like, it's kind of a sad life. You're talking about the weakest horseman up against the strongest villager. Backup completes first at Anatan, but we see Numadan's not too far behind. And the other nice thing is, knowing that your opponent has gone Burgrave, it doesn't pressure you as much on the relics. It's still a difference maker, but it's not like when it's HRE Regnits and you're having a heart attack thinking, I need to deny these. And what? Yo, he's stepping up. Numu with the Ford White Tower. I mean, we knew it was going to be White Tower. It kind of had to be with this build, but I was not expecting to plop it down in the middle of the map. So it has the boar kill set up. He kind of laid the path for this when he killed them with the Lords earlier. I just thought he was insulating to move later. And now the Spearman trying to dive in. Hobilar. Not going to be able to contest that well. But remember, the villagers do have short bows. One of them is going to get struck down. The Lords just trying to waste the Men-at-Arms time. But the upgrade has now kicked in. This is getting a bit ugly. No way. No way does he get this. Surely not. If Anatan just focus fires the villagers, they're dead. He's starting to do it now. Men-at-Arms are quick kills. Remember, they have a quicker attack speed than standard MAA. And Numadan, now it's panic mode. 5 villages. And he still can't complete it. The Lords, they're just not able to defend against this. And you know there's more Spearmen coming. Gonna try to commit, but I think if you want this to work, Numadan needs more workers now. And there it is. 12 villages on the way. This is a disaster, though. You're already 5 workers down. Make it 6. The Spearman, though. Short bows to scare him off. He'll get the reload. He'll get the double kill. Could he? Could he actually do this? I mean, it's so painful at this stage. You're down by 7 workers. The spears are dead, though. And Anatan at this point has to be thinking one thing. Why didn't I just queue up a single land snake? Could you imagine if he had a Lanchka there? I can't believe that. The brutality of that for Anatan is because he didn't upgrade the Spearmen. They weren't as impactful as they should have been. He had the men-at-arms upgrade, but didn't pump more of them. So Numadan does get the landmark up. He'll immediately look to drop the monastery to fix his weaker economy. A reminder, he may have taken a hit here, but he has got the manners, and he has now got the Earl's Guard to raid. Oh, man. Gotta be feeling like this is why you build a white tower in your base normally, right? Oh, God. Still, this is scary for Anno because it's an Earl's Guard strat. Earl's Guard can kill men-at-arms without ever touching them in melee. That's the problem. You've got 290 HP. You come with 4 ranged armor, but your opponent hits for 17 damage. So 13 per strike. That means 10 Earl's Guard. Every 15 seconds will do almost half your health, 130 damage. And remember, they will do it from 6.5 tile range. That is ludicrous. Yeah, and I know now trying to pivot into crossbows, but crossbows can face the same problem here, folks. Gilded crossbowmen get outranged by Earl's Guard daggers. This ability is nuts. The good news, at least with Gilded crossbows, you will be able to get in range to shoot back. The bad news is how many Earl's Guard there's going to be by the time you're ready to start shooting back with one crossbowman. Not just that, their health pool. Remember, he's still got the Lords. He's got all 4 of them, so health almost at 200 per minute arms. He's at elite status health levels. Be a reload. Ready to fire again. And the dagger throws. Oh, he goes for the Gilded Villages. Double kill. Catches him on the berries wide from the ball. Goodness gracious. Lord is at least going to get sniped out by the one crossbowman. But Numu, I mean, he's getting to the point where he can one-hit kill these crossbows. He actually can. Yeah, there we go. Dagger throw! And that was meant to be your counter. Not just that, guys. He hasn't shifted to the west side gold. Right now, Anatan hasn't got great income. No, I think... has he been selling? Please tell me. Oh my god, he's selling. He doesn't want to go out to the gold because it's too risky with the Earl's Guard. So he needs crossbowmen and can't even afford them. Yeah, and Numadan, as you just proved, already has the count required to insta-kill a crossbowman. Dagger throw. That's almost an insta-kill on an Order of the Dragon men-at-arms. Now just walk it off. Reload's going to be coming through soon. Just 6 seconds and then you can turn for the crossbowman kill. New Earl's Guard arriving. I mean, just turn around now, right? Like, oh, this is so toxic. Oh, the weakness of OTD. The units are very strong, but this type of comp, incredibly immobile. There's another men-at-arms, extremely low. And a Hovelar switch down the way from Numu, just to make his life easier. One man-at-arms will find his way over to the gold. The crossbowman is on the way to try and help. Yeah, so we'll be able to scare this away eventually. And nice, I love that. Just pulls back. Numu. Oh, he didn't turn around. He actually could have got the kill. Wait, did he? He got the dagger throw, right? It looked like it cancelled. It just struck that quick. This is brutal, man. It just looks so cheesy, man. This is the thing, though. Usually, this strategy falls off fast as the numbers inflate. Like, you just don't have enough. You don't have, like, enough firepower because usually what happens is your dagger throws overkill. But you don't have that issue against Order of the Dragon. Against Order of the Dragon, because their health is so big, you need additional dagger throws anyway. Your weak point is technically the start of this build. But now, reaching critical mass where you can insta-kill any one of these units is incredibly valuable. And not just that, the villages! Catches him on the towers. Pushes him into the corner. Tries to just scurry away. Barely gets away, actually. Dagger throws are ready to go. Numadan will have to walk it, though. North side. He's starting to get a second group of Earlsguard Raiders. That's what we're calling these guys. This is the Earlsguard Raiders. Wow. If this ever turns into a full melee fight, I'd back Order the Dragon to win it. But it's not going to do that. Numadan is gradually building a lead. He's also securing relics, which is more than we can say about Anatan. And now the Hobbler jump on in. Yeah, because he doesn't have any spears. He went full men-at-arms. Hobby's just chased the crossbowman off. First spearman does come out, but it's already -1 gilded crossbowman. He goes for the target fire. Second one down. Lords are getting sniped now, but it's worth it for this dive. The Earlsguard, they commit to the mosh pit. Maybe a little bit of an overextension there. I don't think Numadan needed that. Does lose the Lord, but that now means that he moves quicker. And not just that, Anatan is fast running out of food, folks. The deer is already expired. He's switching into farms now. Numadan is creeping on the tree lines. Oh, God. Slightly overkill. Nice. He saved some of them. So gets a double kill on the workers. And the Hobbler again. Just free entry. Spearman tries to keep pace, but it's just not quick enough. We'll just hard commit. I mean, Hobbler, it's worth the trade, actually. Like, the maths of it definitely makes it so. If you get, like, 2 kills, losing 5 Hobbler, absolutely worth it. Yeah, even commit to group of Earlsguard past it. Expensive looking here, but not really when you consider they traded kind of similarly, while Numadan builds a bigger and bigger lead. And he needed this, like, remember guys, the wackiness, the craziness of this game is that Numadan was down by, what was it? Was it 7? It was 7 workers on that White Tower attempt. You know, he was at a point where the Gilded villager count was higher than Lancaster's. How did he get back to this? And also, how does Anatan survive it? Because the gold is almost expired. He'll have to move north, and you're already seeing some Call of Duty campers up here. Yeah, he's keeping an eye out for it. Crossbow went looking, guessed wrong. He does have Stilled Arrow on the way because it affects the dagger throw, remember. Watch the number. It's going to go up to 18. Yeah, so just balancing his kill point up against the threat of ranged armor from Anatan, which, hilariously, he has none. We're at, what, 25 doing 18 each? -4? 14 damage, 25. Yeah, he has enough to one-hit kill a full HP men-at-arms. Like, watch. Let's see if he targets it. Oh, wait. Did he not release? He must not have released. Because 25 doing 18 each would end up being, after damage reduction of full ranged armor, he should end up doing, is it 350 damage? So they should outright die. It's always awkward with these guys because, like, their wind-up is weird. If they're too close to the enemy, they won't throw. So I think what happened is the front line was too close to the men-at-arms, so they didn't throw out the daggers. And he didn't realize it, so he didn't click again afterwards. This is just ridiculous, though. Crossbow switch now coming from Numadan. Block. They're just blocking that north side now. I mean, this is difficult. What do? Do you guard your east or your west? Because the thing you have to remember is, like, Anatan's strategy relies on him being the aggressor, really. This is all about pushing into the enemy base and constricting them. Instead, he's going to have to defend east and west with an army that does not do that best. No. The weakness here is the movement speed. As slow as can be. Damage 2 on the way from Numu. He wants a double kill opportunity, doesn't he? Reminder, even just 1 kill is huge. It's 240 resources. For each man-at-arms dead. Oh, the gilded crossbow ran across the map. What? Yeah, but the Hobbler comes in clutch. He actually had some nearby. So Anno's little raid attempt is going to work out. And that is a bad look. Anytime equal amount of dragon units are on the ground to Lancaster ones, you're losing. Makes it a little bit better on the second scurry. And this is the moment we've been waiting for. Anno, he can't be without gold any longer. It's a huge pull. No textiles either. He sends no defenders. And the Hobbler intercept immediately. Oh boy. Even the other time alone. But the fact that those workers, that it's obvious now that Anatan's out of gold is disastrous. Spimmin are now on the way to assist, but it's a lot of out of time. While this is happening, Numadan is now getting those crossbowmen together to make it an 8-click commitment fight. Hobbler will go down. And he will be able to now access the mining camp, but it might be too little too late. Numadan has 4 times the men-at-arms count, double the crossbow count, and the lords to buff it all up. Outpost going to get torched. Villager won't be able to protect it. Nelsguard will just go for the dagger throws on the back line. So much for being a counter unit type. And the men-at-arms just can't stand their ground. No doubt about it. Numadan is not going to go down that easily. A beautiful strike back in the third game. And the Swede continues to be a brute on front range. Mass Olsgard. This might be the most impressive one we've seen in a long time. And to think it all came after that disastrous White Tower. Oh, man. I can't believe he turned that around off that White Dar. I mean, he might be 2-0 down, but so far this series, that has been... I don't know, man. Like, they both had incredible turnarounds, right? The Mongol game in game 1, somehow coming back from where he was at was incredible with that push. But damn, was that impressive. So, right side win. Numadan now on the board. Up next, we are going to be going to Cliffside. For Jean versus Chinese. Was he expecting China? Or was he... Well, I'll put it to you. Was he expecting China? Or was he expecting... Rus? Because we have a Jean pick coming in game number 4. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for Numadan versus Anatan. Numadan just pulled off a miraculous turnabout in game number 3 to get on the board. Could he get us all the way to a 5-game series? Jean definitely feels like the type of Civ that's been slept on in recent times. It's in a few players, in particular B, has been showing people actually that it is a force to be taken serious. And Numadan, definitely no stranger to this. It'd be fair to say that French... at least, has been one of his signature civs from what we've been seeing in recent tournaments. Anatan got the Chinese, guys. Like, this civ is worth everything. Like, this civ is the most bannable civ in competitive Age of Empires 4. Full stop, not even close. And Anna just got it. You know, this is a guy that in the draft, he got both HRE and China as an opener. You can't really ask more than that. Numadan had to have this suspicion, this inkling that this might be coming. See what he can do. Looking at the spawn, not really something you could rush in any way. I mean, the days of Jean outpost rushing is kind of dead as well. We need Spanish with Inquisitors for Spanish Inquisition jokes. No, we just need Witch Hunters. Just get Witch Hunters in general, and then we can make all the Jean jokes. And I think in the last game, you should have went Horseman instead of Men-at-Arms and Spearmen. The problem with that, with Order of the Dragon, is that you get discounts on Rax units, not on Stables units. So easier, much easier said than done. Okay, so opening wise, are we going to be seeing pro scouts out of Anno? I mean, this is the type of matchup which could still see double pro scouts. There is an argument that China should not be opening pro scouts, but opening racks because you are worried about the knights. So Imperial Academy is going to be on the way. Remember, this is a no Imperial official build, which means Anatan, upon both of them aging up, will have the capability to naturally go 5 worker units ahead. That's because Jean equals -1 for the Jean faction. And you now build all those Imperial officials out of a separate building, so you're not skipping worker production. It's a pretty damn big lead when you think about it that way. And I don't think Numu is going to be treating us to any cock today. Now, I don't think Chamber of Commerce is going to be coming out. It's never seen, right? Maybe one of these days. I don't know. I feel like Chamber of Commerce is the type of landmark that just needs a full rework. Trade in general is just very hard to justify nowadays. Like, does any civ reliably trade? Even Mongols, who used to be kings of trade, don't really do it currently. The meta just doesn't support it. And even when we had the metas that did support it, I feel like Jean and French were the ones that done it the least, right? Maybe Ottomans would be the other one. Because Ottomans have always had that weirdness of being able to get gold by garrisoning the traders inside the building. And they would never actively go for trade. Which was always a big bummer. I know. Not on the gold. So, should be getting a Rax beginner shortly. And I'm wondering, Numu probably going to be melee Jean. Just because you're anticipating spears, right? It gives you this ability to be up in your opponent's face. And it's a really, really good spawn for doing that, actually. Double deer and boar on the south side of Anatan's base. So you can block out all reliable food source. Your owner is steering to the north side. So it might be the type of game, actually, where Numadan benefits from not playing pro scouts. But sadly, looking at the macro, he intends fully to dive into it. Yeah, I say sadly because, like, in this matchup, you're meant to be the aggressor. And if you play pocket eco while being the aggressor, your opponent, even if he wants to pro scouts, definitely can't. And gets stuck in his base with no food, right? Like, we're talking about a guy who only has 10 sheep left. Then what does he do? It's going to be archer spears. No horsemen. Yeah, which makes sense because Anatan's not rushing pro scouts. He can't really afford to go ponies on 10 sheep, right? Like, the food's going to run out too fast. Remember, that's only 2,200 food. Actually, 2,400 food. Because remember, you get the 20% extra from the Imperial official. But 2,400 food sounds like a lot until you start investing in feudal. You know, where every spearman is 60 food, right? And every villager 50. First night about to arrive. Anatan isn't too deep, right? No, the tree line should protect him from a charge in here. Also, Numi doesn't see it, right? Because his scout's coming around the other side. Yeah, I actually like that Anatan placed the Imperial Academy more on the forward. It's almost like just a scouting building at this stage. It looks bad in some ways because you don't have as much room around the Imperial Academy for taxation buildings, but it's actually not that bad. He clipped the racks on the north side. It touches his tree line. It's obviously going to buff the mill. And then eventually the berries will be taken, so you'll get more room for buildings here. And yeah, he's even just inching out, min-maxing the distance. So on the very edge, he sets up the blacksmiths, which also has left enough room between the berries and the blacksmith for another building. Hey, look, it's the crazy lady who hates boars. Yeah, did go for melee. His worst nightmare. Anatan has scouted him. He's like, nah, dude, we're not playing that game. Are you sure? Like, you know, it's fun. You try and kill the boar and then I, like, pull it away. Come on. Let's have some fun. It's also worrisome because reinforcements are on the way. Yeah, force the reaction of Jean. Tricky part, though, is Anatan rush tilt arrow. So Jean is going to take quite a bit of damage here. 2/3 of the damage from archers goes through onto her. And of course, we'll need a kite. Double Knight is just kept away, though. Yeah, not really the way that Numadan want to engage this. Preferably, you're able to, like, split a Knight and bring it around here. But Jean gets a bit of breathing room. Looks like she's going to be moving back. You can see that Anatan is just waiting for that pull into ball. What Numadan could do to make this worthwhile, and I think that's what he's thinking about now, is if you just stick the knights near the enemy base, and then you pull for the ball. Knowing your opponent will react to the ball play, you then just go in for worker kills. Because he needs worker kills. You can see the difference in the count already. I mean, that's the impact of going level 2 Jean, right? You lose a worker, and then in the meantime, your opponent adds in 4 taxmen on top of their normal worker count. I know, now right around the back of archers. You don't usually expect to see archers play this far forward against French knights so early. It's dangerous, but at the same time, because he has steeled arrow, you're not threatened. Yeah, like normally 5 spears and your opponent has 4 or 5 knights, like this wouldn't feel safe. But it really is the blacksmiths. Numadan just can't keep up the pace of it. And like, this is one of the things that just makes China absolutely busted. You know, they used to have this weak point in feudal, at least. Slow increasing towards imperial officials, but now the timings are just nuts. You know, not many civs can brag 20% extra of all types of resources, gold trickle, and then these type of blacksmith unlock timings. Not only are they able to supervise it to get it in 24 seconds, they also get 33% of the cost back in taxation. Jean. Oh god, no, she's already low. Divine Restoration was already used. One more tap. Gets the kill. She goes down. Archer Trader on the backside. Spearman left behind to deal with this. And Numadan is not a pretty fight for him. No. The archers get cleared. The knights will survive on. But the lack of armor is hurting. Yeah, I know. He can even try and snipe down the injured, right? I think he misclicked there. We'll retarget. Oh. Yep, gets the kill. And now new spears arrive. That's going to scare Numadan away. He got a little bit of XP, but really not much. JD on the defense. Something's wrong here. Yeah. You're watching the master Anatan at work, man. This guy, he's so spooky. I mean, then again, it's also just China. I think that says everything it needs to. The fact you're like, JD's defending? Yeah, meet China. It is kind of a cliffside type thing. I think on Dry Arabia, this type of attack timing would have been much harder because of the wider nature of the map. But, you know, between the choke points, China's ability to just breathe life into a blacksmith immediately like they're the god of smithing. And now we do get the pocket economy play. Yeah, reminder that Numadan, he didn't do this straight away. It's a big negative for him. He wasn't even able to be the implied aggressor in this matchup, as we've seen. Maybe it was a good thing he didn't play for that, considering how good Anatan has been at attacking in the first 10 minutes. He's steering towards that gold. I like the way he's doing this. Anatan's hiding on the high ground, less likely to get scouted. So he's going to wrap all the way around the back, where Numadan likely isn't looking. Because his troops, if he's got any ready to posture, will be here. Or here. And you know, you're playing against Jean. You're playing against a French civ. If there's one thing you're almost certain of, 99.999999999% sure of, it's that they're gathering gold. And that will be the unraveling. Archers move in. Enough for an insta-kill. Numadan tries to shuffle away. A little bit greedy. Anatan went for the further away worker there. So only 2 kills. Looks like it should have been 3. Good reaction. Nimu at least minimized the losses. Love this small wall. Very smart by Anatan. It just stops circulation by the knights. And guarantees they can't pincer you on both sides. Because right now, like, Numadan's position, he's so far behind. He needs to start thinking about raiding. But this way, he can't hit both sides of the tree line at once, which means that Anatan can just steer away from them. Archers are going to be engaged with by the knights, but the count is not great. This time, at least, they have under mesh. Spearmen are just going to front into them. And a bit off more than he could chew this time. I mean, it looks good for Numadan. Type of fight that he can finally win. Jean, though, not benefiting too much from that. She had to hold quite far back. He's still waiting for that ball pull. So Numadan is at least dodging a bullet over here, being on the deer instead. But we've got to switch up, folks. Horsemen now coming in. Remember what we said about this opening. Anatan couldn't afford horsemen. Way too pricey with the limited sheep he had. But now, with the deer, with the shift towards the boar, he gets that breath of life to afford the ponies. And that's a problem, because Numadan only has 4 knights. It's going to be a slow burn through. I mean, maybe for Numu, even just worth sending a scout around the north side, seeing into the tree line, shoot over with the archers. Kind of an underrated idea in these situations. That would require having a scout, which he's lacking right now. Wow, he loses 2 to the horsemen. It's not even a big pony raid, just 2 ponies. This is where the game starts to get frustrating. Like, you can see that you're taking the cuts, you can see that you're falling behind. You know, it's like when you watch one of those big fight scenes, you get the inner monologue, like, this is bad. I'm defending, but eventually I'm going to take too much damage. And that's what's happening. So Numadan, there starts to be this mounting pressure that builds. Like, I have to make a move soon. I've got to do something. That something, unfortunately, might end up being losing more villagers at this rate. Horsemen dive into the base. TC should keep Anatan a little bit light on the commitment. But he doesn't need a hard commit, folks. Anatan's got the type of lead that, you know, you could actually just turn this into a castle timing now. John does go for the ball, so scouted out doing so. And yeah, you'll just keep your scout around here, waiting for the reveal the moment your opponent goes there. Horsemen are going to pull away, and it looks like we have got another backstab raid attempt. He's at least got his arm in the gold, so he's aware of the possibility. But I think for now, Anatan just is happy to tech. Right, Numadan's army isn't exactly big enough to fully threaten a counter dive, especially if the horsemen keep him at home. Good positioning, Numadan just minimizes any attempt that could have been. Does he sense it though? No, Anatan is backed off entirely. It's scary because you could now commit out and catch your opponent aging up, or you could commit out and catch your opponent with 20 spears and 40 archers. Those are realistically capable numbers when you consider the cost of going castle. Instead, he hunkers at home, and Anatan, as a result, will get age free. Imperial Palace now on the way. Another way, just keep eyes on the villagers and know exactly where they are and when they're moving. Ballsy, Anatan actually just fighting into knights. I feel like JD needs a buff. She should spawn a villager on her first level up. Yeah, just poop one out, right? We should just turn her into the Prometheans from Age of Mythology. She just splits into 2. I mean, it's not that far-fetched considering that she just craps out a cannon. You know, birthing a child seems quite realistic. Not sure about the back in action 2 seconds later thing, though. Tech up complete. Lance is now queued by Anatan. And remember, he has got the ability to double up on the production rate. Hasn't used it here, though. No, instead it's going to be a priority onto veterancy and the damage increase. He's just going to archerball them. Yeah, crossbows also get queued as well. I mean, Ansand, he doesn't want to give the melee fight that would be desirable for Numadan. So he straight up just plays range to guarantee Jean could die straight at the beginning of the fight. Veterancy is already there. Jean does start to get targeted. Didn't do it straight away, so not a kill opportunity. But Numadan now in sticky situations here. I mean, the knight count looks good, but how do you get the commitment you're looking for? The fight you need. And the first lance is arriving, signals the bad news for Numadan. Crossbows also in addition is a problem. Jean dies so fast to crossbows. She melts. Yeah, once you have 10 crossbowmen, you can basically one-hit Jean. Because crossbows, especially at this stage, the way he scaled them, boom. 13 damage plus the 10, so 23 damage. You have, what, 3 ranged armor maximum? So you put them down to 20 damage. So technically it's 12 required. But even just 11 puts you at 5 HP. You die quite fast when shot at by crossbows. That's your rookie mistake. You just got to dodge the first shot. Then you're safe. They take ages to reload. It's people with recurve bows that you should be worried about. Those things blast. Lancers. Oh, he hugs the tree line. A little bit dangerous if you get surrounded, but Numadan, there was some hesitance there. The spearman is still held in reserve. And now the horseman surging around the back. Villagers to get harassed here. Never complete the outpost. Dive in. Jean, she does go down. Dies to the archers. There was only 4 crossbowmen there. It's just the raw DPS, right? 9 damage per strike. Everything dies. The horseman, the outpost never got completed. I mean, not that Numadan would be able to stay here long, right? But at least it would have been some sort of anchorage. It's dead now. Half your economy just not working. The chase is on. Numadan fast losing any firepower. He got level 3 Jean, but for what? It doesn't feel like it's going to be the game changer. Against a feudal army, sure, but against a castle? You get checkmated. GG. 3-1 victory. Yes, you did just see this correctly. Jeanne d'Arc and China is so powerful, they were able to attack into her non-stop. China, what a civ. XD, what a civ. All right, so series completo. That is going to be a 3-1 victory for Anatan, which means he will make it through into semi-finals where he'll face off against either Wham, Kilyatti, or Ko. We have got... I'm keeping an eye on the live series timings. We've got Vortix / Mahodo versus Voldemar at 4 p.m. So we've got 2 hours. Kind of want to do the core Kilyatti one, though. Do we do a core Kilyatti? I think that could be like a close one. Maybe. Alright, you know what? Let's do... Because of the live series, we should do the Vortix versus Mahodo one. Just so we know the outcome of that. So we can get ready for that. And then we'll do Vortix Mahodo. And then if there's time, we'll do full Kilyatti core. If not, we'll do part Kilyatti core. And then we'll come back to it. Because we've got Voldemar's series at 4. Okay? So, let me get the draft ready. Of Vortix versus Mahodo. Mahodo. So this was the best of 3. This is the round of 16. So we've got 2 round of 16 series to do, and then we're all in to the quarterfinals. Actually, we've got the B versus Scatterbrain round of 16 as well, which we'll get round to. But give me a second. So that's the... Love watching Kilyatti games? We'll get to it. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, son. We'll get there. All right, game 1, Mongol versus Lancaster. I know a lot of people are like, oh, but surely Vortix just takes this. Yeah, but Mahodo's no pushover, no slouch. I mean, we just saw him have some incredible games up against Deniska. Those games definitely worth checking the VODs for. But here we go. Let's hop into game number 1. It's going to be Vortix on the Mongols up against Mahodo's House of Lancaster. Last time we saw Mahodo on this map, he was actually playing Ibids against the Lancaster pick. Led to an incredible matchup. One of the best games of Danube we've seen so far. This time around, though, it's going to be a spear beginning, which is a little bit ambitious against Mongols, considering the Uvu Rax timing. But maybe he knows something. I mean, this spawn is kind of ridiculous. What? Double outcropping right next to each other? Good and bad, right? Like, just means you don't have any backup option. By the way, guys, reminder, we are working with AMD. You did see the link pop up in the chat. And if you've done that, if you did see that, you should have clicked on it. Reminder to go across the website. We are currently working with AMD. I'll send you across to the Scan website where you can buy yourself a bunch of Ryzen components, or you can get your hands on some pre-made PCs over here. Be sure to check them out. Big shout out to AMD. A big awareness campaign about their amazing Ryzen CPUs. If you guys have not tried them yet, you've missed out. I swear and live by Ryzen's, especially the X3Ds, which are absolute peak when it comes to gaming performance. Yeah, that V3 cache makes a world of difference. So be sure to check them out. Once again, no pressure to buy straight away. AMD just wants you to know. And I want you to click that link so they know that I sent you. Okay, so triple spear from Mahodo. He hasn't captured the Forgotten Runes, though? That's a bit weird. triple spear and the Khan's actually annoying you this much? Yeah, which is especially concerning because Vortix behind this is prepping to go into spears himself. Bro, this is like so tilting. Just let... He's like, I just want to capture. But the problem here, guys, like, you'd be wondering, why does he not just chase the Khan all the way away? Because he needs the spearman on here anyway to cap it. And I think he's also freaked out about a spearman timing behind this. But, like, slow rolling this actually hurts you more than it helps you. And the village is being pulled. But, like, the other problem here for Mahodo is he's now going to have to play a painstakingly high number of spears to stop the Mongols. Why would you want to do that? The stone is only valuable to you once you're feudal, right? Yeah, and the first spears have arisen. The other annoying thing about playing against the Mongols, that Khan has the ability to just target down your very heavily injured units in a way that other civs can't in these melee offs in Dark Age. Should be another double pump available. Mahodo is starting to gather stone, but, you know, if you look at the tech timing, this ain't a great feeling right now. It feels a little bit slow. But that's what happens when you have to spam spears like this. And there's not many civs that enjoy getting stuck in a spear spam against Mongols, especially when there's this extra 60 stone on offer that will double the stone gathering rate in Dark Age, which is now coming to fruition. Like, this is Mahodo's worst nightmare, this getting captured. That's why he built spears like this to contest. I think his mindset is that if he can just keep blunting into the enemy and not let him get this, then sure, Mongols get an extra 70 stone a minute, but Mahodo, you know, 220 food income, pretty low, 10 workers on food, 0.75 a minute. The idea is that, like, at that scale, you're getting extra 0.15 per villager. With 10 on that, it's equivalent to having an extra 2 villagers gathering sheep, which should be enough for you to mirror the spear count with Mongols. Now, that all sounds good, but there is another piece of the math you have to remember. And that's that sheep aren't forever. You've got 16 for now, but eventually this will run out. This stone, however, is forever. This one, not so much, but there's literally another one right next to it. This is just a ridiculous spawn. Other scary thing that I'm sure is on Mahodo's mind is he's playing against one of the micro gods. And yeah, this Khan, he's slowly making it work, right? 2 damage. Like, 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage. Now, there is a trick for Mahodo, but I don't think he knows about it. If he ungarrisons the villager and then attack queues onto a spearman and then re-garrisons, there's a weird behavior where it turns an English villager into a mini outpost. They'll start shooting the spearman. So he actually could have range damage himself. He just doesn't realize it. Mahodo, as a result, is completely swamped. 12 to 6 spears. Oh my god, look at those health bars. He just can't finish anything. Yeah, I love this. Vortix is just on point with the micro. New spearman comes in, goes straight ahead of the rest. Does get baited onto the villager kill, but absolutely worth it to secure that. All right, this is looking pretty bad. Vortix has forced a full reinvestment. Mahodo hasn't even started his age up. Instead, Vortix is going to beat him to the punchline. He also now has the capability to get double stone going, which is totally worth it here, guys, because if you outpost rush this Forgotten Ruins, you can garrison inside and keep repairing, which would also block out both the gold and the deer. And boom, there we go. He knows. The outpost is coming through. And there's nothing that you can do. Mahodo's rushing up Abbey of Kings with 8. If he tries to pull villages to deny this outpost rush, it's too far out of range of the TC. He won't be able to do it without being vulnerable. Vortix smart about it. He pulls 2 workers. Now, sometimes this would seem a little bit suboptimal, but one, it's about timing due to the age upcoming. But the other thing that's important is that it's not that suboptimal, because one of these villages will not go home. One of them's going to hop in. There's just something about Vortix when he has Mongols, isn't there? You know, he considered this a long time ago to be his signature civ. And when you watch games like this, you fully understand why. The value he got out of the Dark Age is absurd. Mahodo now prepping Yeoman. So your opponent has a lot of spears, but he already was justified with the amount of spearmen that you lost. So I don't think Vortix minds that he's kind of set himself up to be countered here. I mean, he could just spam archers as well. Yeah, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Makes sense. Keswick will struggle to dive early into Lancastrian defenses. Arislet's also on the way just to make sure that Vortix is hunkered. I mean, he can afford it, guys. I feel like maybe he can justify Arislet's. It's only 450 stone. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you do Magadai against Lancaster. That'd be kind of weird, right? Just do the double pump and then do the double pump of Keswick. Because, guys, this is nuts. Right now, he is getting a ludicrous 220 stone a minute. 100 from the Uvu and then 60 from each of the Forgotten Runes. So to put it another way, every minute, he gets an extra Keswick. That's a pretty bloody good deal. Yeah, he's getting over double the intended buff, or rather gathering rate of your passive stone. And it's only costing him 2 villages. Let's say those 2 villages are worth like maybe 60 resources a minute. So he's still gaining actively 60 more resources on a civ that uses it to produce units. You know what kind of surprises me? I'm surprised we didn't have a Chinese element, like a Chinese landmark, which would have been like the Terracotta Army, and it would have been a way that China or Shushi could have produced units with stone. Anyone else shocked by that? You know what I'm not shocked by? The amazing performance of those AMD CPUs. Click on the link. It lets them know that I sent you. Shout out to AMD for coming back again. I was actually impressed. So I played Battlefield 2042 the other day, and that game performs like ass. It's really bad. But on my 9950X, my frame rate was peak. I was impressed. Shout out to the devs, by the way, with the changes with Battlefield 6. They recently released an article where they said they didn't add ray tracing and crap like that because they wanted to focus on performance, which is the correct call. Because for anyone who played Battlefield 2042 at release, they'll know what I'm talking about. It was horrible for performance. Oh, this game looks horrible right now for those measly yeomen. Oh, beautiful grab, Vortix. The pathing block allows the archers to catch up. And Mahodo now with the switch into hobby. I kind of wish he just straight up went Spear Hobbler, maybe. I don't know. It's weird because your opponent's already so far ahead, so I understand the desire of yeomen. Harder to lose them, right? But also, they're just so expensive to scale into. This looks suffocating. Mahodo down to just 3 sheep. He's onto the berries and the deer now. And catches him on the gold! Goes in, gets himself 1 kill. Army is reacting though, so won't be able to hang around, but this means that he can sneak in towards the tree line. Yeah, because now the problem here for Mahodo, he's heavily outmassed and he's playing wide. Because he can't access the safe gold, the back gold, he has to go for the eastern gold, the fat stack. Even with double outpost, you'll need to keep units nearby. Because otherwise, the Keswiks can just commit to burn. I mean, he's everywhere. And the other problem now is, like, Mahodo, he could go Hobbler all he wants, he could go Yeoman, but these units may be fast, but they're not going to be effective enough on their own, right? The numbers just don't support what he needs to do. Vortix just has him right where he wants him, and we know that this is never going to slow down. Oh, wait, actually, it might. Oh, Vortix didn't re-garrison. No, I wonder if he knows. Because this is not optimal. When you're playing Mongols, you just want infinite stone. Yeah, I think Vortix either forgot. I assume he knows about that mechanic. Guys, if you didn't know, with Forgotten Runes, if you ungarrison and re-garrison, it resets the digger. So instead of the relic now being a minute away from being dug up, it'll be back to 6 minutes. been a very powerful tool for civs like this. Well, won't matter. He won't even get to see that second relic. GG comes in. That was a brutality. Yeah, fatalities doesn't quite do it justice. So game number 1 to Vortix. Mongols versus Lancaster. Left side win. Need to bump Calm when he's actually going to add these new maps to the thing. I kind of understand Danube Divided, but I do not understand why his back end doesn't have front range in it, because he's got a tournament with it on. Weird. All right, Dry Arabia. Game 2 is going to be Marlene versus Byzantine. We said Dry Arabia, right? Yeah. All right, in we go. Game number 2. Mahodo just roughed up and roundhoused in game 1. Byzantines is a solid place to go, though, folks. I think most of us can agree that Byzantines, it almost feels S tier, right? It's on the verge of being it, but I always reserve S tier for the civs that are going to get banned all the time. And Byzantines, they do get banned occasionally. They are just bordering on. I say these guys are high A tier. Really solid civ, has some great attack timings, great diversity now with the Hippodrome builds, and phenomenal scaling off of systems. You know, in a meta where 2TC doesn't feel feasible, this civ has its own version of 2TC. It's bloody impressive. But Marlene's another civ that has their own version of 2TC. Yeah, the Fulani's back in a big way. Really powerful to just scale into. Curious to see how this one's going to play out. It used to be Byzantines felt really good for an attack timing with the Mercs, because you could basically just rush in towards a Kira Siphon and then burn down the pit mines. Super effective because with good positioning, a Kira Siphon, the Flamethrower Rams, were capable of hitting 3 buildings at once. You did just hear me correctly. Even if they couldn't get the full pure damage onto at least 2 buildings, they could clip bare minimum the 3 with good positioning. Yeah, it's very weird. I feel like you could actually do an entire dissertation on Kira Siphons and their interactions, because the way they just burn through on structures is, I don't want to say inconsistent, but it's very hard to just figure out at a glance. Also, it's pretty good to be Marlins versus Biz because they almost never go Spears in Dark Age. Agreed. And with like the new builds where they just go Sistine rushing, I don't think that Byzantines are as good as they were in that time when we saw the Kira Siphon openings we talked about. Right, back then I rated Byzantines' chances a lot higher. Vortix. How's he doing on sheep? 10 sheep to 10. Okay, so they're even Stevens. They're going to split the map by the looks of it. Mahodo presumably is just going to be going Grand Winery. You can tell, even before it happens, it's probably the most obvious landmark choice, because if it's going to be Hippodrome, like, why do you not gather berries earlier? Right? So you know it's going to be that. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm thinking about it. We actually might check out the Anno demo a little bit later. Apparently, I think I've been approved for Twitch drops. So we might have to have a look at that. I'm weighing it up. We'll see. We'll see how the day goes. Might be a busy one. Maybe towards the end. Strokey chin. Yeah, I've been given access to like the Anno demo with drops. So we'll check it out later, maybe. Depends how the day goes, but yes. Grand Winery coming through now. Is there anything exploitable about Vortix's spawn? His back gold's pretty far out, but he can wall around it. The secondary gold is forward, which is bad. Deers are also forward, so does Vortix go pro scouts here? I mean, against Byzantines, you have to feel quite cozy about that idea. Especially with their own deer being forward. This is also the matchup where I think we've been seeing Byzantines quite often go Lombos. The reason why you go Lombos over Javelins, even though your opponent has Javelins, is because they have Javelins. It's not often that you'll see Byzantine civs build into the same archetype that their opponent has access to. Because, like, doing so is essentially allowing them to get ahead. right? Is like if I know my opponent has javelins and I build javelins as well, but my javelins are limited by my olive oil income, eventually I am just going to get swarmed. There's no mathematical realm in which I keep up with that until late game when I've got crap loads of olive groves. But even then, you know, you can get a lot more food and gold than you can get olive oil per minute. And that's why we normally see people go the other way, where it's either Lombos or the alternative would be Keshiks. But Keshiks here just feels really weird. Not a very reliable unit. Javelins have good base damage. They actually hurt a lot. They're decent at hitting the Keshiks. On top of that, the Donzos have the hold spear, right? And that makes Keshik scaling really difficult for Byzantines without Hippodrome. So expect Limitane plus Lombo if he's worried about Pro Scouts. If he doesn't think it's Pro Scouts, then more often you're going to be expecting Horseman Lombo. And we are just seeing him tap into that production and gathering speed as fast as possible. System level 4 on the way. And Vortix already prepping the ranches. Love the 1800 Anno. So I played a lot of Anno 1800 when it came out, but admittedly I never really spent any time. Yeah, I never actually spent any time on the DLCs. I never bought them. Don't know why. I think it's because I think they always went on sale on a certain platform, and I bought it on a different platform. So I was like, nope, pass. But yeah, I used to have a lot of fun with that game. I think my first Anno was it 1503? I think, yeah, Anno 1503 was my first one. Which, to my understanding, was always very different to the other ones. No Villager Spear Defense. You don't want to press the Akratoy button for a scout. It's just not worth it. If there's follow-up aggro, you just die. So, actually, Mahodo, Trigger Discipline is pretty smart here. And we have got the Limitane reaction. The reason he does this, by the way, is he already knows Vortix went for stables because it's Warrior Scouts. You can't get Warrior Scouts without building a stables. Vortix. After the micro of game 1, we're back at it again. This time it looks a bit more ugly. Does at least get the trade out. Getting rid of the scout is a big deal. Yeah, especially considering what Vortix is up to. Vortix is sending Sofa. And the problem for Mahodo is he just saw Warrior Scouts. A reasonable assumption for a player to make in this situation is that their opponent has gone Pro Scouts. Everything about it makes sense. You know, you upgrade the Warrior Scouts, you see a second scout coming. It feels like it's a full bait and switch. And now he's just going to wait. Does he maybe go just standard archers here to clear the Limitane? Oh, this could be very crafty. I mean, Mahodo has to show some discipline here, but it's very hard. You get angsty when you're blind like this. Villager gets caught. That's the Sofa reveal. Good strike there. Vortix 1 up. And yeah, Mahodo, he's already camping the deer. He thought it was Pro Scouts. But instead, Vortix, I think this is just going to be a rush towards Fulani. Well played. And this is a great example to show the value of expectations. And great micro there. Gets away, gets the kill. Barely takes any damage on the Sofa. Man, Vortix is just showing you in small increments how micro skill really can matter in Age of Empires 4. It is subtle sometimes, but it makes a lot of difference. Especially at this early phase. Remember, when you play the Byzantine system builds, it's all about scaling into that mid-game. You know, getting this 20% buff early on sounds nice, but when you only have 10 workers, it's not crazy. Once you're up at 20, 30 workers, that's when you see the huge difference that makes the game so much easier. And every time you lose a worker hero there like that, it slows down the arrival of that power spike. Vortix, now up to 5 Sofa, also going for the archer range. And, oh, no. Mahodo, he already suspects it, so it does cover it. But this is a little bit scary. I don't think Mahodo saw the archers. And Blacksmith also on the way. Mahodo does beat him to that punchline with the steel arrow. An uncomfortable game now for Mahodo, trying to play for that second berry batch. Kind of surprised, actually. Like, I understand why he goes here. It's the 8 stack instead of the 6, but it's also greedy compared to this one, which is much closer to home. It actually looks like Mahodo's going to try to play both. with Lombo Limitane against Sofa, that's pretty scary. Luckily for him, Vortix hasn't moved the second group of Sofa in yet. I say that. Actually, there's one of them creeping around the back. Oops. May have spoken a little bit too soon there. Good eyeballs. Mahodo does see the archers and has got a horseman. The Sofa. Uh-oh. Quick fingers. Mahodo will dodge it. Mahodo? Did not dodge it. Gets the kill at least, but loses one. Oh, no, he loses more than that. -3 on the east side. Are you kidding me? Vortix is just in the zone, man. It looked like a throwaway Sofa. It almost looked like it was subpar from Vortix, but he still gets the kill there and gets the 3 on the east. This is a real worker lead now. Up by 6. Essentially offsetting the value of the system build. The systems, remember, at this stage, 26% increase is going to give you, like, what, an extra 7, 8 workers? But then your opponent also has got passive food from the cattle ranches, as well as double pit mine and a Mansa. Vortix is ahead. You can see it in the numbers. It's not even close. He's making him look like a conk one. I mean, and that's not an insult to Mahodo. That's a compliment to Vortix. Mahodo is a very talented and capable individual. But, you know, it's just showing the distance you still have to go, right? Like, to breach this upper A is so difficult for the majority of Age of Empires 4 players, even those that are competent or good. And Vortix, you know, he's been there since the very beginning, right? Took a break, went to Age of Mythology, and there was a big argument that after Age of Mythology, when he came back, he actually got better, right? He had to initially get used to the game again, sure, but his time away wasn't a negative. It allowed him to evolve his game. He came back, he started to scrim a beastie, he then once again evolved his game, showed a little bit more resistance to full-tempered sends that could cost him games and had in the past. You know, always still the aggressor where possible, as we've seen in this game, but also became more calculated in his approach. Mahodo, we have got that Curious Siphon time we talked about, but it's so late now. 10 Sofa. 18 archers. He only has 9 bows. Yeah, and 3 horsemen. This is not going to do it. Sofa now jumping again. He catches him in the choke point. Gets extra worker kills because of it. He got an extra one scratched off there. Luckily for Mahodo, it wasn't 2. But unluckily for Mahodo, the frontline fight has gone abysmally. Yeah, that was sick. Like, the placement of the Sofas, he intentionally put them between the mill and the berries so that they seek shelter around the villages around the berry batch. Now the forward assault. Looks like it's going to be a swarm. Sofa just break through. There's no Limitane left. And Mahodo, the other problem is that Lombo's a terrible retreating. Luckily for him, Vortix is going to allow it, but unluckily, it's only for one reason. Grand Fulani is ready to go. Reminds you the upper A in Demon Slayers. It seems appropriate because Lord Musan has arrived. Or as my friend liked to remind me whenever he was seen on screen in Demon Slayers, anime Michael Jackson. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that one, if you're familiar with Demon Slayers, but when you look, yeah, he actually kind of is. GG when he hears castle? Quite possibly. He's nowhere near castle himself. And the problem he has is, like, Vortix got the ideal situation. This is perfect. You want to have Sofa archers when you go Age 3. That is the comp, the most desirable one that exists in Age of Empires 4 for Malian Castle. And he already has it. He already has 31 units that he actually wants in Castle Age. Now, veterancies are only going to take 30 seconds. Villager at least going to be found here, but whoop-de-doo-dah. Vortix is now ready to march forward. The veterancy on the archers means horsemen won't scare them. Yeah, they do get the bad news. Oh, wait. These guys hit pretty hard. Imported armor is also being waited on. And this is what I was talking about with the temperament of Vortix. Yeah, you go back a year ago, Vortix would have already went in and risked maybe losing the Sofa before the archers arrive. Yeah, he would have been just too gung-ho to end the game. He understands waiting an extra 30 seconds doesn't change much. Sure, he's losing 1 or 2 workers on the back, but he has Fulani now. He's got sofas coming to deal with this. It's much better to just get his army together and go for the all-in timing. And because of it, look at how it lines up. He's going to catch Mahodo as he techs. Worst case scenario for Mahodo. Because that extra minute of waiting the Vortix took hasn't benefited Mahodo. He didn't put it back into army. He put it into tech. Tech that hasn't even started yet. Fortification is going to be too late. Archers just dive in. Mahodo. Not even trying to run for it. No, wait, what? He's too busy microing the Lombos. No, doesn't pull away. So Mahodo just going to lose the 5 workers there. The Golden Horn Tower is now on the way. Vortix backs off a little bit again. Not sure why he's backing off this much now. I mean, you can just play for relics, right? Like, it's a bigger worker lead. You're denying berries. Maybe he's a bit paranoid that Mahodo has actually put all that resource back into feudal. Because he saw the army, but maybe there was like a backstab he's worried about. But it's going to be a recommit. The gold should really give it away that Mahodo's tech, by the way. Like, 2,000 gold gathered means only one thing. Another outpost burnt down. That's going to be another -4 villages. Archers winning out against the Lombos. Fortified outpost is difficult to break. But with this many imported armor sofas, like, you do whatever you want. And what he wants is the win. GG, a 2-0 victory for Vortix means that we are going to be checking in on Voldemar versus Vortix in a little bit. Yeah, GG's Mahodo. So, that is starting to paint the pretty picture. We still have a few things to figure out, though. So, Kilyatti versus Core and B versus Scatterbrained. I think we're going to have a look at Kilyatti Core next, and that might actually lead us very nicely into the live series of Vortix versus Voldemar, which we will indeed be casting. So, give me a sec. I'm just going to update this page. I'll push the update scores in a second. So, we've done Vortix versus Voldemar. Vortix versus Mahodo, rather. And we done Anatan versus Numadan. Anatan winning that 3-1 in the end. Really impressive game win by Numadan, though. You know, it might not look at when you see 3-1 on the scoreline, but with the way that that game played, it shows you the potential, the ferocity that Numadan's cooking with, man. Maybe Lucifron versus Vortix will happen. Quite possible. Does feel like they're on a bit of a collision course, but it's not etched out in stone just yet. So let me get the Kilyatti versus Core draft, and we'll hop into that one. Where is it actually? Hey, there's that link. Reminder, guys, we are working with AMD this week. Whenever that link pops up, you need to be checking in on it. Clicking those links on these awareness campaigns helps us out immensely. We are talking about the Ryzen this week. If you guys want the best performance for gaming, most definitely check out the X3D models. Also, checking on the 3XS model creations you can get over at Scan. So there's a bunch of PCs lined up there you can get your hands on. In fact, have a look here. You can have a look for yourself. If you need a game PC, really AMD is the way to go. Like, these are top of the line. I think there's a lot of models in here that will have the NVIDIAs, but you've also got the options into the AMD GPUs, which I also wholly recommend. We ourselves run a 7900 XTX, and it is incredible the bang for buck performance you get there. The new 90 series AMD graphics cards will be great for people at mid-tier rankings on funding, and that'll still leave you more than enough money to be able to afford to go into the best CPU you can get for gaming, which of course will be the 9800 X3D right here. Wait, is that 9900? You can go for the 9900 if you want. For most people, just go to the 9800 X3D. You only need the 8 cores. It's good enough with the 16 threads. And the V3 cache is the game changer if you want best performance in gaming. Shout out to AMD again for sponsoring us. And reminder, because you guys keep clicking those links, that's why they keep coming back to sponsor us. Which makes it possible for us to keep doing content like we do. All right, so let me grab the draft of Kilyatti versus Core. So map draft. And Civ Draft. Normie picks here. Dry Arabian Cliffside. I thought Core would want to get away from the ladder maps. He complains about like how they haven't rotated so much. Yeah, my recommend if you want rewinds. I mean, dude, just have the YouTube and the Twitch open as well. Recommendation is after the streams are done, always watch them on YouTube because you will get given ads unless you're subscribed on Twitch. But Twitch doesn't give me any revenue for you having those ads, which is really lame, sadly. Yeah. All right. Anyway, we want Kilyatti's account. Can you actually rewind on Kick? Pog. Damn, the reasons to watch. Kick's a weird one. I still don't know what to do with it entirely. I don't really advertise it. So it's the same problem with like YouTube, right? Like we've done the YouTube live stream because like for people who don't watch Twitch, it just makes sense to capture that. But, like Kick and Twitch obviously has a lot of overlap. And you don't really want to divide your viewership. I've seen this already. So like there's a lot of creators on my roster in certain genres, like GTA, for example, that are now exclusively streaming on Kick because of the money that Kick offers them, which is great. They're getting direct revenue because like the ad rev is quite high on Kick. But big trade-off now is it's much harder for me to secure them sponsor deals because the sponsors see inactive channels on Twitch. Most sponsors haven't set up a revenue allocation for Kick streamers yet. So yeah. And it is also, yes, brand risk is another thing. Like Kick has other issues, which is like in terms of how they police the platform. Like that's been an issue that Twitch itself has gone through, right? And thank you. Yellow like that orange, mate. But yeah, like yellowish, I guess. Yeah, I like this. I actually might get some of these sent to me in clear. I don't mind the orange ones when I'm sitting like this, but when I'm on stage, it's like you don't need the blue light filtering. Like, blue light filtering for me is most useful when you're in front of, like, a PC, right? Yeah, I bumped my guy. I'll let you guys know when I have an update on the gunner stuff so that you guys can use the discount code. But, without further ado, I think we've updated everything. It's time for Kilyatti versus Core. Oh. Okay. We're getting some HRE. I heard you guys like new maps, and this one has been a phenomenal map so far. Welcome back to Danube Divide. With two classic names clashing. We've got Core going up against Kilyatti. It's HRE on Ottomans, and it is going to be a Dark Age bloodbath. Spear opening from both players here. All right. Yep. Grab a beer. Sit back in your seats. This is going to be a fun one. Core versus Kilyatti. Fair to say that Kilyatti is the favorite, actually, which is interesting because if you go back like 2 years... Core was considered the better player, right? Kilyatti's come a long way. Anyone who's been around Age of Empires 4 for a while might remember that Kilyatti began his journey appearing on our channel as a Dark Age English men-at-arms rusher. Yes, that's right. He was one of those filthy people. And it was almost memeful how quickly it could unravel for him at times. But I really want to give him the props and the shout-out. You know, Kilyatti has developed into quite the player here in 2025, which is especially impressive considering that he's challenged by arthritis, memory loss, the need to wear adult diapers. You know, he's not getting any younger, yet somehow the maturing seems to have benefited his skills inside Age of Empires. Core, on the other hand, I don't know if he's like on sheesh rehab, just trying to get beyond it. But he just hasn't really had the same time we used to see committed for him, right? Core hasn't been able to stick his self, mind, body, and soul into playing AoE 4. And it's definitely led to other people just pulling ahead of him. I don't think it's necessarily that Core got worse as much as it is that people just got better. But love to see him in these weeklies. Love to see him actually having a punt at it. I think results-wise, let me double check how Core has actually done overall. Core, yeah, he's had some decent performances actually. Like he had, I think... 7 5th to 8th finishes, which is respectable. Kilyatti, I believe, doing a little bit better. So Kilyatti through KPMM Season 1 and 2 has been in a position where he's had 2nd before, right? And a lot of 5th and 8ths. 3rd and 4th. He's had 2 semifinals. He's had about, I think, I want to say 15-ish quarterfinals. And then 2nd place as well. So spear spam on both sides is a little bit of a slow escalation here. The reason why Kilyatti is playing so far and up, though, is he wants to secure the ability to get into stone. Remember, the military schools can be built in the Dark Age. The other cool thing about this is, like, it seems weird to Ego Child HRE, but two things. One, he will be able to eventually get the Vizier point, which gives him healing and lets him win. Two, is the longer that Dark Age goes on, the worse it actually gets for HRE. HRE's income is incredible at the start of the game when they're able to buff all their workers. But as you play a longer and longer Dark Age, it starts to suck. Because at this stage already, this prelate is incapable of buffing your entire economy. Right? A prelate can buff 9 villages maximum. He's got 15. So he's already losing out on 50% of like what should be buffed, right? Like he's basically almost at half efficiency of the 35% increase. Yeah, so like his buff effectivity is more like 20% at the stage. The other thing also to keep in mind is like that buff allows you to gather quicker. The problem with gathering quicker is it means things like sheep, which are safe underneath your TC, disappear faster. So if you can't leverage an edge with that, you start to fall behind fast. Spear on spear spam. I think if Kilyatti just pulls the villagers as this gets close to the gold, he's fine. And oh, cool. He actually overextended into the TC. Didn't realize. It's interesting that this is working so well for Kilyatti without overcommitting. Because, like, theoretically anyway, HRE should be heavily favored because of the gathering at the beginning of the age and the marching drills. Remember, their spearmen are quicker. 1.31 versus 1.25. But I think Kilyatti just played that very solidly. Didn't overreact. And also now just with an insane amount of stone to work with as he gets ready to age up. Tech up on the way, and he has exactly what he'd need to get double military school. I don't think we've got a 2 TC build here. That would be kind of shocking. I think I've only seen one player try auto 2 TC in the last 3 months, and that was B. And I mean, that was B. So I don't know what else you want me to say. B does things very differently to most people, and we do love him for it. Arkan as well from Cool. Is there a world in which he goes pro scouts? Quite possibly. He's got 2 on gold right now. Pro scouts is interesting on this map because there's actually 24 deer. It's less than you get on a standard dry Arabia. The other problem is like 3 of those deer are already underneath your TC and then another 3 underneath your opponent's TC. So actually there's only in total 18 deer up for grabs. But with Arkan it feels great because you're just pulling all of that premium food underneath the superior gathering rate. It gives you really great timings on HRE. We've already seen one player make it work. I believe that was Lucifron earlier this week when he took the Danube up against Lash. It was a bit of a dicey game. I believe that was Ottoman versus HRE as well. And it did also give an opening to the Ottoman player to aggro into HRE. Instead, we just might get him playing a bit safer, and it looks like that is going to be the case. Farms getting added in early here. Yeah, cool. He's only got 4 sheep left, so this is definitely going to slow down his escalation. So he is trying to get his hands on the Forgotten Runes. Should be difficult to do, though. Yeah, even with the Hardened Spearman upgrade, the problem is the tech up difference isn't that big. 12 seconds out. Wait, no! Kilyatti! Oh, no. That was like an old man discovering the eject button in a Harrier for the first time. What does this button do? Completely forgot to pull the villager back. Ends up losing him. To make it worse, he was almost on point with the imams to maybe save. Not quick enough. Harden upgrade is now in. Archers are arriving for core. Loses the scout. All right, that's expensive. Guys, you don't really typically like want to be going horseman in a rush here. Your opponent has Spim to begin with. And also your opponent has Sipahi, which are better horsemen. So yeah, this is painful. You either sack a villager to get a new scout, or you play a bit more risky with a lack of vision. The good news, at least, is by having archers, you do have decent vision as you chase out. Cool. You can see he's just trying to creep for those imam kills. If he gets just one, it really screws over the Ottoman's timings. But this early on is difficult to do. Especially the retreat heal. That 1 health matters a lot when there's only 2 archers chasing. Kilyatti, good job on the gold, by the way. Yeah, he's got the blacksmith already and has enough for double tech. I think you're happy with that. Like, just going Steel Dagger and Undermesh is good enough. Core with a switch over into Men at Arms. Quite early. Also, men-at-arms aren't that impactful against Sipahi. Maybe we'll just camp the base and won't need a scout. Yeah, but the problem here is, you know, if your opponent starts to get starved out, you want to catch him moving out for food sources. Like, will he go to the berries in the north? Will he go wide to the deer? Not knowing that is a big problem. He still has a better economy right now. In fact, if you look at the raw numbers, you can see it's huge. Because at this point in the game, he currently has 25 villages underneath the Arkham. Out of 29. But as time goes on, unless he just wants to full farm transition, he's going to have to move his food sources elsewhere. It does feel like Core is just going for one of those old school mass farm builds, though. Yeah, so not really interested in attacking, and the outpost guarantees it. So it looks like instead, this is going to be an FC timing. I would really love to see Core just garrison inside the Forgotten Ruins. For one, it will give him the ability to get towards Spring placements if he does go fast castle. The other important thing is that it will set him up to get one relic home straight away. Well, not straight away, but basically for free. It's right next to his base. Core just continuing to push. Not quite getting the finishing touch that... No, Kilyatti, don't be that guy. Seriously, the Imams not being on the same group is always a problem. Does end up losing one spear, but Sipahi now reveal. Core actually held the spearman quite far back. Good initial stab in, but the worker gets stuck there as well. Second kill for Core. Game is looking better and better for the German. On the Germans. 4 on gold. I wonder if he just feels comfortable with starting to scale towards the age now. Probably just makes sense to keep playing feudal as you prep more and more farms. We do also have the blacksmith coming. Kilyatti did get undermesh, but only undermesh. Steel Arrow is now on the way, however. So it looks like Kilyatti is going to maintain a blacksmith lead. Going to be necessary considering that Core is economically better off. And these camps, these are cool points of interest. This is a Forgotten Ruins. If you capture it, you can put a villager inside to get 60 stone a minute, and then it turfs up a relic after 6 minutes. These are abandoned outposts. If you capture them, rather, with units nearby, it gives vision in the area, like you can see here for Kilyatti. So these things, these points of interest, they were added with the Knights of Cross and Rose. And they have been a phenomenal addition. I, for one, really hope we get more types of points of interest as time goes on. And welcome back to the game. I wonder how many people are actually going to be stepping back in with a big DLC later this year and be kind of taken back by the POIs. I really hope the new maps they're working on for the upcoming DLC have POIs in them. Because I don't know if I'm alone in this. I just feel like they've been a great addition. Spy? I'm just going to stroll in. Oh, no. No, this is dangerous. Shivs out is the correct move. Core understands. If he starts running, Fortitude gets activated. So, does strike him down. All cavalry dead, but Kilyatti netting the kills for it. Still, Core, he's still got a better economy. Right? It's not going to show at the moment due to the idle time. And there is an area where Kilyatti still has the lead, and that's going to be on food. On top of that, we have the 3rd military school coming in via the Vizier point. So, just continuous scaling aggressively for Kilyatti. It is his signature play. It's the way he loves to play the game. Always has been. In Plat Diamond games, it seems nobody cares about POIs. I think just maybe there hasn't been really any good guides or videos explaining their relevance or importance. Maybe we should do something about that. Oh, just in time. Actually ends up pinching him another one of those Sipahi. That is a weird... I just realized that. This will definitely make sense. This one's a little bit wacky. And Core is just vibing like he's in a free-for-all game right now. 15 farms going up to 20. This is the way we know that Core likes to play Ituri. We've seen this plenty of times. He's a big fan of just kind of hunker a fast castle where possible. Go relics, then go Imperial. But that's not going to be easy to do against Kilyatti. Kilyatti is infamous for unbridled aggression. In some cases, even more so than a player like Vortix. Makes him a very scary boy. What does Core look to do now? I mean, this should just be tech point, right? Decent sized army to try and defend in case you get dove. Should be hard for your opponent to fall in you right now. Because in fairness, you did kill quite a lot of Sipahi. Like, that dive on the tree line might have been a little bit too expensive for Kilyatti. You're going to want to tech soon. Gold is running out. Yeah, so we'll just look to insulate himself on the south side. Wall's now coming up there. I think is Kilyatti maybe going to consider an age up soon as well. Like, he's got 0 people on gold. So it almost feels like it's going for an all-in timing. The spy count is getting very high. Maybe just waiting for the moment that Cortex and good eyeballs there. We still don't have the meta, which is odd. You normally send a meta with a Sipahi anyway. So it's easy to remember because of that. Like, you know, you look at your cavalry, you go, oh, they don't have a glow. I should fix that. A little bit of an unusual game for that reason. Regnitz is going to be coming through, so Core. He is outnumbered. Kilyatti is still not showing up with that army. Is he just assuming he'll have enough time to rush in? Because that's a bit of a gamble. You know, it's a short map, but it's still a distance to travel. The good news is, though, Core completely blundered on the Forgotten Ruins. He never gathered from it. So tech up is great, right? But like, he's not getting any stone to get in placements. Does feel like a bit of a wasted opportunity for that reason. Drummer boy now queued up. So Kilyatti has remembered it. And that should be stables, right? Yeah. Because you can't really afford to wait military school in this. It's going to take way too long. Still not in position. I think Kilyatti might just have to accept that he needs to age as well. Which is great for Core. It means he can start moving with those relics. What do you think about KPMM, but for lower ranks? You think people would watch it and it would be fun to cast? I've wondered if people would be invested if they're watching themselves. But like, the problem is people are invested when they're watching themselves. Like, oh, cast me, cast me. But the problem is they then usually won't feel the same about someone else of a similar rank. At least that's my assumption. I don't know if... I've talked about this before with like low ranking content. I just don't think the community of AoE4 has matured to the point they truly appreciate it yet. Because the low rank players haven't evolved to the point where they're doing the game fast enough for it to be appreciated, like Age of Empires 2 has, right? Because low-rank people have been playing that game for 15 years. In terms of that as like a competitive tournament series, it doesn't work. I believe I saw someone else posting about like doing a low-rank tournament series, and it's fundamentally flawed. Because you will get Smurfs, and Smurfs will completely ruin the relevance of the tournament. Make no mistake about it. Like, even $5, if there's any money on the line, there's always going to be people who will smurf to get money. I've seen it across my countless years in esports. Well, it's not countless. I've been doing it since 2018. I've seen plenty of examples where there are these ideas set up that are meant to invite low-ranking players to play, and it just doesn't work. The reason why that model worked in the early days is because ranks weren't really tracked the natural way when you had things like MLG, just 500 gamers in a LAN. And also, like, you couldn't hide your identity on a LAN, right? You went to that LAN. Whereas online, someone can just smurf and you not know. You know, like, online, someone can base... Like, you could actually have, like, a different player entirely be playing, and you wouldn't know. So, Mehmed now on the way from Kilyatti. A night spam from Core is intriguing. Maybe hoping to catch Kilyatti gathering wide, which he is doing. Yeah, moves 9 villages out into the Deers. Sipahi will be able to break in. Looks like he's going to be able to get a worker kill for it. No emplacements still from Core. This is not the Core I remember. He's only now touching stone. And my god, is he rushing it? 20 on stone? Dare I say a castle drop? That's an intriguing idea. Castle drop on the enemy side sets you up for a siege war push in. Not a bad idea if he chooses to. Relic. Core gets caught trying to yoink. Credit to him, though. He's already marching with the other one. That is going to get scouted early, so it looks like his double relic grab will get denied. And flash in the center. Relic's going to be picked up. Wallo is going to get denied straight away, but it did waste the time of the archers, and that's going to allow him to overwhelm. Yeah, plenty of light cavalry here. Archer's going to get munched down. There's only 10 spearmen in total. Little bit surprised Kilyatti backs up, but then realizes just how good the fight is. A recommitment. Even without veteran Sipahi, they've got the numbers. We'll just hard commit and send it. Veterancy's now kicking in anyway. That was impressive, considering that he was teched behind to take such a convincing fight. Of course, army will just get wiped. Cut deep to the bone. And the Sipahi did move. Kilyatti doesn't skip a beat. Still, those relics are deep. They're going to be annoying to bring back, especially with knights now coming. Speaking of which, knights go straight into the base. Crossbow transition began. Perfect time for it. Now Sipahi, perfect time to dive. We still don't have any emplacements for core. The Sipahi, they're a big threat. He's not going to use the fortitude because the knights are there. Activates it on the west side ones that are on the tree line. Gets a few kills and gets out. Still, he's been taking just as much damage as has been dealing here. Core still with a free worker lead. The relics, at least, are going to be splitsies. Not just that, we have got more of these points coming through. Remember, Advanced Academy has now been prepped and researched. So a big inflate on the production rates of those military schools. But yeah, I think the goal for me is like as we grow bigger as a channel, it would be good to start returning to low elo Legends type series, which we've done in the past. The problem is the numbers need to be there to justify it. We need recommendations of intriguing characters at low rank. We need enough people interested in watching to push it over the initial hurdle. Because that content is invaluable to the scene. It just needs to be handled right. I don't think I've seen anyone else like who's tried anyway to handle it in the right way to cater to an audience. Like T90 done, because T90 was great for that. And then the other thing would be doing things like community nights again, which we used to do, but just haven't had as much time for more recently. Especially when people care about tournament play more. Oh, nice. I'm okay, wouldn't watch it. Finally, I have more incentivizations to do it. Kilyatti's signature ram. There's always at least one when we watch a game of the old man, isn't there? So cool. I'm kind of shocked his food income isn't higher. Did he not get... He did get Cistercian Abbeys, right? Yeah, but he didn't garrison inside the Regnates. I think it's just because these farms are quite fresh. Remember, Cistercian Abbeys has been quite the game changer for the way you build your base for HRE. You used to be very limited and handcuffed around the Archon. Ever since its addition, it's become a lot easier to spread out with HRE. Kilyatti, massing knights now. Speaking of those knights, oh, good hit. Yeah, Kilyatti, wait, Kilyatti, just because you walk slow doesn't mean everyone else has to. What? He doesn't have wheelbarrow at 21 minutes. That's wild considering the way he's been playing wide onto resources as well. So it definitely looks like an oversight. Kilyatti doesn't give a damn. Sends it into the base. This is where you kind of wish you had Springles though. Mass Spearman is the dream. And Springles produce a lot quicker. Instead, Kilyatti, he's actually got trebuchets coming out of the Mehmed. Rare sight. Don't often see people doing that, actually. Kilyatti. Well, the Janissary archers are going to make quick work of the spears, so it doesn't even care about the Springles. Rams are now trying to deal with the outposts, but E-repairs will buy a little bit of stay time. But this is wild, and you're right. Like look at the text. He only has Steel Arrow 1, Undermesh 1. Kilyatti is not a man of technology. He's a primitive lumberjack who lives in the snowy mountains of Finland. What on earth am I looking at here? Rams are being able to break the outpost. Needed as well, considering Core did actually get free relics for that one. So Kilyatti might be able to step up and snatch something back. And guys, oh my god, is he sending it. He went for the Great Bombard point. We've got full Kilyatti in blast mode. Goodness gracious, what a legend. I can't believe it. I think this might be the smoothest looking Great Bombard push I've seen. It's already knocking. It's 10-pin HRE. And stepping up to the lane to bowl for a strike is Kilyatti. I just need to get, like, the strike effect. You know, like the skills falling over. I need to get a soundboard effect of that. I can't believe it as well. Kilyatti has barely got any food. 270 food income, but the cool thing about playing Ottomans is you don't need that, right? You've got military schools. Just get an army for free. And Core is still only building spears, but looks like he might be prepping for a men-at-arms switch. I did just see him go for the two-handed. Relic heist underway, by the way. The remaining two are in the Regnants, so not achievable. Guys, this is a good point to be at for Kilyatti. You know, he's got no food. Core's got all the food. So, you know, what do you do in that situation? I mean, of course, you'd, like, share the food, man. Or, like, you'd be like, oh, yeah, I need to get my own food. No, nobody gets food. Does force the spears to commit. This other time is very important. If he can just wedge himself here, he can stop, like, half the farms. Great Bombard is going for all the production instead, though. Where's the 5th relic? 5th is here and 6th is here. Forgotten runes, remember. There's 6 relics in total on this map, but 2 of them are hidden inside the points of interest. Damn, this is impressive from Kilyatti. Core's other problem is gold, right? Like, he's only got the passive trickle of gold, so he can't mass knights like you normally would. Which would be a decent solution considering there's only 7 Janissaries. And that's a cool difference is, like, normally you can use gold as a get-out-of-jail-free card to buy food when you're up against the wall. But once these farms get shut down, Core has no way of buying food. He's trying to creep out now. We've got a keep drop on the north side. Kilyatti. Does he Calypso? I don't think that's ridiculous. The outpost almost scouted the keep attempt. It would have been a disaster for Core considering that he just invested 900 stone in this play. It will fix his gold issues. But at what cost? The Archon is going down. So, like, if we call Khan's a GG move, does that mean we call Archon Death a GG move too? I mean, it's staying alive, but not by much. No, he repairs, clutches it up for a bit, but it's going to be inevitable. Archon's going to get dropped. 150 HP left. No point repairing either. Just be a waste of wood. Mango goes in for a trade out, but the Great Bombard turns onto it. Archers will look to target fire down Mango. 5 HP remaining with the Great Bombard. No! 1 HP Mango goes down. The Lancers get it. Shivs out from the villagers. A commitment in, but the Janissaries love that trade. Knights run into their death. And the Archers, they're wasting all their time on the Knights. Oh, this is not the way. This Janissary is allowed to live so long throughout this all. Now the TC getting assaulted next. Great Bombard going after the Mangoes. The Rams are moving in deeper. Luckily for Core, the houses don't matter when you're down by this much. Villager pull now coming through to deal with that Ram finally, but there's still Janissaries, there's still Archers. Textiles might help a lot, but not enough against the Great Bombard. That splash damage almost leads to Core evacuating his bowels. He's going to go for a dive now. The Great Bombard, a big pick if he can get it. And Kilyatti now overextended. Siege goes down. Mango dead. Great Bombard dead. Where are the troops? What? I'm trying to figure it out. These Janissaries, they rotate somewhere. Was he going up north? Knight tried to dive in here. That's expensive as well. Ends up losing 2 knights, almost the 3rd. But the Great Bombard is gone. Core survives the siege. He done what the Byzantines could not, proving he is the true Roman Empire. Archon now to be rebuilt. In the meantime, please garrison a prelate. I think he's just forgotten. He's got one more prelate somewhere. Okay, yeah, he's inside now. There we go. He's sorted it. Good God, though. What the hell happened to Kilyatti's bank? Well, guys, I can tell you what happened is Kilyatti's been a consistent presence in the KPMMs. And if you play a lot of KPMMs and do reasonably well, this can also be your bank account, thanks to our $20,000 funding. Wow. Trev's now switching over to Core's castle. But guys, he never chained it in. There's no E-repairs. This castle is going to die. And I'm getting a bit worried. Yeah, okay, Core is making a move south because this is the thing. After all that effort to secure gold and to finally have a game, you're about to get gold starved again. And not just that, Kilyatti, I think, yeah, he sees it. No, Core, come on. You see this? There's no way he's just brazenly pulling onto the gold like this. Knights will dive into the base instead, seeing the open tree line. Gradually, Kilyatti's building a lead. Sprung placement's coming in to protect his gold as well. And Kilyatti has huge food. He's spinning off for long. What? What am I looking at? Who builds this many Janissary and Castle Age like that? Well, he had all this gold. He had to do something with it. So why not the thing that only costs 60 food and 100 gold? Guys, that's a 2,700 gold investment. Soon to be a 3,500 gold investment. And he still has 1,400 gold in reserve. Lowest of keys, I like Massive Spearman here. You must like losing. You want to run Spearman into Janissary? You can't. Like that's death. That's pure death. It reeks of death. It looks at death. It is death. Spearmen are fast, sure, but these Jannies with one meta. You ever read the stories like the Battle of Nagashino and how all the spearmen and the cavalry just like blindly charged into guns and died? That. To put it another way, charging these Janissaries will feel like charging into a Reboldaquins. Especially with the Knights to just buffer it. Like, sure, Knights get countered by spears, but it's just about bogging down your opponent long enough. And yeah, the Springs, we wanted to see them before. The Archers were good enough. Now he no longer has Archers. Springles is his win con. This is looking pretty rough. And the Knight's like, oh yeah, let's get rid of the Oh, crap. He knows he can repair that, right? It's easy to forget. You remember it with a Great Bombard. Often you forget it with Trebuchets. Like, Janissaries repair all siege. Nice hit on the flank for Core. But we are turning this into a direct siege. I saw a comment about Siege of Vienna earlier. It's appropriate. This has been one of the craziest sieges, actually, that we've seen into an HRE player in Castle. Non-stop. 47 Janissaries, 20 Knights. Core's playing the Civ that's known for having a ridiculous economy, yet you wouldn't think it when you look at this army value. I mean, I want to say pro players are reenacting the Siege of Vienna, but I just feel like we needed more walls, you know? Get a little Star Fort going. It looks like it will be enough now, though. You know, even without the Great Bombard, I just don't see Core's answer to the Janissaries. He's trying to switch into Mangoes now. He is also raiding, and in fairness to him, he has been allowed to have that 4k gold. Finally captured the outpost. Knights all gone, though, so Core won't be raiding anymore. And we've had the full commitment, right? Like, you know, Kilyatti, this is exactly the type of thing I'd expect to see. Maybe the Kinji is what's missing for a guy like Kilyatti. He's all about that all-in. Committing 2 one-off advantages really spells Kilyatti in full. Trip count now escalating, so he's looking to get to that point where he can break the TC. But guys, the spring on count. Oh my god, does Core even... Yeah, he has a glance of it. He knows. He has an inkling of what's coming. He just doesn't have a good answer. You know, he's built Mangoes to deal with Janissaries, but he has nothing to deal with this many springs. Like, Archers, Crossbows can be okay, sure, but 11 Springles. The start of this fight is going to be so damn painful. Kilyatti scares the mangoes away. Emergency repairs is 35 seconds out. So reloads on Trebs should be able to get this close to burning. Especially considering he has got the meta attack speed. Yeah, I don't think downloadmorespears.com is going to work here. Like, he needs to have this food economy level that is just like crashing spearmen out nonstop. And 1400 sounds good in theory, but I mean, Ottomans have more food than you. It says everything it needs to, right? Istanbul Observatory now on the way. How has he got double the army value and he's the one aging? Ottomans, folks. Never discredit the power of military schools when a game drags. It's like Knights did poke raid on the west side again. And Sacred Site's a target point for Kilyatti next. Take out complete. Core, your move. He knows it's go time. He can't wait any longer. 190 pops close enough. He marches forward, but the Springolds are going to love this. Starts to start away. Needs to get them safely behind the line. Does so. Turns around now for the pierce damage. TC is down. Spearman count is falling fast. The Janissaries are making quick work of this, and the Archers are wasting all of their attention on the Springs. Army's gone. Core is dead. The closest we'll get to the Siege of Vienna in Age of Empires 4. This siege was never ending out of the Ottomans. In our alternate history, they will run away with it against the Aussies here. Aussies being Austrians. Wow. Oh, it's pretty crazy. I think we just call that one Two Pros Reenact Vienna. Oh my goodness. What a cool game number one. So, Kilyatti moves up to match point. Best of 3, remember. It's not over yet. So, Ottos versus HRE. Really cool opening game. I'm a bronze player. Will I ever become a conk free? You could always... Yeah, like, there's an easy way to become a conk free. Do you want the guide? Alright, but once I give you the guide, you have to subscribe to me, okay? It's only fair. So, what you do is you wanna like get an image of conk free, right? And then you want to print out an A4 piece of paper. You want to cut the emblem out, and then what you want to do is you want to super glue it to your screen where your rank pops up on screen, right? It's like, you know how like when you're, so like for example, if you're on like in the menu like this, your rank pops up here. So you just want to super glue it right there on your screen, and then whenever you look at your profile, you'll be conk free. True story. You're welcome. I'll take that sub now, thank you. Look, it counts to the person that matters, right? It only matters to you. And your father, you know? Like, when your father comes by, you're like, Dad, I finally done it. Do you love me now, Daddy? You're like, have you climbed Everest yet? You go, no. That wasn't part of the deal. The deal has changed. Pray it does not change again. Already subbed? Well, you have to make sure you sub every single month now. Because I just show you how to get conk free. Did any other person in Age of Empires 4 show you how to do that? The answer is no. Their methods didn't work. Mine is foolproof. All right. Game number 2. Let's flip this around. All right, in we go. We got old school versus new. And the weird thing is the new is being done by the old man. We're back for game number 2 between Kilyatti and Core. Core has gone for the Rus, a pick that historically, in the old days of Cliffside, just felt like the big breadwinner. But Kilyatti with a Lancastrian pick. Lancaster's kind of been taking over here on Cliffside, a map that's just got such a short distance to rush into the enemy base. Makes for a super effective Rax Rush opening. In fairness, though, props to Core on this. Do you guys notice what he done? He sacrificed his gold influx to keep both hunting cabins in range of the TC, so he's fully aware that Lancaster will attempt a spear opening. What's interesting, though, is, I mean, Core, he actually could have just split and put one hunting cabin here and one in the north. Probably would have returned similar gold, but in fairness, it is a smaller tree line. Are my glasses for blue light filtering? Yes, they help that. It's also like I need that extra protection on my eyes because I'm seeing too many frames from how incredibly powerful the AMD Ryzen CPUs are, you know? Like, the normal human mind wasn't made to handle that many frames, which is what I get because I've got the incredible 9950X. I really wish I had the 50X 3D, though. Did he troll his second cabin? I think he done it tighter. Wait, no. I praised him because I thought he was doing it tight. That's too tight, isn't it? So I just said that going here wouldn't maybe have been worth it because it's a smaller tree line. I take it back. I think it 100% would have been worth it, right? So he's going to get 13 gold on this one. No way do you get less than 12 trees by doing this tree line, right? And if you look at the TC placement, like if you place the hunting cabin here, I don't think your opponent can torch it. And you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Probably 13 or 14 trees at least. It's not that much difference in distance either, right? Like if you garrison the village and ungarrison, they're already like this distance. So then you're walking this far, well, walking this far versus this far, right? So it's like an extra 2 seconds of walking. Wait, is he going Kremlin? Okay. I was like, wait a second. I've seen Reese players move like this before, but it's been a long time. No, it's going to be Golden Gate. So he wants Pro Scouts, but you're about to see why House of Lancaster are bullish on this map. We are going to be seeing the Abbey of Kings. Yeah, I really like this build right now. Abbey of Kings, like these are the type of maps where it makes the most sense. The Lords are very powerful, but very slow. So what you want to do is you want to pick them on like maps like Danube Divide, the new map we've got. You want to be picking them on maps such as Front Range, where it's linear attacks, or you want to be picking them on close maps like Cliffside. Like this distance between the base is not big. To put it in panoramic terms, he's that close. Yeah, and this also just allows him to embolden on spear play. Presumably, Core's going to be opening archers. You don't really want to be mirroring spears, even if you're concerned about something like Hobbler. Yeah, because like if you open with Spearmen here and your opponent's gone for the Lords, his Spearmen are just full stop better. Kilyatti already gathering the stone, so we will be getting the manas. Yeah, like we've seen a mixture. Sometimes you get these all-in Lords builds, and sometimes it's just about the baited aggro. Like you send in a few Lords, so your opponent has to react to it while you get your manas. Think of this very much like English Abbey of Kings. It's the same thing. It's just the stone is being allocated differently. With English, it's all about getting the second TC. But with Lancaster, it's all about forcing a reaction to the Lords so you can get the manas. Long-term English 2 TC will be better, right? But like short-term, you have a lot more flexibility in what you can do off of those mana spams. Core sending in all the scouts now. Do we burn this quick enough? You probably force Kilyatti to repair it a little bit. Spearman's coming. Yeah, so Kilyatti actually makes the right call. Just preps the Spearman ahead of time. Doesn't even need to repair. That's important because like with these type of builds, Kilyatti might not need more than 3 manas, so wasting time repairing the mining camp is going to be frustrating. Love that. He even just uses the gold workers to build the mana. This is really weird in some ways because you're now building a mana outside of TC range. So if you ever attack, like this is now a liability. But for this early push timing, which he clearly has in mind, it makes sense. And you can tell it's an early push timing because otherwise you would just use like the food or one of the woodworkers and build it close to TC. So Kilyatti believes that he's going to have control. Cool. Wait, is this a... This is a no Pro Scouts fast castle build. Oh my. I've seen this before. It can work. He's got 14 sheep. I mean, 14 is a pretty good number. He should be fine. And then what? You open Horse Archers. Horse Archers is great at dealing with the spears, chasing down the lords. A little bit scary if your opponent starts spamming into hobbies. I think the only chief concern here is if Kilyatti mirrors the timing into White Tower, you can actually beat Horse Archers very easily with Elsguard. Because the dagger throws. But it's all about timing. Like, if Core's already 10 Horse Archers deep when you start Elsguard, you're not going to feel great. And wait, the best part is, oh my god, Kilyatti. Does he think... He must think it's Pro Scouts. Like, Core is doing this intentionally, right? He's running around the deer, making it look like he's trying to PS. We know he can't Pro Scout, but Kilyatti doesn't. That's pretty damn smart. And now what? You run to the east side. The problem is here it might be obvious. Like, Kilyatti... Actually, no, he's already got a spear out. I was going to say, if the spear wasn't here, then you could just be scouting him and see that he doesn't pick up. It probably looks a bit suspicious to Kilyatti now. And, yeah, there you go. He gets a glance. Because, like, this whole time, the scouts have just been chasing his instead of trying to gather deer. Get your numbers in, folks. High Trade House not looking crazy. And it is going to be Horse Archers. Kilyatti, we talked about the potential to go White Tower, but we talked about the importance of timings. He says, screw that. It's going to be Hobbler. You know what the funny thing is, guys? I've seen Core moan about the Lords giving the HP recently. Now, I don't know if it was because of this game, but I could see the way this would tilt him. Because these Hobbler, they're only 90 resources, but their HP is going to be equivocal to a Feudal Horseman. They also attack quicker than standard horsemen. That's very important, by the way, because it means that when Horse Archers are trying to kite away from you, you attack and then move again quicker, right? It's 1.75 versus 1.5. So if you guys have been watching high-level Hobbler play at the moment, it feels very fluid, almost borderlining animation canceling the way they hit and move and hit and move. Cool. That's poking back. But Kilyatti is not laying up, man. We've got him anchoring on the deer. Hobblers have 25 base HP lower? Yes. But when you have the Lords, you see they go up to 122. So they're practically on par with Horsemen for health. And the trade-off is you get extra ranged armor. Right? That's basically the idea. When you're up against ranged units, Hobblers have the same effective HP as Horsemen. And he's already clubbing one down. Cool. If Kilyatti wants to be super effective about this, he can just peel away the injured to heal. Remember, he has got an Abbey of Kings at the back of his base. Hobbler, turn around again. Might just go for the pin. Yep, able to get the double kill on the scout. Okay, gets away on 1 HP. Psych. Uh-oh, cool. There's already Undermesh. He doesn't have Steeled Arrow, which is problematic for the TC defense. It's going to be a dive into the base. Horse Archer count is quite low. The Lord's going to dive in as well. And Core has to make a run for it without Wheelbarrow. Uh-oh. Hobblers, they chase away the Horse Archers, and now he's going to run him down. Core, 2/3 of his eco aren't working right now. What? Who needs Castle? They told me Hobblers suck. They lied. The body blocks come in as well. Allows the Lords to catch up. Ring a Roses back towards the Wooden Fortress he goes. But there's so many more workers still to strike. Mio Micah versus B had something similar between Shushi and Lancaster. It's happening again. Alright, Cliffside is Lord of Lancaster's domain. Make no mistake about it. You want to win on this map? Consider this. 10 worker lead now. Wallalow coming through. Might want to delete. Kilyatti. Oh no, he didn't get the Lord. He only got the spear. Alright, so 1 relic home. Sorry, 2 relics home. 98 gold on the High Trade House. Firm handshakes all around. But have you met Hobblers? The amount of people who ripped into this as a sucky unit, and look at what you just watched. Tell me Hobblears suck. Seriously, I dare you. I'll throw you in the arena with Kilyatti. Bloody hell. The laws just make them so effective. Reminder, in those engagements, these horse archers, they didn't have steel arrows. They were doing 8 damage. They were losing out on a third of their damage. Meanwhile, they were taking, per strike, 15 damage. And they only have 85 HP. But these guys had 122. And they also cost 90 resources compared to your 120 investment. Like, the numbers make sense. Hobblear count up to 20 again. He's not even going to age, is he? Like, he has a 12 worker lead. And he has manners. Surely you just age. Me ripping into them? Oh, what? That Lucifron game? That was a very weird game to do Hobblear in, though, right? Like, he was in late game and he needed quality units. And he chose them for, like, raiding instead of an all-in. Also, like, Hobblear at this stage in the game, very impactful. When you get into Castle without King's College, more situational. But when you add in the Lords in Feudal, these things are kind of nuts. Oh, he has barely any horse archers. And no, again! The tree line again! He only has 3 sheep left as well. He's practically out of food. He's just dead. What a game. Kilyatti, 24. You know, I want to see more Miyamaka versus Kilyatti. They both have the same idea with this. It's wild. There's just nowhere to go. Even jumping in a wooden fortress, I wouldn't trust it right now. You can burn it down with this many. And no hesitation. Kilyatti is almost like he heard us. Like, oh yeah. Kill. Cool. Desperately trying to repair. I can't believe he doesn't have textiles either. After what happened on the first dive, he never prepped it. This is over. Holy crap. A Warlord Temp's going to come out. Super effective against melee units, I guess. The Lord gets away again. Actually, can you convert Lords? I could have sworn you could. Or can you not because they have King Tag? It doesn't matter. Even if he got the conversion, it doesn't change the outcome here. All right, Core at this point is just going through the motions. This is definitely the game that made him mold about it. Body blocks coming through. You cannot convert them. Why can't you convert them? Come on. Okay, the king I get. But are you kidding me? I kind of feel bad for Core. I feel like the Lord should be a convertible, man. That's outrageous. Full scammered. Guys, imagine the extra 5% HP on his Warrior Monks. You know, you get 20% buff to 190 HP Warrior Monk, you got a strategy. Just pump the bad boys out. I don't know. I feel like you should be allowed to convert Lords. Imagine the cool dynamics as well of getting extra 20% health. Like, imagine you're gilded and you convert them. This is just desperation. Cole, just leave. It's done. GG. Oh, this game had him writing about how busted the Lords are. And when you see it played like this, it's no surprise why. Delhi elephants with Lords? Right? Come on. Actually, does the Lord health aura work on teammates? I haven't tested that. That would be interesting. That'd be a bit too good. I know, but you're assuming there aren't oversights when it comes to balance around team games, etc. So, another series done. Quick, but entertaining. Uno momento. And let me mark that one up, as we have got more coming. So, 2-0 for Kilyatti. That means that he makes it through for a face-off against Wham. I think that one hasn't been scheduled in yet. We have got B versus Scatterbrained, which we'll look to do now. Or at least some of it. Because we have got another series coming up in half an hour between Voldemar and Vortix, which we want to see. So let me get B versus Scatterbrained. Well, Kortai gives the healing aura, right? But it doesn't give the damage buff to allies. Kortai's very weird for that. Right. Oh, and I haven't added the names, my bad. So yeah, guys, we've got B. Did I update it elsewhere as well? B versus Scatterbrained. Then we'll type it in here as well. Sorry, I just typed brain dead. I'm sorry, Scar. That was actually a legit mistype. Oh, dear. Extra HP works in team games as well? Really? Well, there you go. That sounds broken. Get my cables managed? I'll get my cables managed when you tier 3 sub. And considering you don't even tier 1 sub, my cables aren't getting managed. Oh, checkmate. Alright. B game 1. Let's see what we got here. So we've got Lancaster versus Mongols. What age 4 landmark should you go with Shushi? Temple of the Sun is very, very powerful. Most players, even at the highest level, it's very hard to justify Shushi library first, unless you have a very, very specific timing in mind. So most people, like, they end up getting Shushi library and then they don't use it until, like, it doesn't make sense. So my advice would be just go Temple of the Sun. It has some really powerful auras. You get them straight away. It's just thumbs up, upside, no downside, right? Most games, Temple of the Sun is just really solid. Because you get access to an immediate movement speed aura, or you get healing aura, or you get an attack speed, attack damage rather. Like, you get a lot of useful tools. Whereas, like, if you think about it, if you're going into Imperial Age with Shushi's library, you already are now in a position where you're spending thousands of resources on getting elite upgrades, but now you're talking about spending extra resources to get extra upgrades. And you don't even have the resources for those first upgrades yet, right? Most games, it's just better to focus on getting your elite techs into your university techs, and then you can come back for Shushi library when you need another set of techs. The variable situation would be something like, for example, you're planning to play into, let's say you're going to be going for the 10,000 bolts tech, or you desperately need the cavalry. Even then, I prefer the cavalry delayed when your income is good enough to solidly pump them, because also if you have Temple of the Sun, that means you've got the 20% cavalry damage buff, which is humongous on Palace Guard, on Imperial Guard rather. All right, anyway, guys, let's get ready to roll with game uno, Juan. All right, in we go. B versus Scatterbrained. A 3D clan showdown with Lancaster and Mongols. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of the same civs on this map so far, haven't we? Scatterbrained on House of Lancaster up against B's Mongols with the position as well. It's going to be just like Anno's. Yeah, tell me you two have been practicing this without saying it. Ford TC is an interesting and ambitious choice. It does mean that your tree lines are not protected later on. It also means gathering wood early is difficult. But props to him. I love this from B. He's already just staying on the stragglers where the TC would have started. So why do this? Value play is it allows you to easily capture onto the Forgotten Ruins by clubbing a sheep on the other side of the TC, and then you garrison in for the stone. It leads to practically no idle time compared to the other builds for the Mongols on this map, where they walk a villager out and stand here the whole time, meaning you're just doing nothing. Yeah, I love that. B, even just make sure he spawns extra villagers up here to eventually clear the sheep. Okay, maybe a few too many villagers. Chill. So yeah, in he goes, and that's going to now double his stone gathering in Dark Age, because you only get 70 on the EV. This provides an extra 60. It's an incredible boon, and Scatterbrain, it also means that Mongols don't necessarily need to Dark Age to defend against you. They already do with the TC. Luckily for Scatterbrain, B didn't actually garrison. That was a missed opportunity to insta-kill a Spearman. So Scatter now rotating wide. He can try to block wood, is the tricky part for B. Yeah, because B's Uvu is just so far out. You could technically just try to rush Age up with archery range. It looks like that's what he's up to. Scatterbrain. His poor little Spearmen just aren't fast enough. Unlike my Ryzen CPU. That's right. See, if the Ryzen CPUs were a Spearman, they would be marching drills, plus movement speed arrow from Mongols, plus Yam, plus 2 times speed. They'd be moving this fast. If you want that type of speed, click on that link. Is burning the EV worth it? Absolutely. It's 150 wood investment. It slows down the stone gen, but the problem is how are you going to burn it quick enough, right? Khan's going to come across. Is he going to build the racks straight up here? Or is he just going to accept the loss of the Uvu? Because like the tricky part about losing the Uvu here, folks, is it does mean that you actually can't do anything with this stone until you rebuild it. Now, you can just build a few arches to secure yourself. And wait, did he creep out onto the wood? No. Like, he's just out of wood. Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm blind. So he crept it in from the south side. So racks deployed. He is going to directly contest. Okay, so double pump will begin. And the Khan almost getting that spear kill. It's 5 Spearmen now. I guess B wants to start the age up before he starts producing Spearmen, but maybe a little bit dicey. Silver Tree? What is B up to? We have yet to see someone trade on this map. It's not exactly a great map for trade because of the location of the posts. Moving now on fire, though. And this is complete. What? I don't know, man. This is wacky. This is some 4D chess brain play by B. Trying to bait his opponent to react differently. I mean, if he can re-secure the Uvu, he can do a lot with the Silver Tree spam, right? He can get a lot of traders fast. Still, like, B needs a bit of wood. Because otherwise you can only build Spearmen. So, like, presumably he's going to re-secure just by upgrading Spears with the Hardened and pushing them to get out here. Because he has no wood. Like, this is the trade-off of this type of build that ends up making Mongols usually look pretty bad on this map with this strategy. Or, like, not usually bad on this map, but on these type of maps. Like, we had Receding where it had 3 of these Forgotten Ruins. And we had B actually playing to the middle of the map, and it backfired quickly when he realized he had no wood access. Variants are not new civs, there's no debate. That's not true at all. Are you really trying to say House of Lancaster and English are the same? Are you really trying to say Knights Templar and French are the same? Would it be nice to have entirely built from the ground civs with new, new cultures and, new dialect, etc.? Sure. But it's also kind of doing it disservice to pretend that, like, they aren't making the civs very different. In an ideal world, sure. Like, we just have, like, for example, House of Lancaster. Lancaster's just built from the ground up with different, like, architecture and whatever. But we don't live in an ideal world where infinite money gen happens. Sorry to, like, break it to you. As long as the civs play completely differently to the originals, I can stomach them being variants. It's not a great look marketing-wise, in my opinion, but it is what it is. Okay, so Spin, we're going to hide in the tree line. B, he has got the archers coming. And guys, this is where Mongols can get nuts. If they get away with this, he's got 550 stone just sitting there. When he rebuilds the Uvu, the floodgates are going to open. And what's crazier is because he's prepping archers now to resecure it, he could just go stables. A triple pump or double Keshik is pretty scary. They didn't state that people making they were making variants, there wouldn't be this debate. That's the thing. Like, they should have just not even called them variants. But the problem is, like, if you don't call them variants, you run the risk where people are like, oh, they're using, like, this Civ's base template. It's not an original Civ. Like, there's no... To put it very simply on this discussion, there's literally no win. People... There were going to be people grumbling about variants no matter what. I do think it's disappointing that they didn't take this opportunity to finally do the Iberian and Mesoamericans, because I think those are the most obvious and requested. But where the devs aren't being given credit where credit is due is that so many people asked for Vikings, and the Macedonian dynasty is very clearly their way of implementing Vikings on a budget. So they technically did deliver on one of the big things people asked for. In an ideal world, it would have been very cool to have, like, the Danes and Japanese in the same DLC. Like, Byzantines was awesome, right? But imagine if you were like, yeah, we've got Vikings, Japanese. Yeah, like a perfect example is we've got Mongol variant Golden Horde that is basically completely not nomadic, which is very, very different. Okay, so Scatterbrained, is he just going fast castle? Wait, what? He goes level 2 mana? On a normal map against Mongols, maybe, but on this map? Guys, reminder, this is double pump. Archer, archer, archer. Like, the numbers are going to grow fast here. I think if this is FC, he maybe saves himself against the archers, but with the Khan being able to falcon over the tree line, the archers now arriving, this is looking bad. Scatterbrained. It's already 2 worker losses, and reminder, his Lancaster castle's on the front side. The tree line isn't actually fully protected. Does pull to the south side now, so we'll be a little bit better, and 6 manas, man. That's wild. The other big problem here is he's munching through the gold fast. So if it is now fast castle, you don't have a lot to work with upon arrival, right? Could be argued that all AoE2 civs were variants. It results in new gameplay. I think the problem is people get jelly of AoE2 because I believe AoE2, every single civ has, or most civs have like a different architectural type, right? But quite often people forget like the different level of budget requirement to 3D model in AoE2 compared to AoE4. Like the art asset design is very, very different. I mean, I'm not hostile to a different opinion. The problem is the I don't want variant camps has been very much like the vocal majority has been very much just screaming F you at World's Edge, which isn't exactly what I call a productive dialogue. It's a bit, oh no. B has just been on it. Positioning on point time and time again. White tag gets denied. Has to build it at home. He's going to build it on the north side of the TC. I mean, he still has a timing here, right? Like, if you can get into the Alsgard and start masking them up. But B is holding so much stone, and there's the stables we've been waiting on, so he has got access to Keshiks down the line. Yeah, the way to think about it is like... Let's pause that for archers. Uh-oh. Oh, that's enough for 1 kill a pop. Yeah, it's 10. The perfect number. It's a good little poke raid. Gets several kills backs away. So to kind of like round this out on that point, by the way, AoE 2 versus AoE 4 civs. The way to think about it is like AoE 2. It doesn't have as much asymmetrical balancing as AoE 4. So design-wise, and GG comes out, yeah, game 1 is going to be a B-win. So design-wise, think of it this way. Design-wise, with the civs in Age of Empires 2, the big change, like there's definitely changes, right? Civ play differently. Their perks aren't as, I think, emboldened as AoE 4s, and that's intentional, right? But as a result, I think you see more effort going into the aesthetical differences between civs and how they look. Whereas with Age of Empires 4, more of the limited budget is going into the design differences, right? They like, if it's fair, it doesn't matter if you're an AoE2 or an AoE4 fan. If you look at the two games, the asymmetrical balancing, I would say, is drastically more leaned into in Age of Empires 4 than 2. It's not saying one is better over the other, whatever. Like, if anyone's being realistic about this in either camp, they can appreciate that, like, that's happened. Is that AoE4 is a much deeper dive in asymmetrical balancing. So that takes a lot more experimentation, a lot more adjustment, a lot more mechanics being designed and developed, programmed there, right? On a limited budget, it wouldn't surprise me if that just doesn't leave enough justification for building all art assets rather from default. And once again, like, I'm there. In an ideal world, I would love for the variant civs to have actually just been normal, like, original civs, everything built from the ground up. But if I'm being pragmatic about this, it's very obvious why it isn't. And for anyone who has any insights into game development and understands the costs of it, they'll understand that as well. All right, next game. We're going to Cliffside. The HP Aura of Laws does not give allied units HP. Thank God. Dude, it would be broken. You, like, I think if you were allowed to do that, you would just ape all in. You just follow one teammate into the base, right? Because the extra health would be nuts. Like, you would just pair that with the English King and you'd break people, I think. So yeah, it does make sense. I do wish that we had more overlap in terms of how, like, different civs impact each other, though. I think that's, like, something that's sorely missing in AoE4. We have some of it, but I wish it was more emboldened. As someone who came from games like Dawn of War had some really cool, subtle, like, interactions that were powerful. Like, I don't know, I haven't played the remaster, but if you go back and test it, like, you used to be able to, for example, you had an issue where Necrons were really slow at building their structures, but the Dark Eldar, the way their structure building worked is their builder touched a building and it built. So what you could do, what was a cool combo in team games, is you could use the Dark Eldar worker to touch the Necron buildings, and they would just auto-build quicker than they build from the Scarabs that the Necrons had. Really quirky little interactions, right? Anyway, let's get ready to go. So game number 2, B with his infamous Jean. Skybrain in the French. I mean, I do quite like French up against Jean, just because of the way you scale worker lead over time, and also you tend to get more knights. You know, down the line, Jean has a really good timing around the discounts from consecration, but in the early game, it's not uncommon to see French with a 1 or 2 knight lead that's enough to kill off Jean. Yeah, Jean will probably be going ranged form here as well. Normally, you just don't go melee up against knight spam civs. And range gives you an ability to snipe injured knights that your opponent has. Yeah, this is very much like, I would say, leans slightly towards French inherently, but it's still an execution type matchup. It's not just, oh yeah, it's not like Ottoman versus Japan where it feels like you really have to just not understand the matchup to lose with Ottomans consistently. I think that's missing from AoE4 is team bonuses. AoE has team bonuses. Sure, but I'd rather just have unique mechanics that allow the civs to interact with each other. How that would come out, I'm not sure, but I don't know if I'd want just raw team bonuses, because raw team bonuses is a very static way, and it's also just an extra nuisance to design around. Why play anything but orcs? Because Tau rule, bro. You're going to try to one-up me when I've got 20 stealth suit squads jumping in your base, blowing everything up, and you can't even see because stupid orcs don't know how to see things? Okay, I shouldn't say it like that. I'm actually not like... I don't mind Tower, but I'm actually not a Taoist. I don't know where I sit these days. I mean, the obvious answer is being an imp chad, you know? Space Marines is like the thump the chest everyone gets in and enjoys. I do like my Space Marines. I used to really like Ultramarines, actually. But was it Matt? What was his name? Kind of ruined it a bit. Guy was doing way too much fantasy writing. As in, like, you know, loves Ultramarines, let's make them very good. I'd say Dark Angels. The Dark Angels have been growing on me. And I do like green. Yeah, guys, like in Warhammer 40k, the chapters are not the Space Marine chapters, not just variant civs. It doesn't make them any suckier though, right? You have a Drukhari box that needs assembling and painting. Nice. Yeah, I haven't really bought Warhammer figurines in a long time. Like it's too expensive now for me. You know, maybe if we become a big streamer, I'll start doing like Warhammer like paint workshop streams. If I have enough sub money. You don't help me get enough money? Clicking those AMD links when they pop up. When any sponsors pop up, click them. That's not making money. MS not that kind and generous to keep investing in something that makes no profit. Yeah, look, it's pragmatism, right? Like if they can, so like think about it this way: if they could invest $1 million and make back after all their expenses, they can make back 200K, or they can invest $10 million but make back $10 million after expenses. Where are you gonna? Like, I'm gonna ask you, where are you gonna invest your money? Even if the percentile matchup was the same, that you could invest $1 million and profit 200K, or you could invest $10 million and profit $2 million. You're going to do the $10 million deal. It just makes sense. It's a bigger gain. If you have the extra money around, it makes sense to invest like that. Because the other thing as well is like, your oversight is still going to be the same if you have to manage the 200K profit versus the 2 million, right? Like I have this same issue where like we have an amazing group of content creators and some of them are big and some of them are small. The reality of my situation is getting a deal across the finish line for someone who's 300 average viewers big versus 3,000 average viewers big. It can be the same workload, but the difference is in the profit margin. Like I am out of the belief in my creators and my love for what they do and investing in them, putting that effort into the people that are 300, 500 viewer large compared to my 5,000 large creators. Because the 5,000 large creators just make, by comparison, will make ass wiped with $50 bills level of money. But it still takes me the same amount of like overhead. I still need to negotiate the deals the same extent on both sides. I still need to make sure that we're tracking assets. I still need to make sure that we are sending the invoices through, that we are getting all call to actions clipped and sent across to the sponsor and everything. What? Oh my god. What is going on in this game? What? Okay, so B lost the sheep game, and then Scatterbrained wanted to be fair, and then B said, "Duck your fairness," and just killed them before they reached the base. But I don't think he meant to. Was that an A-click into an accidental sheep kill? We've seen sheep donos back and forth from B a lot in the past. I think that might have been A-click behavior. No, right? Like, I'm trying to remember. Like, if you see sheep and nothing else, do they auto aggro? They do, right? I'm trying to remember if they get ignored. So weird. Okay, so you don't auto aggro. He intentionally killed all the sheep just there. He's like, screw your gift. But I don't need it. I am Sean. A very male-sounding Sean. All right, that's moment of the day right there. We're just trying to have like a financial discussion, and just in the background, there's just B massacring sheep. I mean, using your argument about why variant civs shouldn't exist by pointing to Jean is a really dog crap example. I'm sorry, but like you've chosen the low bar, right? There's 2 low bars, and I think there's Shushi and Jean. But even Shushi and China eventually play different. But Jean, yes, Jean is similar, and it's very obvious why Jean is so similar to French. And also, they've already acknowledged and said they're making a rework of that, by the way. So, like, wait for the rework before you really judge this matchup in terms of comparative to normal Civ. Because and I defended them for this choice when they first done it, by the way. The reason why Jean is basically French with a hero unit is because the hero unit is so uniquely different to anything else that exists in Age of Empires 4 or Age of Empires in most games. They needed to make Jeanne d'Arc similar to French to balance Jeanne d'Arc. You couldn't have made this a completely unique Civ with the hero unit without it being completely divisive. People would be so against it if you had made a completely different Civ and Jeanne, because no one would know where to begin, right? Like, there's no other unit like this in Age of Empires 4 to this extreme. It's an RPG unit, right? So I actually think that World's Edge and Relic had the correct idea. Make it as similar as possible to French with a few differences. Figure out how to balance hero units, because remember, Relic and World's Edge don't exactly have crap tons of experience in RPG experiences. They don't really have any at all. Relic has some in terms of XP scaling on their units in games like Company Heroes, but it's not the same. So actually, it was 100% the correct call to figure out how to balance a hero in AoE 4 before completely changing the Civ. So we're getting a rework. It's going to change. But yeah, this is rough. I don't know about like the way that Scatterbrain walled in this war. Like, you might as well have went wider. Because at that point, Jean was always going to snipe you, right? I don't know. This looks over. I don't know what you're meant to do with this. Like, this just reeks of death. Your opponent has the same number of knights, which is kind of wild. Top of that, B has netted 4 worker kills? Wait, where are his workers, though? Jeanne d'Arc has already used the snipes. Nice recharge there for the Farm Club. That was a great trade out. Divine Restoration just as his mid-swing. And a very fast GG. 2-0 for B. What the hell was that sheep opening? Yo, there's the AMD link. Reminder, guys, click that. That's what we're talking about. That's one of the things you can do to support the channel. Absolutely free to do. Go check out the Ryzen CPUs now. Oh, man. I still can't comprehend why Jean is not Orléans. I think for a lot of people, like it being Jean was more identifiable. I wouldn't mind having an Orléans Civ. I still think we should have a Burgundian Civ, though. I remember I talked in the past about like a cool idea where eventually they could, if they get too many like regular Civs, i.e. not the variants, they could eventually redevelop how landmark systems, etc. work, and then just basically smush all of the Civs down to the progenitor Civs, right? Like, could you imagine they'd done that, where they brought them all back into each other, and you had, like, 3 or 4 landmark choices per age? That's a huge project, though. I think that's, like, something you do with Age of Empires 5. Would it be hard so hard to have, say, her champion units be her unique units, and then generic knights? Well, I've talked about, like, this change where you can now just, like, you could foresee a world in which knights doesn't exist for Jeanne in Age 2, and she gets her riders instead, right? And her men-at-arms. But the thing is, they couldn't have done that straight away. They just couldn't have. So, like, if you had introduced a completely new Civ in conjunction with the hero unit, I think no one would have played it. Because AoE 4 players were used to playing a certain way. Now, a lot of people are actually, I think, a lot more open to Jeanne. They're like, oh, yeah, this is kind of cool. This is different. But back then, it's like irradiated plutonium. People wouldn't touch it. So yeah, I think they've done it right. All right, guys. So up next, we have got Vortix versus Voldemar. We are a few minutes early because that was a really quick set. So I guess what we'll do is while we wait a little bit, we can watch a pub game. Because I think they'll be drafting shortly. What else could we do? No, this game hasn't started yet. Let's go for... Giving anxiety, I think scrimming. Business talent advice? What can I say? I'm a man of many different distractions. Guys, what if we made Jeanne d'Arc the landmark? If you lose her, you lose the game. Ooh. Like Regicide. But she has 5,000 HP. Good luck. Alright, I'll stop. I'm gonna go back in my hole and pretend I didn't say any of that. Have we got any known people on the ladder? Me and Mike is playing up against a guy called Nothing. Variant's just a weird choice of words? Yeah. But it's like they were trying to be lean in the idea that some people would have just looked and went, oh, this is basically using the same assets, rip-off sort of thing. So they were trying to call them variants from a place of good, you know what I mean? Like they were trying to just not be, they didn't want to look like to the community that they were pulling the wool over their eyes, I think is the way to think about it. All right, guys, we're just going to watch some of this game. So we have got Vortix versus Voldemar coming up in just a few minutes. In fact, I'm going to update the board in the background while we wait. Having JD having new abilities like a building could be interesting. Or it just drops a building out of nowhere. Yo, are we just making them Space Marines with the orbital deploy? Make JD a Titan? See, this is what we need, right? Like, Age of Myth is on like a downslide. We just need them to basically gobble up and now bring those mechanics across, you know? Let's get some god powers. I remember a long time ago, I loved the idea of like Abbey of Kings being changed to that for English, where they could just like cast, almost like just basically a spell. They just cast like a little AoE heal area that only worked when you weren't in combat. Essentially like a way of bringing back the campfires for healing, but making it hard because you wouldn't have the council timing, right? Okay, so guys, we've got Vortix versus Voldemar. Probably Wham versus Kilyatti a bit later today, I imagine. Not sure about B Lucy. Yeah, we'll just Vortix a little bit this. So Roos versus HRE. Nothing. What rank is Nothing? Let me have a look. I've seen this name around, so he's definitely no slouch. I think he might be in top 200. 148th. That's pretty decent. 148th, and in the past, they've achieved 102nd in Season 10. Season 8, they were 58th in the world. So they're decent at the game. They are not Nothing. Let me just set up all my different scenes. So Roos versus H are in this map, though. This is just going to be, what, Pro Scout and Pro Scout? He even goes Archon, which guarantees it. Like, I don't think you should ever really be doing, like, Archon here without Pro Scouts as a backup. Mine work would feel a lot better for just attacking, right? Because of how exposed you are on good old... Oh my god, I've forgotten his name. Carmel. It's actually been a while since we've seen Carmel, hasn't it? What if Mongol's Genghis Khan statue would be a stone mecha super unit? Yo. So I've talked about this before, where like I really wish that wonders were cooler. Like, you know, just do something extravagantly OP and ridiculous to end the game. Like, if the game is going to be an end anyway because my timer went down, sure, let's just summon a giant titan. Right? Let's just have a natural disaster happen, like a tsunami floods into their base and just floods away their landmarks. So like something crazy. Because I think that's like the sucky thing about wonders isn't just that it's just a ticking clock. Like technically a lot of super weapons in games are that. Like, you know, the nukes in Red Alert 2, impactful when you get them, but it's a ticking clock you're watching, right? But like in Age of Empires 4, you're just watching a ticking clock just for it to be like, dun-dun, game is done. And I've always found that to be extremely lame. And that's not something specific to AoE4. That's just like an AoE thing in general. Like, wonders are not very cool. Age of Myth at least had pretty cool wonders. For those who didn't know, in Age of Myth, when you got, like, the wonder building, it was really expensive. But it was kind of like getting Age 5. is that you would all of a sudden get this ability to like gather a lot of spell power, right? Of a lot of the faith. And you'd also get this ability to like buff your units from correctly. Like, it's done a bunch of different things. So relics on the way back. Nothing's got off to a good start here, by the way. 2 relics already home. I really thought that he was going to be going pro scouts, but he didn't. The problem, though, is you're now out of food, right? You've got 9 sheep left. Mika is closing in. Yeah, and he has Knight plus Spear. I don't know. This looks really solid for Mio. Like, you just need to keep spamming Knights, and that's all. He didn't go pro scouts. I'm impressed. I think if he went pro scouts, Nothing's game plan actually makes a lot of sense. He had the timing right. But now we're just full melee blob. Like, you have to, what, go back for archers while you went castle. Doesn't feel great. You could go crossbows. Crossbows would be really smart for Nothing. But Nothing just doesn't have much food to work with. Like, he's down to 5 sheep. He's using it all on knights. Flash coming in. Villagers pushed off of the tree line. An absolute bloodbath. Mika now up by 7 workers. Well played timing. And keep in mind, he just done this all without undermesh. Yeah, didn't even have, like, the most powerful thing for these knights to start diving TC. Just keeping an eye out, by the way, for our next game. Next game... I think Vortix and Voldemar are meant to be drafting the second. So yeah, this is... so I think Nothing is called Tuan LQ. So this is a local Vietnamese tournament. Which I'm assuming Mika is the favorite to win. I'd be surprised if he wasn't. People say AOM wonders are cooler, but then AOM players got tired of it and complained anyway. I mean, but that's multiple issues with the game, right? Like, that was design issues with the game in general. Like, we even saw Magic made, like, a video on, like, his issues with the way that they were changing the game. And that's also, I highlighted at the time, like, Age of Mythology. Like, people were like, why are you not streaming AOM? I was like, it's not going to be bigger. And it's not, like, I say that as someone who loves Age of Mythology. Its problem is it's an old game that's been regurgitated. Regurgitated well, right? Like, it came out in great shape. But you're talking about the least successful in terms of sales out of the Age of series, even though it was one of the best. And you're talking about a remake of that. You're not talking about a successor. So, like, I still am a big believer that the ball was dropped by World's Edge for them to choose to make DLC for AOM instead of making a sequel. Maybe I'm wrong and they're making that sequel, but if they're not making a sequel for AOM and AOM 2, I think they've made a huge mistake. Night dive in. Alright, this is looking like too many mistakes for Nothing now. I mean, he's got 3 relics home, in fairness, with Regnants. So he should be competitive in some departments. His food is what's killing him, though. Especially this Archon placement. Like, Archons like this feel really difficult to justify. It's a 4th Archon, and you're playing full greed. Imagine the difference if it's, like, back here. You can wall to the edge of the map, maybe. Even if you don't wall, it takes a lot longer for your opponent to get in position, right? So it's win-win. Wonder, actually, should I start moving this camera down in future? It does feel like it's really up there, doesn't it? It usually doesn't matter for the intros, but... Oh, wait, I just realized I'm doing size. Oops. Wrong position. Yeah. That's better. I like that a lot more. Feels like they struggle to find the right balance, sweet spot in AOM. See Implode being so frustrating to play against. Implode, what, the giant, like, exploding wolf? I mean, you can just dodge that, though, in most cases. You have a lot of time. Oh, what a hit! Nothing with the only knights he has! Mika has got his own troops coming out to react to this, but still going to be a heavy hit. And needs to be responding in kind. He goes for a counter dive. I think Mio needs that tech up stat. Man, this is the negative of not going pro scouts, right? Yeah, like some of the abilities in AOM that people took problems with didn't make sense. So like actually Mister hit this really well. So like a perfect example is a lot of people compared to, complained about Meatball. You know, the meteor that just drops from the sky and blows up all your farms and everything. And he went like that is just a failure to prepare. So like you have to be aware of the potential for someone to meatball you. And if you are, you change how you play, right? And you know, it's an extreme example, but like it's not that much different than a more tame example of logic. If you don't prepare for a Mongol outpost rush and you need gold, and they outpost your gold, your game is really bad, right? It's just that because it's later in the game, and also because Age of Mythology is more about like this extravagant Michael Bayism, it looks so much more crippling, and can be. It's just so much OP things all the time. Yeah, but so the problem with like taking issue with that. I mean, for a start, AoE 4 people probably aren't like inherently going to take towards it because AoE 4 is a game of temperament. AoE 4 very rarely has those, oh my god, look at that thing and what it done type moments. And AOM, like I would say if you're a Dota person, you get it, right? And what I mean by that is like in Dota 2, everything is broken. Easiest way to summarize it, like everything feels broken. But because everything feels broken, nothing is broken. That's the design philosophy, and it's one that I love. The cool thing about it is it makes everyone feel included, welcome, like their desires are being represented, you know what I mean? Alright, draft is now up, by the way. Voldemar Vortix should be underway in a minute or two, so we're probably going to have to speed out of this one. So bear with me a second. Night Raid again. 2TC for nothing is kind of crazy, but he was taking a lot of damage. And in fairness to him, these Night Raids have been buying him a lot of goodwill. Oh, wait, what? I wish we had time to have casted this full thing from start. Seriously. Instead of just as a filler. Are you kidding me? Abbey of Trinity. When was the last time you ever saw this landmark? That's wild. Especially considering that 3 relics have already been taken home. And that's going to keep on raiding. We just need to be 2x because, guys, Vortix versus Voldemar will be starting in a moment. I mean, nothing is somehow not dead. But wait, the amount of horse archers coming out now. And I guess, like, this is interesting, actually, because it does give him the unique text, right? Remember, we often forget because we never see it. Abbey of Trinity has a few unique texts in it. So you can get your hands on the Fervor, which gives the increased range plus the damage buff. And Saint's Veneration is like a more interesting one, right? It increases your health. Actually, I'm trying to remember, wasn't there more unique text before? Me and Mike up. I think he's looking for the kill point now. And yeah, okay, that's just going to force it. GG comes out. Sorry, guys. I know that got a little bit of speed at the end, but it's for good reason. Vortix versus Voldemar is now ready to go. Yeah, I don't think that the Abbey of Trinity really mattered. I feel like he could have just high trade housed and that would have changed nothing in that game. All right, so Vortix and Voldemar now getting in lobby. Look at the draft. Voldemar. Well, no Chinese bit coming through this time. He somehow got it in his previous series up against SAS. SAS overvaluing the first map Danu Divide in a best of 3. But this time around, best of 5, so not as much focus on just that one map. AOM's the funniest RTS I've ever played. Yeah, you just have to, like, take the extremes, you know? It's like, so the way I think about it is, like, you know when someone... You know when you've, like, played a game and you just completely dumpster someone with something that is clearly in your mind broken. And then you get it done to you. It's like... You still take great enjoyment out of the win. As much as you hate the loss. It's like that. I mean, that's MOBAs in a nutshell, right? It's like you are so tilted when you go on a loss. But when you win, it's the high. And that's why that dynamic works, because the highs and the lows balance each other out. I think part of the difference with something like Age of Mythology is you just can't blame someone else. You're stuck blaming yourself, right? Like, there's no one else in that lobby for you to blame. You can say that the guy's OP and his thing is OP and he's skillless or whatever. But, like, compare it to MOBA, where you forgive this dynamic because outside of just saying that, like, the guy on the other side has an OP hero, you can say your support sucked. Or you can say that you're mid-fed. Crackety Mongols build a wonder versus Voldemar Inc. Oh, no. And no, that is not CSGO nothing. Warhammer 40k RTS would be sick. There's already a bunch of them. They're called Dawn of War. They were made years ago. They just remastered Dawn of War 1. Dawn of War 4 has been announced. I'm holding my breath and we'll see how it goes. I really do hope that it's successful because I want Dawn of War to return to being good. But it's being made by a completely different developer than the previous Dawn of Wars, which could actually be a good thing, considering that Relic that made Dawn of Wars before that seriously dropped the ball with Dawn of War 3. Dawn of War 3 is like, you are better off just pretending it never happened because it was that bad. All right, looks like our boyos are ready to go. One sec. I'm just checking who's the developer for Dawn of War 4. I've forgotten their name. They made like a steampunkish RTS, right? Was it a steampunkish one? It's King Art. King Art, the guys that made Iron Harvest. I played a little bit of Iron Harvest. It wasn't bad. Funnily enough, it actually reminded me a lot of Company of Heroes. It's this game. Anyone who played like this knows what I mean by it reminds you of Company of Heroes. Like, it definitely felt like a Company of Heroes game. So I guess it's like it's weird. If you could choose any developers to take over Dawn of War's development, like, I mean, these guys were basically making games that Relic were making anyway. Yeah, from the base layouts to like the way you played on the map, it definitely like felt like a Co 2 and Co 1. But I'm intrigued. You know, I'm holding my breath. The visuals look stunning for Dawn of War 4. I'll give them that. Dawn of War 4's visuals looked really, really impressive.
No respite, no remorse, no mercy.
In case it's not been apparent to you guys, I'm a very big Warhammer 40k fan. It is the best universe created. Like, I'm sorry, and I say this as someone who loves Star Wars, traditional Star Wars. I think the world they create is better than Star Wars. Ah, there you go, guys. Remember, click that AMD link right now. Boom, 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 go. You're going to want to have one of those new Ryzens for when Dawn of War 4 comes out, because you might actually need that upgrade. So good to get the info now and be aware of the best that AMD has to offer. So yeah, let's forward because we get to like there's a little bit of gameplay. Like the visuals look really good. I also love that it's not just like Space Marines and Imgard. Like you've legitimately got like the Mechanicum, right? So it's blocked in your country. Rip. Well, I mean, always remember to click those links, XD. That's curious. I'll have to talk to my guy about where it's not allowed. Yeah, this is the new Dawn of War 4, which I believe is releasing early 2026. It has coming soon right now. Coming soon, Voldemar versus Vortix. We're a minute and a half out. No sisters that we know of yet. I'm like kind of fine with that. You know, so I think you can do without sisters, right? So you can't really do without Space Marines. That would be insane. Imgard, maybe you can do without. So instead of just adding in what they've done before, exploring the Adeptus Mechanicum is actually really cool. Like just going in a new direction and getting the Mechanicus in there. Because they haven't featured as their own faction before. You love sisters? Sure, everyone has something they love, right? But my point is like exploring a new one entirely is pretty cool. Is it important to accept cookies after clicking the AMD link? I'm not sure on that one. That's a good question. I mean, just click it anyway. It's just it's not a dodgy site or anything. It's one of the bigger PC vendors in the UK, so you're safe there. Like, this is a partnership. Like, our sponsorships are directly with the brand AMD. So, like, they activate through a different bunch of platforms, but the ones they do are above board. Because, you know, it's AMD. Sister's music theme is better. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, did I don't know if I'd say I enjoyed Sisters that much in Dawn of War 1. But I think overall that, like, I think Soulstorm wasn't that great of an expansion. Some people swear by it, but, like, I feel like the additions to the other civs were good. But, like, I wasn't a big Dark Eldar fan. Sisters of Battle was kind of mixed for me. Tower was a crazy vibe, though. Alright, you guys ready? Let's get ready to hype it up. Do we have predictions on? I don't think so. Let me do that now. It's the rising child versus the old veteran here in the quarterfinals of Midweek Muster. And V is appropriate. Is it a battle of Vs? We've got Voldemar of Volda Esports going up against Vortix. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's quarterfinals time. Winner of this will go up against either B or Lucifron. That's right. We could be on course for a Spanish Bro Showdown. Vortix, our reigning champion this week going in. He was able to dominate the competition last time around, but it feels like things are really heating up week after week as we get deeper into our $20,000 esports circuit. Voldemar, opening map, Danu Divide, he is going to go for the Ottomans. Vortix opts into House of Lancaster. Been seeing a lot of Mongols as the other choice here. Japan was popular early, but seems to have fallen off quite heavily. Yes, but Lancaster definitely good for this type of opening. Goes straight for the Rax play into the villager garrison. Has not been mirrored by Voldemar. Instead, he pulls to the back gold, showing he has no intent of playing the Dark Age at all. In Warhammer, don't the orcs have the kind of forever war attitude? Like the whole reason they exist is to fight and they will forever? Yes. They want to war. But there's a lot of interesting, deep lore behind the war. So the war is actually a psychic energy that they emanate. And wars, as they get bigger, means that the psychic energy gets bigger. And that leads to some interesting things. Like, for example, there's a low psychic energy that, like, most orcs don't realize they emanate, that causes a situation where if enough of them believe in something, it becomes true within reason, right? So a perfect example of this, and this is even in the tabletop rules, if you paint your orcs red in Warhammer 40k, they go faster. If you paint them purple, they're sneakier. This is a thing. I'm serious. Like, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if they've kept it in the newest rulebooks, but it used to be in the rulebooks as a thing. So yeah, there's lots of fun lore, man. I would love to see a Warhammer 40k game done in the style of Age of Empires. Alright, so Minor and Patricia coming in. I'll tell you what, actually, I reckon Vortix would be an orc main. I don't know. What did Vortix main in Warcraft 3 now, that I think about it? He wasn't an orc, right? I think he's Night Elf. Oh no, he's undead. My bad. Yeah, okay. But was Lucifron? What about Lucifron? I could have sworn one of them was Night Elf. No, he was the orc. Okay, there you go. I was right. One of the Spanish bros was an orc boy. Yeah, if those don't know, Vortix has been around for a very long time. He played Warcraft 3 competitively. Voldemar, a more recent addition. We call him the kid, even though he's in his 20s, but the Dane got active in competitive with Age of Empires 4 only. Yeah, so it really is the battle of the vets and the kiddos. I'm trying to think of a V that goes for kids here. Archery range beginning, though. Voldemar makes a lot of sense. He's seen that Lancaster is open with spears. He needs to react to that. We have got the Abbey of Kings follow-up. I'm a really big fan of this. The Lords are very powerful on this map. And also, you've baited your opponent into opening archers, which means you can begin Hobber. Hobblars are pretty powerful here, but you do need to be a little bit careful. You don't want to encourage Ottomans too much to go into melee on melee, because the Sipahi are just the best horsemen while you're the worst. And also, the meta with double armor makes your life a living hell. Is Abbey more meta? It's definitely being explored a lot more by people at the moment. I think part of it is just people exhausted from Lancaster Castle builds. But also, on more aggressive maps, it just makes sense. Like, when you're a lot closer to the enemy base, you have a lot more leverage off of these opening lords compared to a straight-up dry Arabia where it's the long run. Yeah, if you guys ever want a fun story in the Warhammer 40k universe about orcs, look up the one about how the Imperium thought it would be a good idea to stop a Tyranid fleet, which is Zerg, by steering an Orc warband into them. That Orc warband and Tyranid hive mind fleet have been fighting for decades and decades. And the problem is, for those that don't know, Orcs are basically mushrooms, and Tyranids eat all matter to create more of them. So there is a never-ending fight that is occurring between these two factions. It has saved the humankind for the time being, but one of these days, one side is just going to win, and then the entire sector is screwed. It's just the, you know when you're trying to stop a men-at-arms flood and you build a wall? And you're like, that'll keep them. And then you look away and you look back, there's 10 men-at-arms. You're like, oh no, I'll prepare. I'll build another wall. And you look back again, now it's 20 men-at-arms. Like, what the hell? Okay, I'll build another wall. Now it's 40 men-at-arms. You know you're dead, right? It's the same type of thing. This is why I love it. Like, I need to get back to it. I used to spend a lot of time just scrolling through Warhammer 40k Wikipedia pages. I highly recommend it. It's a blast. Focus on the game now. We have got Archer Sipahi versus Hobblar Spear. Gotta say, I heavily favor Voldemar's position here. Especially with the imams now. You know, like, if it was without imams, you could see the logic. But that healing is a problem. Vortix, unless he gets Yeoman, won't have a way of answering. He does at least have the manners coming through. But similarly, Voldemar, he's got Stone Gathering, so you know he's got military schools to be added in soon. This is also annoying because you're trying to, like, front to gather gold for Hobblar, but the Abbey of Kings only takes effect when you're not in combat. Vortix will look to back away. We'll be able to do so just quick enough there. This villager, however, not so lucky. -1, Voldemar. Now ahead by 2. Actually, like 1.5, right? Yeah, so there's been some idle time by Vortix on his TC. We've been seeing this a little bit recently, actually, guys. You remember we had a crazy game between Vortix and Wham, where Vortix was several villages down, and it was because he kept skipping on TC production. Funnily enough, in that game, it was also House of Lancaster, so maybe just something he's struggling to get used to. Because remember, Vortix, all that time in Age of Mythology, that game has auto queue. You don't have to worry about queuing up the villages. Game just does it for you. Backstab, though. Hobblar! Oh, Vortix! He sandwiches him. Commits into the fight now. The imams are pulling away, though, and this is the big game breaker in theory anyway. But the archers are just getting melted. The healing's not going to be good enough. The extra HP and the microwave. Vortix just healing the injured. What a break move there. Vortix at breakneck speed. Able to annihilate Voldemar's full position. And now full give chase. Pulls away the injured Hobblar. Keeps running away. I'm impressed, man. Considering that the healing was there, this should have felt an impossible fight for Vortix to take. But he's getting his own healing for the min-max. Pushes Voldemar back. Retreats back home. And has got the third mana now getting added in. Meanwhile, for Voldemar, holding a lot of food in reserve. Also, only 1 military school so far. So yeah, look at the numbers. For now, he's doing better on wood, but I'm expecting this to turn around a little bit in the next minute. I'm impressed, though. That was an incredible fight. Oh wait, was it the other way around? Did they put the Gene Stealers in the Orc Empire? I thought they baited the Orcs into the Tyranids. Maybe I'm misremembering. Still, the plan was ridiculous. Like, it's just a snowball fight waiting to happen. By the way, if you want to sleep well at night, do not look up Gene Stealers. It is, like, even by Warhammer 40k standards, that's some dark crap. Some of the darkest, for sure. Vortix. Looks like it's Bravo 6 going dark moment. He's ready for the dive. Voldemar in position for the counter damage. Moving towards the berries now, but it's a full commitment here. Vortix has got the extra ranged armor. 4 ranged armor versus the TC, which is only hitting for 2 in the garrison slots. Dives past towards the villages and the Imam. And we shuffle out. Voldemar tries to retreat, but there's a split here. Vortix is covering both sides. It's happening again. Hobbala are just taking over in this game. Not just on this map, not just this series, but these Hobbala all-in rushes are destroying so many players at the moment. Well, guys, it's what you wanted. You were sick and tired of just watching Lancaster build 9 manas. Are you happier now? You shouldn't be. This is ridiculous. Dive in from the Sipahi, but Voldemar is just losing the race. He has less staying power with his own cavalry, and he's losing way too much at home. Game 1 will be a win for the Spaniard. And this Hobbala Lord Strat, I think is going to get nerfed, man. We warned on release that everyone was focused on the Lancaster Castle for good reason, but eventually the Abbey of Kings was going to come through as the dominator, and we're just seeing it, man. 20% more HP on a full feudal army goes a hell of a long way, especially when you optimize like Vortix did, healing the cavalry in between raids and fights. I mean, how does this like type of strat just not look broken, right? We'll see if people develop an answer, but, you know, Hobbala's weakness is meant to be low HP. That's really the only weakness. Low HP, but more ranged armor to balance out so they don't get hard countered when they are countering a unit. It doesn't work out that way when you add in the extra 22 health. At that point, you're 3 health short of a normal horseman while paying 30 resource less. That's crazy. And remember, before anyone said the damage difference, yes, horsemen are 9 damage, but these guys attack quicker as well, and too quick for the kid to handle. Gold cost is also a factor, but that's not a bad thing. In the other game in particular. I think that's better. So the thing you have to keep in mind is in the other game, you know, especially going rush time, you might not get Woodbarrow. Paying 20 gold instead of 20 wood is actually a decent deal. As long as you're not on like these gold limited maps. And the reason is this. If you are chopping trees, there's downtime chopping the tree, and there's downtime moving to drop off, right? Like the lumber camp gets further away. But a gold vein, if you've got a good gold vein in particular, you just like pick, drop off, pick, drop off, pick, drop off. It's really, really good. All right, game 1 to Vortix then. That was quick, man. No time to wait around. Those cables, on the other hand, those cables are taking over. They're powerful, man. I'm trying to summon the Adeptus Mechanicus. I've got all the cables they need. You can bring them all back to life. All right, game number 2. It is Pigeon's View time. And it looks like we are going to be getting French versus IU. Used to feel like a Dune matchup for French, but I think like they've been finding ways of dealing with this quite well recently. Even if you guys remember, we saw B versus Anatan, where he just straight up French knighted into Iber Camel Spam and beat it. Be done by lunch at this rate? That is good for my stomach. Alright, you guys ready? Don't know if I got my mod around, so I'll probably just start predictions myself. Let me slap that bad boy up. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for something of a doomed matchup for French spammers everywhere. For the longest time, they've been stroking their chins about how to solve for the camel spam of the Iabids. Well, what better person to show us the way than good old Vortix over here? Welcome back. It's quarterfinals time here in the midweek muster. Winner of this makes it through to the semis and potentially books himself a date up against maybe Lucifron. We could be in for a Spanish showdown here, but the focus for now, we're on Pigeon's View, which is a version of High View, a better version that balances the resources and placements much, much more. But the important thing is this matchup. French versus IU was considered like close to an auto L for French for a while. But in recent times, in fact, just the other week, we watched a French player, B, up against Anatan. He was able to just raw knight spam to destroy Ibid camel spam. Could we see it here? Considering how aggressive historically Vortix has been, it's definitely on the menu. As are the sheep. Great start for Voldemar. Oh, that's rough. Vortix is now scouting into scouted territory. So this could be an overwhelming sheep advantage for Voldemar. Like, we could be talking 2/3 of the sheep on the map, if not more. Because he doesn't have to come home, remember. You gather berries at the start as IU. I'm wondering, what's the start opening going to be here from Iabids? I think the play into Dervish makes a lot of sense. You get the healers and then you get Desert Raiders, and the Knights can't do anything, which then forces your opponent into Archers. If Ibids doesn't count French, who do they beat? Ibids have some decent matchups. I think Ibids have become a lot more versatile, especially with people exploring more wings. Like, actually, like, don't just take my word for it. We were sitting on sort of stream the other day when he flat out said he thinks like the next like really strong civ to come through is going to be IU. And I gotta say, I agree. I think Iabids is very, very powerful. It's just, it in some ways reminds me of Mongols. Like, you don't necessarily want to put it in every situation. Arguably, it has more generic situations than a Mongol pick, though. And Voldemar, he does choose Growth Wing, which is intriguing. The reason that's intriguing is like Growth Wing puts you on par with French, is the idea. A few minutes into Feudal Age, French will just have as many villagers because their TC produces quicker. So, could imagine Voldemar is planning Castle this. Growth Wing gives you a very good timing to rush Feudal Castle, especially with this spawn. Like, he could actually just kind of wall this backside, secure the deer. He's got gold on the back as well. He's got a tree line down here that's wallable. He's even got a choke point wallable here with a backup golden berries. Like, there's actually a lot of good elements about Voldemar's spawn. I would say the very beginning makes it feel wonky, but once you break past that point, like get walls up here, get walls up here, this is a ridiculous spawn. Just look at the amount of safe resource back here. Berries and gold as Iabids is the dream. How many sheep did he get? 17, sorry, against 9. Okay, that's a great start then. And Voldemar, he didn't optimize the berries. No, he ate one of the bushes. Remember, guys, when you go Growth Wing, you want to spread your villagers out so you don't tap these. As long as they have one berry left on them, you'll get an extra 50 when you tech up with Growth. An outpost secures it. Confirms what we thought. It's definitely going to be castle. So it's just giving you your naked castle type approach. But we have seen a lot of diversification. It's not just these fast castle builds with IU. Right? We've been seeing a lot more feudal presence. It just doesn't make as much sense here. Like, I mean, you could, in theory, play feudal for a little bit against French just because Desert Raider opening is powerful. Because you're not playing feudal at all, it does mean the Vortix now gets access to Pro Scouts, which should be getting queued up in just a matter of moments. Okay, so Pro Scouts plus nighttime incoming. Things looking pretty good for Vortix. I wonder, is there anything that he could raid here? The problem is this outpost sees everything, right? It's very difficult to get an angle of approach. Even Pro Scouts might be difficult to pull off later on because of the double deer back. Just gives him an easy area to just anchor to, right? Like, this is, I think if there was a spawn that Voldemar was going to be happy with, this has to be the spawn. How did you guys gamble? I'm actually checking on that now. Wow, 41% for Voldemar. So some people agreeing. This just looks like a jackpot if there ever was one. So it doesn't look like Vortix is going for the all-in night spam timing we've seen from players like B. But there is another way that French can actually do quite well against IU, and it's more defensive, which sounds weird for Vortix, but he might have to indulge. The idea here is Desert Raiders are threatening, Lancers are threatening, but French have one of the best crossbowmen in the game, the Arbitrier. So if you just kind of hunker down, which you can do with a lot of food at home with the Pro Scouts, and play for Castle into Gradual Imp, you can just stabilize off of Arbitrier late game. It's actually resoundingly effective against Desert Raider spam, which is one of the hyper late games of IU. Like, if you actually think of the deep late game, a lot of choices Ibids would like to make don't feel good against French. Camel Lancers, Desert Raiders, Golems. These are all units that can be very powerful for IU in late game. But Arbitrier spam can beat all of them. I do like that. Voldemar, straight into logistics. Sometimes we see Desert Raider wing. I don't think it's that necessary. We just talked about the close deer. It should be very easy for you to just kind of body block out these 13 deer. And if you're keeping Vortix at half deer stack and then just playing it yourself, like, you're competitive here. Night spam begins. Vortix adding in additionals. It's just really frustrating to try and play knights, feudal knights into dervish. The problem here is that these relic gatherers, the dervish, they're horseback or camelback, so they run really fast. When they pick up relics, they also heal quicker on themselves. And then the other annoying thing is that you get debuffed. You end up losing about 4 damage on your strikes. So it's very difficult for actually like 1 or 2 knights to kill off a dervish. Not to mention, even if you get close, the dervish will just drop the relic and run away and come back. Night raid. Good start. Vortix gets a kill. First blood drawn. Logi wing just 35 seconds out. And we did get that wall we talked about. Rax now coming down from Voldemar. Should be, what, Rax stables? Man, shows you how threatened he is. A lot of the time, we just see IB players not build the racks and straight up just try to get camel lancers, but it is dangerous. Vortix thinks twice about diving deeper. Didn't have undermesh ready. Voldemar just snooping on what's coming. He does see the double stables. That's all the info he needed. He needs to know if it's worth spamming spears. He also needs to know if this is a feudal commitment or a castle up. Props to Vortix, though, because he is actually prepping castle. Tech out complete. Ambulances are out. How does Vortix play this? Do you keep spamming knights, or do you just prep Arbitrary as soon as possible? I mean, knights are still going to feel good for raiding, because we talked about Voldemar's mid-game having a really good spawn, but like early game, you still have to secure it. And you're still playing on a high view map, which means all of this lack of vision in the stealth forest can kill you. Dervish is going to reveal himself out there. Does Vortix try for it? Looks like he is. Yeah, but this is hard, guys. Like, double knight here. Was that damage? Or did you sneeze on him? Yeah, I mean... This is just so vexing how easily I can walk it off. Wait, Voldemar? Okay, he's actually going to end up losing on the dervishes. He didn't realize. He's too busy chasing on the west side. So yeah, on the camels is down. Surprisingly so. Vortix the age up. It is just going to be more raw knights. No arbitrary switch. Yeah, because if you do arbitrary switch here, you're just playing fully defensive. And I think for Vortix, he feels like he can contest these relics. The remaining ones anyway. The reason you're playing full defensive is in the situation where you got arbitrary. How can you walk out into this blindness? It's just a death sentence for arbitrary. And if you get caught out of position, you know, you're not running away. You know there's going to be camel lancers. Voldemar. He is bringing those camel lancers across now. It's also going to be free relics soon. He's got another one on the way home. Just got banked in. 2 relics left up for grabs, and he's in position for it. Guys, this is looking realistic for a 5 relic game. Vortix. He's going to cycle over. Does catch one of the camel lancers. The scout does see the dervish, so he will pull one on to hunt that. The Camel Lancers do go in. Good connect. Vortix. Out it off the gold. This is so tedious to try and kill, I swear. We almost got him. We almost got him. We almost got... You know what the saddest part is? Wait. Oh, that's so frustrating. Vortix quick on the drop. So the frustrating part here, yeah, he buys time through the Warlord to heal. And now, like, even if you almost kill him, all Voldemar needs to do is press one button and walk away. It's just so vexing. Wait, all right, we do not press the one button. But you still see how obnoxious this is. Like, no other relic carrying unit would take that long to kill. Even a warrior monk would have died quicker than that. And that's the pain of it, right? It's like you're talking about a mounted unit that debuffs other mounted units trying to kill it. This is what makes the Iron Dervish play just so desirable. The efficiency of it. Just feels so hard to lose them. And 200 resources sounds like a lot until you remember you're also getting AoE healing for it. And Vortix, guys, he's straight up just mass knighting. Camel Lancers? Yeah, they don't counter when they're outnumbered like this. Now, Vortix has got a big spear issue he has to address. Maybe Arbitrary. Arbitrary makes a lot of sense. Gradually kills off spears. Also, spearmen do no damage against Arbitrary because of the melee armor. Magic number to beat camels is 7 to 1. Ah, you know, why risk it? 15. It's tricky because Camel Lancers do debuff you by 20% on damage, but also if you charge in, you're going to get an extra 3 damage. Cantle Saddles can make an extra 10. So you can actually kind of offset the effect of the unease at the start of fights. And let's not forget that Camel Lancers also struggle from having lower damage on normal sword strikes and also less health. So you may be taking 20% off my 26 damage, which is about 5 damage. But you also yourself lag behind by 2 base damage. In this case, 4, because you get the melee tech for freeze range. Yeah, so when you say it like that, it doesn't really sound like Camel Lancers are better than French Knights, does it? It's because they're not. No, not until you cap out fully. Nice charge across. Love that. Vortix just gets some chip damage in and just tries to use them to pull away from the spears. And finally, we do have a switch. Yeah, it turns out double-digit spears does convince him. So Vortix, it's not going to be arbitrary like we suspected. It's actually just going to be straight-up archers. And on top of that, the stone gathering's underway. So we are going to see him discounting all of this production shortly. Voldemar, Golden Age 2 coming in. Not really going to be too important. Research speed not really mattering. What will be a big deal is if he's able to get to tier 3 for the production speed. I wonder if Voldemar just considers going for stone soon. He's starting to wall in this corner. It's a natural area to spring towards. And yes, scouts do get debuffed by the camels as well. It's a horse cavalry. It's consistent, you know? Imagine you're a dude who does 1 damage. Now you do 0.8 damage. Oh, God, it sounds so trash. Oh, okay. Vortix somehow able to snatch the sacred sites. I mean, he needed to do something. He went for monastery and got no relics. Knights. Oi, oi, oi. What? Minimum range charge. Cheeky son of a gun. Yeah, so Voldemar didn't get time to brace there. He does at least have Spear Wall, which means he was able to return pain quickly. Enough to just scare Vortix off. Camel Lancers now looking for the counteroffensive. Vortix, oh my god, the timing. Are you serious right now? Voldemar, if he sniffs this out, the damage you could do with a dive, but right now he's steering wide. He sees an army, he hesitates, and he will miss the opportunity to get in and block this critical play. Vortix, once this castle goes up, he will no longer feel threatened at home. To make matters worse, Voldemar, he's overextended. He just doesn't know it yet. There's a backstab coming through. Vortix, good steer. Voldemar However, is now being sheepdogged. Yeah, he's hit from two sides, being pushed to the edge of the map. If Vortix plays this right, it should be very difficult for Voldemar to slip out. It's just so many knights. 26. Voldemar does something bold here. He splits into two groups. Does work. Yeah, Vortix a little bit greedy, decided he didn't want to try to go for one. He still wants both. Fortunately, Vortix lacks the vision to chase that. And so Voldemar will be able to dodge death with both groups here, in fact. Moving down to the berries from Vortex. Man, this Stealth Forest. It's kind of crazy the difference just one scout would make for these two players. And it did make a difference for Voldemar. The Vortix, he only just arrived with that guy. I think for Vortix, it's actually worth investing a second scout and just keeping an eye down here. If you catch Voldemar when he comes here, it's going to be huge. And Voldemar. Deer's all gone, so it is time. One knight. Gonna just sneak on in. Vortix, please eat that wolf. Oops. It's going to be a worker going down, but now a movement in here. Vortix with the dive through. Slow reaction out of Voldemar. Loses him too. We know he's going to have to move for that food soon. In fact, it's currently underway, and there's a knight waiting for him to receive. Vortix with 31 knights now into the base. Spearmen, scare him out. Archers with a snipe. The villagers are actually rushing forward as well. What? And wait, no, the A-click! He clicked on one of the archers. Lancers, most of them do just recommit. Vortix, it looks like he's winning the micro war. 31 knights to 14 lancers. Archers get behind that front line. Start sniping down the spears. The walls are now coming up. Voldemar has not been seen there just yet, as Vortix has to select all army and drag it across. There is a raid in the base. That's not going to work out. But Voldemar is just getting ran out of town here. Is too many spears dead? No, and now it's just going to be a recommitment. Vortix, even against the Camelonese, does not give a crap. This matchup that's meant to be hell for French due to the Camelora. What Camelora? These are carnivorous horses. They eat camels for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And this Spaniard is ready to gobble up the Dane. Red Palace is also now coming in courtesy of the Guildhall pull. It won't even see the light of day, as Vortix shows you that there's no camel worth fearing. Wow. That was pretty impressive. I don't know if that's really uploadable though, unfortunately. It's very short, although impressive. I know, I'm trying to be more selective about what we upload on the channel. But a 2-0 lead now. Vortix is wasting no time at all. Up next, English versus Knights Templar. Don't you just get Council Hall rushed here? I think this is just a straightforward Council Hall rush. And by the way, just confirming, like after this series, I will go to eat, but I'll leave the stream on, so please do hang around, because when we come back, we'll have Lucifer versus Wham. Just got that confirmed in. I hope I get to eat. I also don't hope, because it's kind of sad to have a 3-0, but I would like to eat. I'm torn. I don't know, I think this will be a fast game, though. It's either a fast game and a 3-0, or Voldemar somehow, like, edges out into the mid-game. Not impossible. I mean, you do spam a lot of archers. And sorry, yeah, Lucifer versus B. Yeah. Did I say Wham? Oh, sorry, no, not Lucifer. Wham versus Kilyatti. My brain. Wrong series. Lucifer versus B. I don't know why. Oh, what's that? But yeah, so wait, did we get Gamba? Is the Gamba set up? So Lucifron versus B is gonna be tomorrow. So I won't cast it. Which is unfortunate. But that means we're getting semis live on Thursday. Whoop whoop. Alright. This is looking like a disaster. You are 2-0 down, and you trust in Knights Templar that are not highly rated right now to back you out of the corner. But you do so against one of Vortix's classic signature civs. This man is back on the English, and this man loves aggressive opportunities. And Front Range is exactly that type of map for the English. Dare I even say a Ford Council Hall could be on the menu for the Spaniard. We kick off with a boar opening on a map where it is valuable beyond belief. Front Range is the name of this map. It does not feature much safe food, only 9 sheep per player in their base, after which you need to find a way out onto additional resources. And this is where English and Lancaster are kingly. Remember, these are civs that are able to contest you and win on board because of the short bow attacks. Makes it very difficult to one-up them. And I think that's also why you're not seeing Voldemar pull the boar. Because if you get Scouter pulling the boar, Vortix can just walk over and then push you off of it. Like, we've actually had that already before, where an English player let his opponent kill the boar and then walked over and bullied him off of it. Because you just can't do anything against English villagers. The short bow attack makes it impossible for your shivs to win. Why do you think KT has such a good win rate in plat and gold? Probably because people don't know how to address it. They're probably also not blocking pilgrims, would be my expectation. I feel like a lot of people in plat and gold are probably playing just an eco game. And I wouldn't be surprised if you just got like mass pilgrims plus multi-TC builds. Voldemar, what could he do to convince me in this? I feel like he's gonna Kingdom of France, but I wonder if Hospitaller would be better. And Vortix, even just double check. Wait, he even finds extra sheep. All right, jackpot, man. Yeah, he won the sheep game. 11 sheep to 7. Voldemar, he would not run up into these mountains. Okay, so I hope he's doing abandoned outpost and then coming back. This is really important. He needs this info. This is a Ford Council Hall. No hope in Hospitaller versus strong archer civs. I'm thinking more just for the ability to move your villagers away from raids. Because Council Hall's going to come in fast, right? So, like, having extra health on your villagers plus extra movement speed is pretty damn valuable dodging those slow raids. It is going to be Kingdom of France. So he's trusting playing bootleg French here. Voldemar, does he just know? Does he just assume? I mean, it's nice to have confirmation. A Ford Council Hall versus a back is very different. The timings in particular. Especially with this gold spawn. Like, if Voldemar wants to play Chevalier, he's going to need access to his golds. Both of them are north side, alongside berries. Yeah, I think there's a real world in which Voldemar just gets gold starved with this type of spawn. Because even the sneak out to the north side... like, if Vortix does anchor here, you have no gold access. But you will at least have food in the south is the good news. And a lot of it. Depends on how many archers KT can get together. Agreed. Like, for Knights Templar, it's going to be all about your backline archer count. Chevalier are just there to bog down Lombos. It's a bit tricky, though, because Chevalier are less tanky French Knights. And English Lombos are better archers. Now, make no mistake about it, folks. This is all in. If this plan flops, if it fails even a little bit, you're just dead, right? You'll have a council hall that you won't be able to work with. In fact, in the early days, you guys remember when English council hall rushes were most popular, we used to get people trying to optimize by building their council hall on the gold out here, right? Or building it just a bit away from the TC. And every time you started to go defensive, the game was over already. Because your council hall, your double archer range could not produce. Lombo's now on the way. Voldemar is walling the south side of his base. Intriguing. I mean, it is going to protect him on the tree lines, which is what he really needs here. It also does stop Vortix from 360 rotating the base. And Voldemar, early, no. All right, this does start to feel like a disaster spawn. So he went for Pilgrim Point to the north. Both of his golds are north. All the golds after that are north. Guys, are you seeing the gold north issue in this game? Like, this might be the most northern biased gold game I've seen. And Vortix went for early aggro. Oh my god. Pilgrim gets denied. Only one gets through. Which means the Pilgrim play hasn't paid for itself. That's sick. Vortix, I wonder, does he now just prep ranks? I mean, not really. I mean, you don't need it if your opponent can't access gold. I mean, he could go Horseman. There is a risk of that. Ah, no. Vortix is paranoid that he's playing to the east side. Yeah, so I think he's just coming back here in case a Pilgrim sneaks through, and then probably will circle to the west again. You know what would be disgusting, by the way? Imagine if English do Horseman. Seriously. Like, why not? If you see Chevalier, you avoid them. You know your opponent has archers, which you can contest. And a longbow ball can deal with a trickle of Chevalier because Chevalier have low armor. They're 2 ranged armor by default, and you have 6 damage. Like, Horseman is actually kind of low-key ridiculous here. Ah, but Vortix instead is prepping Infinite Economy. While Voldemar tries it a different way. Double Pilgrim Point? That's going to get scouted. And Lombos are a lot quicker than Pilgrims, guys. He's just beelining for it. Still, I would be a bit weirded out if I was Vortix seeing this. Like, no gold active gathering at all. Gambling on the Pilgrims. Lombos. They'll intercept one. So he doesn't know it's double Pilgrim. That might be good news for Voldemar, getting 1 through every time. Like, it's still expensive the way you invested in this, but at least you're getting some gradual returns. I think instead, with the limited gold, Voldemar probably just focuses on blacksmith timings. My concern is you're still behind on archer count already. Your opponent's got a better gathering rate on ball. And he could also just focus those same blacksmith timings. It's just straight archers. That's a cheeky idea. Now, hold on. Vortix does have wheelbarrow, so this might be a bit difficult to connect with. On top of that, the boar is almost gone, so you need to be fast. 500 feet remaining. And yeah, Vortix does get eyeballs on the tree line situation, so wall up to protect. Means it's a wasted effort coming south in the first place. Voldemar is coming about this real wide. There are a few Lombos waiting here, though. No, he's going to go deeper. He's looking for the trees. How interesting. Vortix is also holding a lot of resource. He's just going castle. Did he get seen? Voldemar. Okay, Vortix needs to run away. Has got the wheelbarrow. Formation Shuffle is going to help out a lot as well. A little bit late on the pull away. It then does end up losing 1. But Vortix is committed to this. This is going to be Castle Age. Voldemar has been getting gold free, by the way. So options on the table. He's going to be going for the undermesh. He also saw the gold gathering. I imagine he clicked on the vein. 800 gold just doesn't make sense. Like, why would Vortix need 8 people on gold? So alarm bells should be going off for Voldemar. You know, even if you math out what he need for wheelbarrow, for horticulture, you know, you add these together, you're at what, 500 gold? Then the tech, another 100. Blacksmiths, but you don't see any of those. You don't see a blacksmith tool. So it is pretty suspicious the amount of gold gathering Vortix is doing. Voldemar just moves north. So wait, is he hoping to intercept? The problem with that, though, is there's still a 1600 gold vein here. And what is up after the party? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Smart lad. Get those subs in, guys. Let's get a choo-choo train going. And yes, Vortix is allowing the pilgrims through, which is a little bit weird, but the reason, it does make sense. He may have a lot of Lombos, but if he sticks the Lombos here, he gets dove here. He won't be able to defend. You saw how dangerous that was. Like, the archers just snuck in. You don't often attack when you're being greedy. When you're teching, you want to try and defend. And that goes double for Lombos because they're not very mobile. Do I think that Vortix just had an all-in time here that would have been achievable? Yes. But he felt safer playing for White Tower. And in fairness to him, what has Voldemar got to show for this? He's nowhere near an age up himself. He's got 27 archers that are going to start to feel irrelevant against knights. And reminder, the English White Tower is also a production building. He can just start pumping knights out of this. Yeah, and props to him. Vortix already prepping a farm cluster. Means he's still got 9 sheep underneath the TC. Tech up complete. I think Voldemar is at this point praying that it's a King's Palace. Because a King's Palace he can punish. But a White Tower he cannot. Gets the bad news. Instantly loses a Chevalier. And Vortix just gathering the gold. He can go for veterancy. What is he waiting for? Wait, what? Oh, I forgot. Did he disconnect? He definitely disconnected. Ah, okay. No problem, no problem. Okay, shout out to Voldemar for this. Yeah, so, like, I mean, I think it's pretty doomed for Voldemar. Good guy Vortix is a legend. He said his game crashed when he aged up. He did tell Voldemar that he's fine with a re, but Voldemar just bluntly and honestly said that he's too far ahead and gave him the win. So that is going to be a 3-0 victory. Props to the two of them, actually. I love to see that. That's, like, actually very good sportsmanship from both sides. Voldemar could have just taken the re and had a better shot, right? Knowing what he's up against. Vortix was willing to do it, but Voldemar just tips the hat and says, nah, champ, you got this. So 3-0 victory means that Vortix is through to semifinals. We'll face off against either B or Lucifron. Yeah, shout out to both of them. Good lads. But damn, that was dominant. In fairness, like, Voldemar is right. Like, Vortix is very far ahead. But yeah, he could have easily had the remake if he wanted to. But like, I did find it weird. Like, I was like, he hasn't queued veterancy. I didn't want to jinx it, but I'm like, this must be a DC. So guys, good news. Up next, let me update it. Up next, we are going to be having... What did I say it was going to be? My brain. Up next, we have got Wham versus Kilyatti. But before that, I'm going to get some food in my belly. We've got half an hour until that series starts. And that should be probably the final series of the day, which is nice. That'll set us up to be probably about 6.5, 7 hours long. If you guys have not subscribed to the channel, I don't know why. Constantly getting 7-hour streams. We are monster fiending our way for the AV4 content. This is the place to be if you like yourself some Age of Empires 4 in the weekdays. I can confidently and wholeheartedly say that now. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a video up for you guys to enjoy and watch. Bon appetit, have fun with that. And then in half an hour, we will return for more live midweek muster. So hang around, maybe strike up a conversation, make some friends in the chat, and enjoy the game. Shouldn't be too much of a long one, but we should have an epic one. We tend to just deal in epics now, you know what I mean? So let me find out what we got here. Do you guys want Jif versus Dimmu? Or shall we go... Let's go with B versus Wham. All right, this is a really cool game. Enjoy this one, guys. I will be back shortly when we reconvene with the final series of the day, which is going to be Wham versus Kilyatti. I'll see you guys shortly, but enjoy. Dollar esports
Oh my God, that's
circuit
loud.
is underway, and the first finals has already arrived. Welcome back to a classic. If you've been to this channel before, you're familiar with these two. Wham and B, mighty performers time and time again when it comes to Final Showdown. We head into this clash, kicking off on Dry Arabia, where B has chosen Jean, a not so popular pick at the moment, up against Wham's Byzantines. And folks, this is an interesting one because actually, we've had this matchup this week already involving B. It was against one of his teammates, Scatterbrained, where he was able to rush him out of the game only 12 or 13 minutes in. I don't know if Wham's going to fall victim the same way, though. It was a really good aggressive line B took. The spawn enabled it a lot. This spawn maybe less so, Wham's got kind of a weird one. Like, it's a lot of safe berries, but maybe not the most easy to wall. And the stone on the front side is also going to be a point of contest. I like that Wham's going for it early straight away. Because you should if you can, right? Like, the optimal way to play Byzantines right now is that you lean straight into the stone and you gather up for the cistern levels. The only time you typically don't do this is when you're against civs like Mongols, Ottomans, Japan, because they'll open with spearmen that will shut this down. And then you've just wasted resources building the mining camp because you'll probably not have enough stone for more than level 2 cistern, which is achievable with just building buildings anyway. Wait, I didn't realize about Wheel of Time. There's a moment in the books where like the orcs are running up people to be cooked. That was making me think the other day. So I was watching this clip, like a Matt Damon interview about The Departed, where Jack, like there's a scene where he just shoots someone and they die. And originally, like that was it. That was going to be it. But he expanded his own scene where like he has another guy there with him. It's like, wouldn't it be messed up if I turned to him and I said, she didn't fall right? Because that's like suggests that like he shoots a lot of people, right? And he just keeps going through and there's like I recommend going and looking for the interview. There's just so many layers that he comes up with. In the end, Scorsese only put like part of it in there, but he pretty much came up with a script expansion that would have turned 5 seconds into like a minute and a half of pure fantastic dialogue. So, Grand Winery coming in. Should be standard School of Cavalry on the other side. Looking to spawn, actually, pretty good one for B. He got the deer really close to home, so Pro Scouts isn't necessarily required here, which could allow for a much more aggressive line. Now, in this matchup, we did see him go melee Jean last time, and that's usually standard because you're expecting a Limitane beginning, and you need Jean melee to absorb the damage so that your knights can charge in. And the other issue, guys, is like range Jean is terrible against civs that have javelins, of which Byzantines most definitely do. And this is indeed a best of 7. So reminder, we have BO5s for the semis. I need to update that graphic. Quarterfinals, obviously, best of 5s as well. And another cool improvement people have to look forward to with KPMMs in the future is we also will have third place matches as well. Quite proud of the way we were able to improve the format, improve the prize pool, but remain true and familiar. Bigger and better, baby. Okay, so B. Gold, gathering as it is. This is Pro Scouts. Wheelbarrow Pro Scouts. In fairness, I do see the logic, though. Like, it's all exposed deer. There's nothing that Wham can just wall in and keep away from you. I mean, if anyone was going to try to wall these deer folks, it would be Wham. This is a guy that the other day, at 6 minutes in to a game on Gorge, was half walling the map. Which, for anyone who's familiar with high level of play, walling a map like Gorge at 6 minutes is unheard of in current Age of Empires 4. It's ridiculous. So, first of the Knights is coming out, and we've still got 70 XP to go for Jean. Could probably get there pretty quickly if he just does a standard archery opening here. Yeah, it's going to use the Lumbercat build up for Jean. Remember, she gets more XP when she builds. We are getting level 3 cistern already. Really tight formation from Wham. Gives him the backup gold. I like this, though, because the final branches, there we go. They're going to be one here and then one here. So he's just trying not to get the maximum spread, because like there's going to be clippings on the edge of the map that he doesn't capture. He just wants the safest way to greed out to level 5 cistern before knights arrive. When all book adaptations animated in the style of Arcane. Arcane was really expensive, though, no? They used a very fancy French art studio for that. I gotta give him props, though. Like, I've been a Dota 2 guy for my life, right? But Arcane actually made me try League of Legends. So, that's how well made that TV show was. Knight gets first blood. Well played. Oh, no. Wham. Yeah, his placement of cistern's a little bit subpar there for what he's trying to do. He wasn't close enough to activate Akratoy. He should have been, actually. It looks like he would have had AoE radius. So a bit of a whiff there. The reason that's important, guys, is if you activate Akratoy, your villager won't die. Because a knight with the charging does 29 damage and then clubs you down for the remaining 21 because he'll buff his damage for free attacks by free damage. But if you take 2 off the Lancer 29, then 2 off the 23 damage, actually, now I'm doubting myself. 17, 27. Yeah, you should survive. Wham. Caught building the outpost. No Akratoy either, just has to rely on the Limitane. This is relentless aggression from B. The crazy thing, by the way, Jean isn't here. No, he's doing this type of damage without even having the melee Jean to force the matter. She went to secure the boar. Love that as well. Walks out with the mill, able to build that a little bit quicker. Now he's set up for the boar, which he should be switching to in a moment. It's a much better gathering rate. This is ridiculous. Like, how are these knights doing this much damage? Worker kills are critical this early for obvious reasons, but in particular against the system play, the reason it's so important is systems are a percentile buff. If you don't have many workers, the percentage is kind of irrelevant. So yeah, just effectively oppressing him. And you have to, with Jean, remember, it's not French. You don't produce villages quicker. So I didn't know about Arcane Season 2. I still need to watch Arcane Season 2. That is one where I was told it was very disappointing. It's weird because Dota 2 had the reverse issue where it got the idea completely wrong in the first 2-3 seasons and then figured out how to write a good story at the end. Oh, sorry, we need to update the tile, don't we? There we go. And Legion. Gonna be having quite the party. Javelins have arrived, though. He's not gonna build archers, is he? I actually love this. It's so wild. You'd think, yeah, this many limits you have to build archers, but if you look at how exposed this spawn is at multiple locations, like, you can just keep sneaking knights in annoyingly. And you want to be building knights, ideally. Like, you knew it was going to be javelins. It's always javelins, it feels like. And pulls him away. This is ridiculous because the Limitane, like, if they're all together, ape strong, they beat the knights. But when split like this, it's horrible. Jabs. Oh, wait, what? They switch targets. So it looks like he's actually microed this correctly to get Jean all the way home. And this is now an overextension. Like, if B wants, he can bring all the knights here and kill this. It would be a good timing as well with Chivalry queued up. Jean now, of course, offsetting all the damage done. We have got berry gathering, but Wham, he doesn't have the cistern buff there. It's a little bit inefficient on the back. The javelin count's going to be getting up. Knights are going to be sneaking in. And keep in mind, Wham doesn't... Ooh. Oh, he knows. Something's not right. However, B, he tries to be cheeky. It's not going to work. The spearmen do see him. They're mirroring the move. However... Yeah, okay, he doesn't go in. I was going to say, you technically could get by that and then get a charge in. But it might not be worth it. Instead, he fishes for the berry workers, which is ambitious, B. Mistakes made there. Loses a knight for a Limitane. Ugly trade. And it's going to get worse. Look at this. Wham. Counter-offensive. He scouted the ball. B, I thought he saw that scout. This is huge. Javelins. Chasing it down. Not many, so not easy for them to get kills, but still nowhere to run and hide. B only has 7 people down food. That's not a lot for night spam, and he's had to admit it. Archers are necessary. Agree to that scout placement. B just lacking so much information on the other side of the map. Wasn't expecting this type of punishment. Wasn't expecting this type of move out of Wham so early. Knights will get a nice connect on the back javelins, but I don't think they'll be able to get the kills. No, there's just too many spearmen. He gets pinched. One goes down. Javelin's trading out against a trickle of archers. B, I think he's in a bit of a panic react here. There's a second wave coming from Wham. Limitane are just scaring away those knights. He's trying to buy time for the new wave to arrive. He trying to frustrate the mana, but needs to be respectful of that many spears. Enough to get some kills. Now, a little bit of a sandwich starting to evolve here. Javelins. Nice find, B. Yeah, so the movement by Jean actually chased the spearman further away. So he clashes on top of the Javs. He's got the cleave. Not using it yet. Good split to the west side, and this is getting ugly. B. We talked about his micro at the start of the game. It's happening again. Great micro in this engagement. Wham, that military lead now gone. Javelins, valuable, but expensive, now lost. More cleaves coming through, more XP for Jean, and now we are just less than 100 XP away from level 3 Jean. A huge advantage when you're age 2. Not to mention Limitane will be hard countered by the champion summon. Wham is prepping for an age up. But after a fight like that, he may have just given the keys to the kingdom to B. B absolutely needed that. With the out of time, the losses there, especially against system scaling, it was starting to look a little bit ugly. B just rallied at the right moment. Jean, something to fear. Wham's army isn't big enough to just kill her. Arrow slits are coming in on the tower, but it's not there just yet. Knights, they could actually just steer into it and kill it. I think instead he's maybe thinking about those berries, but the problem is the Golden Horn Tower, B, I don't think he saw it. Hasn't a clue that this is happening right now. How's his backups food looking? So he has got the berries in the corner still. He's back to the boar and the deer. He's got some way to go. He's not going to burn out too fast here. Where the hell is this scout? All the way back here. So I guess we're going to be seeing mirrored text now. I mean, B is still really far up, so if he wanted to attack now, genuinely would be the time and position. We'll get the Pumbaa kill. That's going to be level 3. Yeah, just 10 away, which should tick in gradually. Maybe just fish a low HP scout kill, wink wink. Oh, come on, man. 5 XP, it just feels like it's taking a lifetime for those last little trickles of XP to come over. And it is Melee Jean. Leveled up with the champions. Just makes sense. You don't really have a use for riders. Riders specifically get bonus damage against crossbows, and Wham's not going to go crossbows, right? It's going to be javelins. He needs a lot of Limitane. There's too many knights for you to go crossbows. Now, Wham does have the ability to get camels. He hasn't queued any, though. They would be pretty nice for the debuff, but maybe difficult to keep alive here. Guildhall. Now on the way. So B is going to have that healthy escalation point off of a long castle. A little bit harder to leverage against Byzantines because their economy scales really nicely from Castle Beyond. Because usually by the time you're in Castle, you're at 40, 50 villages, etc. And that's when these percentage buffs really start to kick in. Wham has to Expo. The problem is he can't really afford it. He needs front line as well. He doesn't have that many groves. He's running out of food. So you can either choose crossbows or spearmen. And if you choose crossbows, the archers can kind of kill either. But the difference is that you need something to hold back the knights. Speaking of knights, they have found the cataphract. Another expensive investment of food from Wham. And yeah, the reason why you go Guildhall, not Royal Institute, is Royal Institute is about a timing attack. Why would B try to rush the end here into Mass Limitane and Mangonel Towers? I think Byzantines is a very hard civ to justify Institute against, because Mango Towers just beat everything. It's kind of silly, actually, how good they are. And we do have the camels. Actively produced, by the way. Yeah, he's getting passive production, but also an active one. Melee Jean, though, is chasing down. Cleave damage is pretty good at this stage. Good micro Wham. He splits off into 4 different groups. Or 3, rather. Wow, I'm still hunting. This time, though, B will not give any freebies. Pulls off to the side. We do finally have level 5 Aqueduct. I'm actually shocked he never placed a system in the corner for that. That was only the 6 stack, but still. Because also, you could set it up to buff the gold later. While they're not reworking the Taran placements, it takes time. I think people really misunderstand how much resource investment it is to, like, rework anything, really. It's different when you're talking about just, like, number changing, because number changing is, like, minimum budgetary responsibility. Right? Very easy to just do from a development standpoint. But anything that requires, like, new asset creation, new system development, from a developmental side, that's when it gets expensive. What's up, Mikefield? Not casting RWF this season? Nah. I mean, it's like, I think it's a bit of a more chill one. Like, they're not doing it in studio or anything. Maybe next time. Kadas. Gonna get blocked out. Did he get a worker kill? I think he did. Yeah, just hidden behind the mill. So nicely played. Well, I'm now posturing in the middle of the map. Archers are vetted up. We've got cantled saddles on the way. This is a big one. Buffs your damage from 3 to 10 for 3 strikes. Yeah, so 30 damage instead of 9. Bit of an annoying chase here. The champion's surprisingly tanky when the camels are leading. Remember, camels are pretty low base damage, 14 damage compared to a cataphract at 27. The benefit is, if it's a cavalry unit, you hit for double damage. Speaking of cavalry units, this cataphract somehow snuck by again. Night is coming, though. I need to get rid of it. No losses there. Wham doesn't have good long-term, though. He's on deer. So Merc scaling gets a little bit difficult now. Cataphract does actually go down over here. I think the villagers finished him off. Relic game is looking good for Wham, though. I just said he doesn't have olive oil. This is how he fixes the problem. Awesome. He's got map control for potentially 4 relics. Unless this happens. B, circling from behind. Jean on one side is going to bait some attention away, though. Okay, so it looks like he is safely going to be able to retreat. Wow, I'm not able to really be denied. I mean, he might get caught out going for the relic again. He already pulled the one from the south side. B has gone 2 TC, by the way. 2 TC, he's going for relics now, but realistically, he should only get... Oh, no, he gets 2! He gets there first. Central relic goes his way. Interesting from Wham with the Varangian. You're probably wondering why. It's so the archers can't just efficiently clear the front line. So you add in a few Varangians so they get hit instead of Limitane. Cataphract. We'll try to trample in. Successfully actually connect there. And trample is such a powerful ability. I still feel like the average Byzantine player sleeps on the importance of this. Like, if you see it's only archers, for example, you want to be deep in them. Because they can't stand on you. They need to run away. Warlord going to be coming out. The camels will get the denial, but it costs him all 4. Cataphract's being ignored. The archers will trade on the north side. Jean right into the back of the formation. That's going to draw fire from the javelins. Goes straight after the few crossbowmen that are here. However, B is taxing a heavy price here. The archer count getting low. He's trading out with them just to get rid of the crossbowmen. The knights are going to recommit now. If Wham can just get the next wave here, he's favored. And yeah, that's why. Look at how ugly that was. B, he tried to cut reinforcements and got punished. Damn, well played by Wham. Just maintaining lead now. Javelins are throwawayable, but the crossbowmen are what matter. Jean does get sniped. And you're just seeing this debuff. It's so impactful. Wham denying any breach potential for B in this game. Yeah, he doesn't need the camels to win the DPS exchange. He just needs them to survive long enough for the crossbows to now do that. And pretty ballsy, right? You wouldn't expect to see crossbowmen first out of French's opponent. You'd expect it from them. But it makes sense here. He's got javelins to deny the arbitrary. He already saw B leaning hard into knights. Another thing is, like, B has made himself weaker by going for those 2 town center players, right? Guildhall is stockpiling. Make no mistake about it, this game is far from over. Yeah, I'm wondering actually if Wham knows it's 2 TC. The numbers felt close enough that you might convince yourself that it's still 1 TC play. If you do that, though, you play way too defensive. I like that Wham is still fishing for more info. Mango Tower in the north. Fortifications are on the way in. He's not going to burn this quick enough, is he? No, if he attacks straight away. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. B, he didn't just click on the tower. He was trying to minimize the Mangonel damage. Cataphract sneaking into the back again. We do have a little bit of a stare down the center between range masses, but it was a good pull. B got all the attention north. And remember, that's important. He needs attention away from his base. Because Wham, he sees the stone, but that doesn't mean 2 TC, right? It could be he's going for a castle. Nah, I'm kidding. You don't do that on this. Remember, French get the discount, not John. So yeah, wait, he's seen the stone. Like 600 gathered is a weird number though. It's not enough for free TC. Yeah, he should know. Like Wham should know everything now. But you see stone here. Like, okay, this is like weird now. You've seen 600 gathered. Now you've seen 400. It could be a castle. Mathematically, I believe it's feasible. But instead it's been fortifications, right? Which have been scouted? I'm trying to figure out where they are. Okay, yeah, he sees them here. Nah, and this is the sucky thing about Jean versus French, right? Like, if you're French, Wham doesn't know that it's 2 TC because he'll think that it could just be a castle drop. Because a castle drop is really good economically for French as it gives him discounts. Jean doesn't get that, remember. She consecrates buildings instead. So castle drop, you don't get the 90 resource discount and you don't get any discounts around buildings near it. You don't even need it for unique unit production anymore. They actually changed that a while back so that you can now, for example, out of racks, build your champions. Not that you do it here into 30 crossbows. 30 crossbows that have arrived in the base for a talk. Those about to turn violent. Jean de Cleve goes in. Divine Restoration has to be popped. She's basically dead. She's gone. Frontline is failing him a little. We'll start to back away, but the Knight Count is struggling. However, the Archer mass is getting big. B just needs to find a way of sticking to the target. Continues to chase. Not many ponies left to play with, and the problem here is that B, the farm transition isn't exactly fat right now. No, he's sitting at 12 farms, soon to be 15, while Wham is up at 30 plus. Yeah, his economy's set up to keep pushing after this. Whereas B can only realistically afford archers at this pacing. Still, keeps a decent chunk of knights alive. And Jean actually tanky enough she can't easily be sniped now. No, take 3 flurries, maybe 4. Oh, he baits him! Great micro there, B. He's even teasing him at the end. The crossbows just run by, all messy. And level 4 Jean has actually happened. Wow, this came in fast. That was ridiculous. Jean de Blast, he min-maxes it at 10 HP to get the level up. And not just that, it is gonna be the unexpected strength of heaven. Yeah, we've got a hero knight. 72 damage on a strike, 530 HP. It's a second Jean. I need a hero. This guy has more health than Jean, guys. That's wild. Pretty cool as well, because actually that one knight, he can kill, right? Like, he can actually just, in one hit, he can just run down villages. It's close to. I mean, he needs to start fighting. So far, the pathing has made him useless. Jean herself doing a lot of damage. Remember, she does siege damage now. Her cleaves also hit for 50. And Wham! What just happened in this game? Oh my god! It's full swung! Military lead, maintained by B. The knight's mostly dead, but the archers are vital here. That one big knight as well, just so damn tanky. Keeps on pushing. Remember, the champions also upgrade with Jean. The blaster is going to go to the north side. Starting to just address the javelins. Javelins that are meant to be dealing with the archers, and this is actually happening. B, what a nail biter. Knight finally getting in range to club things down. What, 2 hits for Anjin? Close to. Ridiculous. I mean, the charge, actually, guys, the charge hits for 108 damage. Oh my god. I can't believe that. B, if he'd lost Jean there as well, he already bought her back, right? So then there's no momentum push straight afterwards. Wham gets time for the remax. Instead, Wham is dead. 33 farms are about to go idle. The archer count good enough to ensure that. The knights do need to reach onto the javelins, though. The dive's coming in now. He's still looking so healthy. Unbelievable. And this is only game 1 between these two. Jean de Blas coming out. We rarely see Jean, but this was quite the treat. It's deceptive because that one knight maybe doesn't look like it's worth it, but he truly is. At a point in the game where B was running out of food and needed efficiency on push, this guy has definitely claimed enough souls. I wish we had a kill count, a damage indicator to show you just how good he was. But GG comes in. Jean, beating the Byzantines, the unseen Civ, has now been heard. Wow, what a game. Told you guys, it was an absolute banger. Did that one deliver? Were you entertained? Absolutely. All right, well, we've got more entertainment where that came from. I know a bunch of you have been waiting for this. It is... Is it time? They got their draft ready? They should have their draft ready. We're going to be having Wham versus Kilyatti happening in just a minute, actually. So we'll get the scene ready. If you did not catch it, we have already done Vortix versus Voldemar. That was a 3-0 victory. But Wham versus Kilyatti. Going to be interesting to watch. I think Wham, you know, we've noticed he's become more of an aggressive party, but I wonder if up against someone like Kilyatti, he just kind of lets Kilyatti overplay the aggro, just plays that inherent defensive thing that he used to be pretty damn good at. I think we've seen it as well. Like, Wham is not against the idea of letting his opponent play aggressive if necessary and taking advantage of it. And he's pretty bloody good at it. So let me get the game started up, as the boys should be drafting momentarily. Hasn't B been playing Jean every KPMM? Yeah, but like, you know, a little bit back in the past, it wouldn't have been surprised. But he's doing it like every week when no one else will. Games like this show how underdeveloped the meta and builds in general are. The scene needs more pros. All right, well, you know what it is time to do? Time to pick up that controller and start grinding, my friend. Prove it. I mean, we have a decent number of pros. The problem is, like, the thing that people forget is, like, what does it mean to be a pro and how do you become a pro? Well, there needs to be enough money to justify you becoming a pro, right? Because otherwise you're hopping into a game and you're going to be behind. You need to play catch up anyway. That usually requires full-time commitment. That's difficult. And if there isn't enough money, then you, like, I mean, if there's not enough cash in the scene, if there's not millions of dollars dispersed per year, you can't realistically have that many pro players because they just can't afford it. So really, for like you to see more pros and all this crap, blah, 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 we need a bigger scene. All right? That's why, like, turning up to events like this, telling other people about it. There's so many people who just play Age of Empires 4 but don't even know there's content for it. Getting them to consume it, getting new people in, allowing us to grow channels like this, it allows us to personally get more money put into the scene. It allows us to justify having Microsoft put more money into the scene because there's more people watching the scene, and round the machine goes. Can't afford it yet. I think we've got some ways to go. I mean, we had a good start to the KPMM. We just got to find a way to keep growing. That's the challenge, right? Like, if you look at AoE 2, which is grown over a long period of time, right? Like, that game, I think consistently, like, even bad times in the day can have at least 2K people watching in it, right? Like, I'm looking at it right now, 4.3K people. Harry himself has 2.1. CDN, who plays a bunch of varieties, playing 800. Dave's on with 400. I think he just hopped on. You know, so they've like grown to a decent size. Now, I know I say don't always compare AoE 2 to AoE 4, but like within the directories, like where would you allocate money? Like there's a reason why AoE 2 gets allocated the money it gets allocated compared to 4, right? Because I think AoE 2 gets allocated more per year now than 4, and it's because like there is more overall content viewership. That's just a fact. I think more single player content would help. Yes, it's a funnel point. So like if funnel points are good there. So single player co-op, roguelike mode should be good for that. But it's also just the way that the game is advertised. There needs to be better marketing around the tournaments by Microsoft on a wider scope. You know, having things like, for example, here on the menu, why is there not something about upcoming tournaments, right? In the community tab, that should be a thing. I know that the reason they don't do it is because there's localization costs. They have to translate each language, but still, like, it needs to be figured out. Also, when we have these big DLCs, why is there no effort towards organizing events that would have a bunch of large streamers such as Lyric and XQC playing a tournament alongside people like Marine Lord and Beastie? This is wholly possible, and it's a justifiable budget spend because of the amount of potential eyes you get on. It makes sense because you can convert those. But the marketing effort isn't aligned, right? For a big Goliath like Microsoft, the marketing effort is primarily focused on new releases with those type of scopes and budgets. Despite the fact that, you know, the last big DLC for Age of Empires 4 was the most successful selling DLC in the history of AoE, the franchise, full stop. So, you know, we can do what we can, but there also needs to be effort to reach out. So, like, for example, with Mechabellum, we were able to help Mechabellum reach a bunch of new audiences, right? It's like we were able to facilitate getting them into TFT audiences, Dota 2 audiences, a bunch of different strategy games alongside that, StarCraft audience, etc. By like endorsing Work and Grubby, another example, like going in and sponsoring to play Mechabellum, because then his audience that were otherwise not aware of Mechabellum's existence have it on their radar. So now, like, some of those people will pick it up. You've got more people in circulation in the game. Those people can then filter down to the dedicated streamers, and that's also where you do cross-pollination logic. So, for example, you do coaching sessions with some of the known content creators in Mechabellum, so that all of a sudden, if you are a Beastie viewer or you are a Grubby viewer or whatever, and you're like, I like the cut of this guy's jib, you follow their channel, and now there's a chance that you're watching Mechabellum content moving forward. Cross-pollination is a huge bit of how you make games successful. There's a reason why there's a big MOBA that's going in from Amazon that's going into like beta, and they're paying a bunch of streamers. They're paying a bunch of MOBA streamers to stream the game, right? Because it draws audience in. It's why Anno should really be spending money. I think they're spending, I don't know, like I've been just talking on back end. I don't think they're spending money in certain regions, but I think they're spending money judging by the directory on German streamers because they know that's going to convert sales. We might check out Anno a little bit later. I'm weighing it up today. We'll see how things go. But yeah, this is how you get people into the new communities. But like Age of Empires 4, I mean, we have some cross-pollination that organically happened, but it's being left to organically happen. There's nothing being pushed around these big events to get all the big streamers to come by. But, you know, you could say that's pointless spend because they're not going to be low and they're not going to hang around. But, like, you could argue that of any game. The point isn't necessarily to get the streamer to hang around. If you get that hook, that's huge. That's incredible. Your goal is to get the community to hang around. And there are many different ways that you can do that. All right. Draft now underway. Wham versus Kilyatti. Chinese bans coming in on both sides. Relic River has been banned out. We will not be seeing it today. Let me update tile because we are now live. Hope Crucible attracts new people. Yeah, fingers crossed. I'm hoping for it too. Need 10k subs on this channel and then we're fine. Yeah, dude. I mean, yeah, there we go. I just need to get 10k subs. But like, this is why I've also been expanding on the idea that I need to start doing diverse content, right? Trying different games, new strategy games that release, etc. It's like, and then building that on the YouTube as well as Twitch. It's like, how else am I growing otherwise? You know, you guys are incredible, but if we want to take the next step where I'm able to then fund a $50,000 tournament, or we're able to do the other things, we need to bring in new blood from somewhere, right? Like today I'm live and Dumu's live as well, right? And we're splitting the viewership 270, right? Even if Dumu's not online, I'm not going to absorb that 270 guaranteed. There's probably overlap. I probably absorb like 60 or 70, but I'm not going to get the 270. So those people are loyal elsewhere. But you see how I mean that there's some cross-pollination leak where I'll keep some of the viewership. So that's the idea of like entering new areas. Like it's always recommended for content creators at least once a year, especially for YouTubers, have at least one piece of content that is wide-reaching. Wider than your current reach. Look for a meta and attach yourself to that meta in some way to piggyback ride it to new viewership heights to bring those people back to your core audience. Because if you don't do that, then what you're essentially doing instead is playing a very long, slow grind and hoping it goes upwards, or you're just like gamble punting that something big happens around the game that isn't guaranteed. That's why these big events like the release of a new DLC is meant to be a great opportunity for that. It's because theoretically, a lot of people will come and play the game. But the filter through is small from player to content consumer. And it's even smaller if there's not any marketing around these new launches. So if this new launch goes out and you've got 100,000 plus people now aware that the game's there, the filter through is a few thousand people. If you can hook a few thousand people to hang around off of 100,000 initial reach, congrats, you've now doubled the size of Age of Empires 4 scene. Tripled, actually, in some cases. So yeah, like for AoE4 to get there, the next step to grow, it needs to reach this... It needs to reach this value marketing play. Which, sadly, from what I've seen with Microsoft, they tend to invest that in initial... And it's not just... not differentiating Microsoft, it's not just Microsoft. In general, devs tend to just throw that at launch 1.0s. There are rare exceptions, like War Thunder currently has a 2.0 version coming out this month that I believe they're sponsoring a bunch of streamers for to get the word out, to get the big focus. But that's different because those guys have been around for years and they've invested and they built it and blah, blah. It's a very different story than like AoE4 that's just a baby, really. Oh, not a total baby. We're an infant. We're 4 years old, right? Do you miss the Lucifron games? No, the Lucifron games, or unless you mean... No, Lucifron games aren't today. Lucifron versus B will be tomorrow at 2 p.m. Leave the single player mode to attract single players. Aren't we all single players, though? We're too busy living in a basement being vegans to not be a single player. Pepe hands. That was a dating people joke. Yo, what's up, Inept? I just noticed. Sorry about that. I didn't respond sooner. Thank you for the Prime sub. You're a legend. Welcome back to the Swarm, mate. 5 months. Thank you. I will indeed keep it up. Wrong thing to say after the whole dating comment. Anyway, yeah, we'll keep on grinding. So, we have got draft now complete. China has, surprise, been banned. It's almost like that's the same thing to do. But Japan getting through early. Wait, he random Knights... Wait, what? Wham random Knights Templar. What? Huh? I mean, halfway through a draft, you random Knights Templar. That's not bad, actually. So opening map is going to be Danube Divide. We're probably looking at what? Do you HRE versus Lancaster? I feel like that's better than Japan versus Lancaster on this map. I don't know. I haven't been fully sold on the Japanese build so far on Danube, where you're kind of setting up to rush level 2 Daimyo and get triple Bannerman. In theory, it's good. I just don't know if the timing is quick enough. Unless you actively gather stone. Which is then, like, to a certain mediocre, like, mini degree, it kind of beats the point in you doing the stone opening, right? With the villager inside. Oh, by the way, to like explain value of we were just talking about cross-pollination. Shout out to Hera. Hera done something very, very smart the other day. So Hera collabed with Ludwig and his group. So it was Ludwig and a bunch of other very big creators. He got them in, and I think he called it was Bros versus Pros was the idea, right? It's this series that like Ludwig and a few others do. And the whole idea is that they played a free-for-all where only one of them had ever played before. And the others were new to Age of Empires 2. And it's really smart to do those type of content reach outs because, once again, now Hera is getting access to a completely new audience that like never have heard of him before. They might now like the cut of his jib. They may have came from Ludwig, or they may have come from one of the other boys. I'm trying to find it now as an example. Because I'm trying to remember who the other guys in the group were. There's like 4 of them. And they're all big. They're all like 3K plus average viewer type people. It's a really, really strong viewership. So he like does this collab. It's just a few games of him playing 1v4 essentially and wrecking them. I think it had Aatrox, Stans, and Squeaks were the other ones, which are all very big streamers, right? And like I was listening to the banter. It's great banter back and forth. And And you even just have like people like Ludwig who's never opened the game before. He's like, so which hero do I play? He's like, there are no heroes, right? So he's completely new. And you've got them trying to figure out basic things like slinging in games, right? Like, these are the type of content reach outs that aren't really being done in AOE4. Maybe I'm part of the problem. I need to find the time to try and do it, but like, obviously I'm not playing the game, so what's the play? Like, I'd have to organize a tournament. And I wanted to do that. So I actually did want to do a creator tournament, exactly like what Grubby done, where he brought in people like Viper, he brought in Tommy and a bunch of others. I really wanted to do that for AOE4, but we couldn't get the funding. So the idea is that we would bring in a bunch of these creators. There'd be $10,000. They'd spend like, 3 or 4 weeks worth of time committing to the game, and they would play out 1v1 against each other through to the finals. This was done by Grubby with great success. He got people like Sing Sing playing. He got Tommy in. He got Viper in. T90 was meant to be in, but he didn't practice enough, so dropped out, which I don't think Grubby was happy about in the end. But I think it was called the Grubby Creator... Is it Cup or something? Trying to find the name of it now. But it was, I mean, like, Blizzard gave him the money for that as well. Streamer Invitational is what it's called. So he had Sing Sing, Red Panda, Tasteless, Lakari. T90 was replaced, I think, by Sing Sing. Then you had Viper, Turin, Loco, and Tommy K. So you got a bunch of the big streamers in like RTSs beyond Warcraft, right? Brought them in, great viewership. It's a smart play. You've got all these big streamers now playing the game. And some of their viewers are going to be like, yo, this game is sick. Now I'm going to start playing this game. But they were originally like a Hearts of Iron guy or like a Age of Empires 2 guy. I was really hoping we'd be able to do that. But like I said, we weren't able to get the funding. So it kind of broke my heart a bit. But maybe in the future. That's my goal. We just keep growing. We keep grinding. We get bigger. And then we try and appropriate that funding. Because I think that is a big play that's been missing from Age of Empires 4 the entire time. But let's get ready to go. Okay. All right, this is awesome. A brand new pick on this new map. For the first time ever, it's Order of the Dragon time. Welcome back to quarterfinals. Wham versus Kilyatti. Winner goes up against Anatan. And we are here on Danube Divide. A new map that was recently introduced into competitive by yours truly. Yes, that's right. We brought it into the Midweek Muster. The first time it's been seen in competitive. And so far, it has delivered some hella entertaining games. In fact, earlier today, we just watched Kilyatti deliver the Siege of Vienna into Cause HRE. It's Order of the Dragon. We could once again get the Siege of Vienna. But something tells me Wham will not be that much of a slouch sitting back, taking the pummeling from Kilyatti. It's going to be an interesting one. Starts on the deer. Order of the Dragon. What's the idea behind this? Because this map has been dominated by civs that control the Forgotten Runes to get the stone early. And Order of the Dragon aren't exactly a civ that are great for that. For one, those spearmen are insanely expensive. It takes way too long to produce them. The other problem, folks, is that these Forgotten Runes, which when you garrison a villager inside, generate 60 stone a minute, are bad for Order of the Dragon. Order of the Dragon specifically suck for going in these. Because their villagers by default are already better at gathering. So you end up being crippled. You end up being, you're going to get a benefit, right? It's going to be an increase, but nowhere near as big of an increase as other civs. Right? Like a civ here, usually a villager will gather like 30 stone at this stage in the game. You get double. For an Order of the Dragon villager, they're going to be closer to 40, 42 at least. So you're not getting anywhere near as big of a benefit. On top of that, though, you kind of feel like you need to, because if there is an opening into Regnets, reminder that you have to deplete these Forgotten Runes to get relics that are hidden inside of them. So spin beginning. Kilyatti is going to now be marching over, but Wham already has gathered what he needs on the gold. Doesn't look like it's going to be a Men-at-Arms opening. I wonder if we're looking at just straight-up Gilded Archers. We'll just drop off and back off. I mean, Arkan doesn't really have much value here, right? No, he goes Mine Work. The problem here is the Arkan value would have been on the tree line with the deer, but he's already gathering the deer, and there's really not that much left. 78 here, 227, 75. By the time he'd age up, this would all be gone. Intrigued to see what Wham has planned here, by the way. Historically, he has been a big believer in 2TC OOTD. I'm just not really entirely sure if you want to do it on this map in this matchup. Feels very dangerous considering how short the map is and how aggressive Ottomans are. Make Microsoft change the default browser website to your Twitch YouTube. If I had millions, I could probably bribe them to do that. They're never get like actually that's like a play that they could do to make money. You know, like embedding's a thing, right? That people pay for. You get thousands and thousands. Like, you guys remember a guy called Fextra Life? That's literally how he built his entire Twitch presence. That guy, so he embedded on his like website where he had all these guides, and there'd be this tiny little embed that would count as a viewer, and that allowed him, like that. I mean, that's the cheat sheet with Twitch, right? It allowed him to basically build a real audience. That's why a lot of people think that they can just embed and succeed. Sadly, most of them don't understand that you still need to do something good content creator wise to convert people. Looks like Wham's going for the back gold, so we may actually have a castle rush timing. He's going for the racks. He knows he's going to have to protect himself. This is going to give him access to the gold necessary for men-at-arms. Men-at-arms can be tricky here, though. Against Ottomans, I think they love seeing Order of the Dragon men-at-arms because you can play Sipahi and kite your opponent. Not just that, men-at-arms are really slow, and Sipahi, with their extra range, can essentially just trade for free if you optimize your micro. Kilyatti? Yeah, I love that. He's about to get fully decapped. This is much more efficient. He pulls the villager out to pause the timer and then goes back inside. Because if that had been fully expired, he would have been ejected and then had to have waited for a full recapture. But here, as long as there's just 1% left, without it being decapped, it will just refill and you can use it in the meantime. Cool little detail, really smartly done. What's the longest game on this map? All seem very quick. I think we've had 36 minutes was the longest. Actually, yeah, it was the game between Kilyatti and Core. And the best part about that game is, like, Imperial didn't happen until 33 minutes, I think. But this is to be expected. Like, games will be quick when you're talking about a new map because people are figuring out the kinks of the other game. Occasionally we'll get a late game just because people don't know how to end. But a lot of the time, you know, it's this clash of ideas of people figuring out what's best. Okay, so we do have Spear plus Men-at-Arms coming. Kilyatti, age up complete. Has to be archery, right? Yeah, now that you see spears. If it had just been straight up men-at-arms, Sipahi are good. Wow, it just kind of feels like he's playing this map as if the stone doesn't exist. Yeah, there's not much value for OOTD if you can't do 2TC. Probably shouldn't be able to do 2TC here. At least not without a big justification. A little bit of a weird outpost. Drops it further forward. Wait, what? No. That doesn't work. I'd be shocked if this works. That men-at-arms is way too tanky. What? Villager's going to go down. Kilyatti giving over a freebie there. It won't be so bad if you can get the spearman kill at least. Does connect with it. This men-at-arms is still a right big nuisance. The villager... Wait, was he... Wait. I mean, Wham could just dive in right now. I'm sorry, is the villager just invisible if he stands still? Is that how this works? Camouflage villager? If I don't move, they can't see me. Yeah, you moved. Second men-at-arms now arriving. And yeah, now you just start fighting him. This is rough. Kilyatti, is he going? Yeah, he's going Imams. I was about to say, if you don't get Imams here, it's crazy. Imams is your one clutch-up play against his men-at-arms. This is where you can start to contest the Gilded Boys. There is another level up as well, which will be the meta detail. Once he gets a meta in, this becomes very hard for Wham to just cheese him with men-at-arms. But forces a lot of other time. Backs away. Does cost him a spearman. They're pretty pricey, considering they're 160 each. Men-at-arms. Oh, he body blocks himself. Well played by Wham. Yeah, you have to be so quick to pull away here, guys. The problem is that these men-at-arms attack quicker than standard men-at-arms. They almost attack every second. And the body blocks... He could get the Imam right now. Wait, what? No, he just dives and he's trying to deny the outpost again. Kilyatti, he loses another worker. 2 down. Imams would be the connector you're looking for. He's split between different targets. Like this. There we go. He does garrison it. Things are getting real weird here. Now, there is a big problem for Wham. He's cheesing men-at-arms, and we talked about the counterplay. It's Sipahi. You stop producing spears, because your opponent has archers. It's logical. So Sipahi follow-up here is going to be really strong for Kilyatti once they're out. What an interesting game this is already becoming. Still, Wham, he's holding onto a lot of resources. This is going to be castle. Burgrave does make a lot of sense here. Just gives you that pump timing. And I am a bit worried for Kilyatti because I'm not seeing much pump. No, he's trusting in the military schools only. Finally realized the error of the ways. Has double stables coming through now. But by the time your first supply you're going to be in the field, Wham's already going to start the tech out. So to clarify on points of interest how it works, you have to fully decapture to eject the villager. If it's not fully decapped, your opponent can eject the villager to stop you decapping it, which is what happened here earlier from Kilyatti. But as long as it doesn't reach 0, similar to a sacred site, if you've already previously fully captured it, and the enemy leaves the area, it will slowly regenerate the bar to full. And while it's like that, even if it's down to 1%, it's still tagged as owned by you, which is why your villagers can go back in. Just like a sacred site, if a sacred site is down to 1%, but you don't successfully decap it, your opponent will still get gold gen. Same concept. All right, Burgrave on the way. I think Wham's quite happy with how this played out. You know, double worker kill, a lot of idle time forced, an outpost investment that just doesn't matter because you're not double downing on it. You also kind of hurt your opponent quite a bit here on the food, right? Yeah, because Kilyatti, he's down to 5 sheep, and he doesn't have the Anatolian hills. I think that's the other problem is, like, if this had been just standard sheep opening, Kilyatti could have went for a quick timing into double stables. Instead, he had to delay himself. And the reason why the villager becomes smaller is because actually all villagers in Age of Empires 4 are actually mech suits operated by individuals. The problem is this is a fragile archaeological site, so you can't send a mech suit in there. It would just break all of the nice phases. So what happens is you eject yourself out of the suit, and then you just go and on the hand, bring out these wonderful ancient Greek vases. I'm glad I could explain that to you. It also now makes sense to everyone why gilded villagers are so tanky. Too much Gundam. Where did the suit go? So, interesting little detail about all Age of Empires 4 Gundam pilots. They actually have a bag of infinite holding. It's a little sachet by their side. It's barely noticeable, really, unless you look very closely. They stockpile it in their belt. Nah, I'm kidding. That's not believable enough. They discovered Iron Man tech. Like, actually, Marvel stole the idea of Iron Man from Age of Empires 4. So it's just nanosuits, really. Okay, so tech up complete, and Kilyatti hasn't really done anything about it. He's just scaling more Sipahi. I am worried for Kilyatti. I mean, melee armor is pretty good when it's feudal men-at-arms. Now they do 17 damage. You knock off about 10% of their DPS with melee armor. It's not a lot. Yeah, and also it means you die in, what, 10 hits, basically? About 10 hits, maybe 11. Doesn't make you feel that tanky when you consider how quickly the men-at-arms fight. Kilyatti. Look to poke in. Does scout the fact that Wham is already going for relics. In fact, where is that monk? Ah, that's going to play nicely. Yeah, can set up on the gold. Remember, when you play All the Dragon HRE, you can garrison your relics inside of outposts. It's a valuable tool. And Kilyatti, because he scouted that, he knows to check relics now. And this timing is going to be good for him unless Wham hides in the stealth forest, does get seen, fails to garrison in the outposts. No, he sacked it so the villagers would be safe. Good strike there. Been in and out for Kilyatti. Does slow down Wham's timing slightly, but Kilyatti needs an out, and he needs it now. Just like that villager that hopped into the Forgotten Ruins that ejected, Kilyatti is now going to eject himself from feudal. Castle, just around the corner. Not the scariest army straight away, but the production rate's going to be very handy for getting crossbows out to defend against this. It needs to be fast. My concern, though, is that Wham might just be a step quicker. Men-at-Arms. They march in. And Kilyatti. Uh-oh. Only half complete. Has to make a stand. He uses the attack speed instead of the melee armor. The health bars just aren't moving. Oh my god. We haven't seen it in so long. And whenever you do, it looks so obnoxious. Gilded Men-at-Arms. It's all you need. Wham, he's breaking through here. Techi's at least going to complete. The healing has been pretty handy to slow down the bleeding, but feels inevitable. Army is going to start falling. Imams also get sniped out here. Wham, just going to break the entire army and break open the series with a win. The village... No, the villagers! What is that seek shelter? By some miracle, they're not all just going to straight up die. But it's still going to be, what, 3 going down? And this is just wave 1. Folks, this is 9 out of 15. There are more men-at-arms coming. They're turning to the Scooby-Doo crew. They're splitting up to look for clues. Tree line's going to be a big hit. Berries get idled out. It is entirely possible that Kilyatti, due to the insane old age being 369, he simply hasn't actually realized what's happened yet. You know, ping to the Wi-Fi, not so good. They had dial-up in these days. Nah, bless him. Kilyatti's like, if I can just survive this. I mean, I've got crossbows coming now. That's the answer, right? Well, within reason. He does get the double Lancer out. But it's 8 villager lead for Wham. And what? The shivs? No way. What am I looking at here? That was the seek shelter. And then he's like, screw it, I need to fight anyway. And now they're all out in the middle of nowhere. Kilyatti, why do you hate villagers so much? I had to avoid saying, why do you hate Ottoman people so much? Oh, God. Oh, yeah, this is a perfect time to go back to gathering berries. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? He's like, must not have 0 food income. Must not have 0 food income. Must not tremble and die in game 1. Oh, it's been a while since we've seen a Gilded Men-at-Arms rush that looked this toxic. Well, that was a quick start. Oh my god. Order of the Dented. I forgot how disgustingly cheesy this was. I kind of just want to upload that. Just for the... Really just for the Gundam conversation, you know? It's good vibes. It's good vibes. Oh my god, that was merciless vibes. Game number 1 to Wham. Game 2, I believe they're now hopping in. Let's see what they've got in store for us. Oh wait, they haven't started yet. Alright, we start in a second. Reminder, by the way, guys, while we wait for the game to start in a second, there is something I need you guys to do for me. Exclamation mark AMD. I want to get these numbers up for these bad boys. They're here, sponsoring the channel again, believing yours truly. Let's smash the expectations with the impressions that you guys make on this website, hitting it. We're talking right now about the Ryzen CPUs. These things are absolutely incredible. I am jelly of the X3D models. I need to get my hands on one. I need to talk to my AMD rep. Because I've got the 9950X, which is god tier. It's this one right here, but I'd recommend you guys, like most of you are gamers, so you just go for the 9800 X3D. It's perfect for gaming. The V3 cache actually goes a long way. Like if you check, like Google the increases on performance. If you go so 9800X versus 9800 X3D, right? And we have a look at the numbers. At least twice the gaming performance due to twice. And by the way, this is the number one. This is like the best. If you want best game performance, it's X3D models you want to be looking at 900. So check that out. Exclamation mark AMD. Big shout out to them for sponsoring the channel. Love working with those guys. Dude, we've worked with AMD so many times at this stage. Like, I love the fact that they believe in you guys and me. They keep coming back. So let's keep rewarding that by giving those click-throughs and hyping them up. All right. I think boyos are now hopping into GAM, right? Wait, did they forget to make the game observable? Bro. Are we amateurs or are we pros? Let me restart my game just in case it's me. Like, bro. I think they forgot to make the game observable. People gotta stop doing this. I mean, why can't it just be... Wait, is default behavior on or off anyway? I think it's default behavior off, and I don't know why. Default behavior should just be on. What is this clownery? I'm pretty sure default behavior is off. We can watch Wham stream? I don't think we can. I don't think Wham's streaming. I'm not observable. Let me check in with them. I think their game is not observable, but I'm just going to double check before I ping them. I don't know why default is off. It's clownery, man. I'm just here trying to be a tournament organizer, and it does feel like my... Oh, there we go. It just didn't show. We're good to go. All right. They are professionals. Dude, like, this is the stupid thing, though. You guys saw that, right? The UI did not show it at all. So shabade. All right, in we go. We're good to go. Panic averted. Shout out to the boys. They did do it right. It's just this goddamn game done the day. All right. What? What on earth is that? Never before would you see this. Front range French pick. This map is all about aggro, but not the style that the French pump out because they lack food. Wham is here to educate all of us. Game number 2 in this best of 5, and it is indeed going to be a French pick on front range. Mongols pick coming out from Kilyatti. It's an interesting choice by French here. I mean, we've seen a lot of English. We've seen a lot of Lancaster. We've seen Mongols. We've seen Japanese. We've seen most things. But French, I'm not sure we've had so far here. Like, even Jean, I'd see making a bit more sense. But yeah, French. The reason why it's surprising, folks, is this map doesn't have much safe food. But in theory, that should make French pick good, right? Like, not having much safe food. They're the dominant civ that gets to play out onto pocketed foods. They don't have to worry. The problem here, though, that you have to keep in mind is that it's a linear map. And one of your biggest upsides, French Knights, probably struggles to rotate as effectively as you like. I'm not entirely sold by that, though, based on how many Mongols we've picked on this map and how good Keshiks have looked. So pretty cool by Wham. Definitely thinking off meta, and, you know, he's definitely deep diving his thought process with this map. Remember, Wham is one of the players who's going to have to keep playing this map later on because he is the reigning champion of the King of the Rockies tournament in America. So he's going to be there defending his title later this year, and this will be one of the maps featuring on that land. And yeah, once again, shout out to the boys. They didn't do it wrong. Thank goodness. I was like so vexed at sick. I was like, why is it not doing it? We basically had a weird little hiccup. Sometimes Observer doesn't allow you to check the games. I was getting ready to full rocket mold. It wasn't the boys' fault. They know. Wham and Kilyatti are professionals. Question mark. How effective is this spinner play going to be? Kilyatti. I mean, it looks like it should be pretty impactful. That gold, that wood, and the deer is at least going to be gathered. The tricky part, though, is it kind of feels like you need double outpost here. Yeah, the gold split is really good for Wham. This would have been pretty disastrous if Mongols had been rushing you and you got a double gold spawn on the same side, which can happen, by the way. About to burn the mistake I felt bad about. Like, in fairness, like, not necessarily these guys, but there have been players regularly in the past that have forgotten to, like, make the game spectatable. I think, like, in the past, we've added them enough that it's maybe just kind of in the brain now, so, like, they remember to do it, thank goodness. Because it is, like, unfortunate, right? It's like, if they fail to make the game observable, it negatively impacts the viewership on this channel, and that negatively impacts tournaments. Like, okay, imagine this. Imagine, like, you had a tournament series, right? And you were sponsored by, let's go with Crucial. And Crucial was paying to get these tournament games casted that would generate huge viewership. But then you lose all the viewership because, like, the game isn't going on. Crucial aren't going to be happy. They're going to be gone, right? So it's like, it's just about getting people in the good habit. If the devs are watching this video, for the love of God, just make custom games set to be observable by default. It's the easiest way to fix the problem. So Kilyatti, he has at least denied night spam. Wham's going to have to be opening archers here. Kilyatti, I wonder, could we be getting a trade game? Probably not with the threat of French Knights. We are going to get the outpost follow-up, though. Yeah, I think whenever you go for an outpost rush, inherently Deerstone already looks a lot better. Because it means you're going to have that forward yam to give you the chase power. Kilyatti, a little bit suboptimal on the gather here. A lot of food. Yeah, also, interestingly enough, he didn't start on the deer. Because of the TC placement, he had to keep the Gur anchored on the gold. That's not great. It means you're just missing out on a better food gathering rate. In fairness, it's not too far away from the TC, so you can get there eventually. And there we go. Deerstone is now coming in. Villager is now arriving. Wham has eyeballs on. No, wait, hold on a second. Wait, wait, I was about to say, there's a second village. He's actually going for the double gold block. No way. Not just that, guys. If this outpost is allowed up, he will also block all the trees. This is beyond toxic. This is Kilyatti trying to speedrun game 2. This is the type of play that ended games in 2021 straight away. It's not the same case anymore. It's very difficult to make multi-outpost rushes work with Mongols. Most players don't do it. Could this be the play? Could this work? Even all ranked games are default observable? Yeah, and funnily enough, there have been players in the past who've tried to argue that shouldn't be the case. And I was like, huh? What? Again, neither of these two. They've been fine with it. Shout out to these boys. They've always been ready, able, and willing. And Wham is willing to fight. This is why the double outpost is so dangerous. Kilyatti, he's going to end up losing the villager. Wham with the horseman play. The shiv's out approach seems to have worked out. It did end up costing him one worker, but to kill one worker in response makes it A-okay. Wham's gold will be safe. Kilyatti has at least got the arrow slits coming on the other outpost, so that will remain secure for now. But this does mean that the night spam is going to be coming. Kilyatti is looking to mirror into Keshiks on the other side of this. Or as I like to call them, worst knights. I mean, come on, guys. Wait. Yo, this one horseman is sick. Double kill with the one pony. He may not have French knights, but he definitely has the French blood running through that stallion. You know, when you look at like a horseman from the right angle, it actually looks like a guy with a ponytail. You see it. Okay, so what now for Kilyatti? Because this is starting to look a bit disastrous. You went for an outpost rush. You came out the other side at 7 minutes in, down 4 villages against French. Now, French do produce villages quicker, but the tune of 2 workers, right? At this stage of the game, anyway. So things are going pretty bad, it'd be fair to say. Like, your opponent's going to have more cavalry at this rate than you do. He should at least have the double production. Yeah, he's got it queued up. But remember, you know, Keshiks, they do take, what, 30 seconds? These knights come out in 28 because of the School of Cavalry. Oh, sorry, 29. So, like, you're able to be competitive here. Are the horses also mechs? Yes, but not the kind you climb inside. This isn't Ace Ventura. No, just similar to pigeons. It's all part of the government's plan to watch you. What? It's kind of unfortunate for Kilyatti. Like, even trade, I don't think would have put him in a better position. Because if you trade on this map, you know, it's French Knights. They're going to just counter-raid you. I wouldn't mind seeing Kilyatti consider 1 or 2 Magadai before the walls fully go up. Because, like, your opponent is playing wide onto food now. 1 or 2 Magadai make for pretty effective raiders. It's just very expensive to do. Remember, Magadai, they're considered a premium unit, 150 resources. And also, the other warriors, like, you have limited food to punt in different directions anyway. In fact, he's already out of sheep. Yeah, it's deer and then bust. So he needs to do something quick to secure additional food. Wham already has done that. The boar is a big power play here. That gathering rate boost is going to allow him to start winning the night fight 2-3 minutes from now, as long as he doesn't hemorrhage any of the cavalry. Kilyatti wants to be competitive. He needs to rush for his own, and it looks like we are seeing the rush out. Wait. Oh, wait. Props to him. I actually didn't notice that earlier. He snuck onto the deer, so nicely played. Wham will know about this. The deer always spawn in the back corner. He has already scouted, so you can even see them dying through the fog. Kilyatti. Nice steer there with the Keshiks. Textiles is making this difficult, though. Yeah, and now the knights come in. Scare him away. Textiles already just paying off. I mean, otherwise, you're probably looking at a single worker going down there. Chivalry follow-up from Wham. Alright, how did you guys predict, by the way? Let's have a look. Oh, wait. Sorry, we didn't do predictions. Remind me after game 2. Oops. Nah, actually, that's a good idea to get more active mods, because then we can do organic predictions. Like, who thinks X is going to go castle first? I like the idea of that. Maybe I need to set up a mod application form. Keshiks. Looking for kills. Villagers are going to make a run for it, and Kilyatti's slow to react. Wait, the villagers... Wait, what? What was that? He tried to go back? I don't know if that was intentional, just seek shelter logic. Still great strike there. Kilyatti able to get multiple worker kills. Still, this ended up costing the spears. The Keshiks getting heavily injured as well. And that's the north side chase away. So I think Wham is just trying to insulate himself with vision on the north in the prep for the pull, because the weakness of playing French here is the gold will run out fast, and that will push you into dangerous territory quicker than a lot of the civs. If you look at the most successful civs on front range so far, they're ones that can do a lot with the initial gold veins. Alright, whereas French is about food access on the map, which they dominate well, but then they're also about a lot of gold access. And the contradiction of front range is that all the food you want is down in this area. All the gold you want is up in this area. Makes it very difficult to defend both, but that's what Wham's walls were made for. Yup, he's going early. We don't often see people wall in fully like this quickly. But it's smart. You know, for night spam, you're going to need to be up here anyway. Good job from Kilyatti contesting the boar by being on the deer and the boar behind this as well. Push into the corner. Looks like villagers were kept safe. And he is now going to be moving for that boar. And Kilyatti. Should he be a bit scared of this? This is a lot of knights. He has got the spears now following up. Knight for Keshik trade so far, but also a spear going down. We'll retreat towards the safety of the boar. I mean, Kilyatti's food income is going to get really good. He should be going up to about 800 with this addition. Maybe more, actually. Yeah, the deer here, plus the boar, we're probably going to be approaching 1,000. Is he gathering deer back here still? Yeah. Okay, so food surge is looking good for Kilyatti. But Wham is still winning on the night count. And you have to remember, playing a long feudal doesn't feel good against French. For a start, the comp scales really, really well into the next stage. But the other thing to keep in mind here is that the villager lead will also scale. Now reacquiring onto the gold. He doesn't really need this gold right now, but what he actually wants is the food. If he tries to sneak out the berries, he'll be seen by this outpost. So he's just getting rid of the vision now, so he has access to the berries and the deer in the corner. Counteroffensive coming in. Last time this play ended up losing Wham 2 workers. Knights are going to bait the Keshiks away to buy a little bit of time. Villagers scrambling over. Knights will try to commit in, but a few Keshiks do peel off to go chasing. The villagers will break away, but archers now target firing down the spears. The Knight line is looking sturdy. Kilyatti, I'm getting a little bit worried for him here. Only 3 spearmen remaining. The villagers got away. Wham! Barely lost anything from that. I think 1 worker went down. But Kilyatti loses the bulk of the army. Yeah, and Wham! Now the lead just keeps on building. 11 Knights to 5 Keshiks. The counteroffensive could be big. He delays it, though. He understands, okay, I don't need to dive straight away. I have a big, healthy lead now. If I just allow a bit of time to pass, I benefit, courtesy of chivalry healing. And Wham's wall is soon to be complete. He's going for the full wall in. Sir? Sir? Is that because of the rubble? There we go. Yeah, he realizes. Could you imagine if that cost him? And yeah, he has no food, but it's because he just moved out. The funny thing, by the way, I just noticed this, and apparently he did as well. This whole time, Wham didn't have survival techniques. Even though he played deer early over here, even though he went out into the boar, and now he's playing double deer. In fairness to him, the boar was only half expired, though, so it wasn't the most disastrous thing. A hell of a lot of food now. There's always a scary thing about playing against the French in these situations. You know, so tick-tock goes the clock type feeling. Kilyatti, even in the center, knows he needs to catch up. Maybe considering castle. Could it be a Kurultai game? Step readout just feels really funky on this map because of this. This spawn is horrible to try and... You can't step readout that, right? Some of these gold veins are just all like borderline impossible. At least a Gur, I think you can wedge up in the mountain there. So like step readout, when I do see it, it feels a bit flimsy. In fairness, most games for Mongols have been Kurultai, but normally Kurultai is encouraged by archer spam. This is a very different Mongol game to what we've been seeing. Props to Kilyatti for remassing on the Keshiks, by the way. Quite impressed by how he's managed to catch up there, but my god, the food income of Wham. He's approaching 2,000 food a minute. This is all finite food sources, though. Knock on the wall. Knights are nearby, though. One tricky thing for Wham is the way he walled, he didn't actually secure berries. So that might come back to bite him in the butt. Japanese are hard enough in this map because of free tile mining camp? Somewhat. Like the forge is still smaller than a step readout. Step readout is much harder to position in some cases here. Like it all depends on the RNG of the spawn. Night clash. Archers are getting sacked a little though. We'll start to stagger the retreat. Keshik count is still looking good as Kilyatti continues the approach. The archers, there's just enough left of them to one-hit flurry a spearman down. But the knights are being forced to stand their ground. Movement speed now is going to get activated. Wham will get behind the wall. And this is where having a full melee army sucks so much. Oh, great. We can't chase anymore. Turns around onto the outpost. Wham is going to need to engage fast. Does bait the response. Archers, a little bit exposed. Now remember, the outpost fire is helping out here. It's not a bad place to fight. Wham, microing away the injured parties. And he's done it. He's broken the spears. Wham will knock teeth out of the old man's mouth. They might be fake teeth, but it still hurts to lose them. Kilyatti, new wave coming in, but villagers, they could repair. He doesn't do it straight away. Keshi's going to get mopped up. It's a full reduction down to just a handful left. A double up count for Wham still. And he's looking to make it triple the heavy cavalry. Damn, well played. French, the only thing left to do now is gold. He's switched over. He's got 10 on the gold up here. He's switching another 10. So we're going to be seeing castle now. The Keshiks, however, are going to find a good raid target. The problem is Kilyatti now has catch up to do. He's moved out for his own gold. His food income is depressing. Yeah, like he's really starting to feel the pain of this. And Wham, of course, he's going to be able to keep those food numbers up still as he shifts out towards the double berry batch. Something that Kilyatti is somewhat mirroring. But to make matters worse, Wham, no freaking way. Kilyatti, he never decapped the outposts. 16 villagers. Third outpost is being built. Wham. He's going to charge in before it completes, though. That means there's a bunch of workers exposed, but Wham, he doesn't realize. Kilyatti will get the third outpost up. But it's a lot of knights. No garrison straight away. Loses the one excess. This is dicey. If these were spring on placements, sure. But they are just arrow fire. Wham. He is going to stack on top of the one outpost. Knights are getting low, though. A clutch repair could change everything about Kilyatti's fate. He's getting it in. Archers are now arriving as well. I don't see how he's going to be able to repair this again. He might not need to, though. It's only 4 knights remaining. The triple outpost fire may be turning this around for Kilyatti. Another repair. No textiles. But barely any knights left alive. This is ridiculous. Kilyatti's not done, though. He's also attacking. Goes for the burn from the gate. Just ignores the charge in. He wants to break the wall to allow those spearmen in. The outpost is not going down. No, the knights are going to lose. And the spears on approach. Kilyatti is making this into one hell of a Mongol game. Outpost has to be bailed on, though. But the villagers do get away. An expensive dive for Wham. He lost so many knights there. I think it's 5 or 6 going down. Still plenty on the defensive, though. Yeah, this is the thing. Wham looked like he was in a dicey position, but guys, remember, he was holding over 1,000 food. Where did it go? It went back into knights. He's already back up to 15. 7 more in queue. So despite Kilyatti's best efforts, he's still not safe. Another outpost coming up. All this effort, and for good reason. There's a second gold vein back here, but I do wonder. Like, I actually want to see this happen. If Wham isn't able to kill it here, but hangs around with the archers, if Kilyatti sets up on this gold, you can just stand on the high ground and shoot him down. It's not really something you think about in the moment, though. Archers are going to get dented. Knights mirror the movement of the horsemen, so north side eco protected. Remember, that was the only entry point that Wham had to worry about. We'll be going for the rewall now. Army value difference is absurd. All right, 6,000 to not even 4. Destroyed value explains it. Wham, one berry batch almost gets expired. The other one got some way to go. We have also got the deers expiring on the north side. So this would be the time, right? Like where you try for castle. Has Kilyatti begun the switch? Yes, pastures are coming through. Okay, so he's transitioning. Wham hasn't solved that problem yet. We have got stone gathering, though, which shows his intent to keep drop soon. Difficult position for Kilyatti. This many knights could just brute force him and break him. And I think Wham may have just realized that he pushes forward. Now melee upgrade. I mean, you might as well. You've got horseman, spearman. Every tiny little bit of damage is going to count here. At this point, Kilyatti's in an all-hands-on-deck position. Wham. He's still trying to get back on those berries. Cheeky Kilyatti hanging around, though. Horsemen inside the tower are going to be exposed alongside the Keshiks. I think Wham thought that there was villagers for a second, so kind of got baited into committing on to the outpost. This has been a wacky game, by the way. I've been loving front range. I feel like front range, especially now that people are kind of figuring out the other game, just keeps delivering better and better. But Wham's on approach towards the base. This looks pretty much toast. Kilyatti just going to try to garrison up. Wait, this one's actually villagers, though. Oh, no. Before it was horsemen baiting in the outposts. This time it's going to hurt him. But it might not even matter. The main fight is more important. Wham! Overwhelms with knights. The first time we're seeing French here, and it is going to be a big thumbs up from the Canadian. Let me know what you thought about this game, guys. I mean, it's a pretty cool way to see the French played. Normally talk about that castle transition, but on a map where gold and food is meant to be risky and limited, he just reminded everyone that Pro Scouts is for pussies. Yeah, I said it. I didn't know what to call that one. That was really cool, though. I'm trying to think what the focal point would be. Yo, what's up, Marv? I see you with the 5 gifted. You absolute legend. Thank you very much, mate. Hope you're having a good day. 211 subs? Marv's a monster in the best way possible. Thank you, mate. Appreciate you. Nice, sub goal achieved. Let's go even higher. So, I think we call this one why people stop double outpost rushing. That's the way to, like, rope people in. Yeah, Marv, always a legend. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying the content. All right, let's get ready for the next game. So 2-0 now. That was the French versus Mongols. And next up, we have got Byzantine versus House of Lancaster and Dry Arabia. All right, let's get predictions up on this one, please. And thank you, Faplop, as we get ready to go. If there's any Civ that he's the boogeyman as a defender on, this is the one. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 3, a series in which Wham has been executing flawlessly, and he may make it a complete series of flawless execution. Byzantines is his Civ to defend with. I don't think I've seen any other Civ he's played with in which he's able to buffer away aggression so easily. And that's a good thing, considering he's up against Kilyatti, a known attacker in Age of Empires 4. That's right. Welcome back to the series, folks. It is actually 2-0 for Wham. He wins this game. Kilyatti is out of our $20,000 esports circuit for week number 4. And he will book himself a date in the semi-finals up against Anatan. And fireworks. And kind of a recurring performance of who's getting in deep. But I look forward to seeing how this carves out when we reach week 10, reach week 10, 20, 30, and 40. You know, at the moment, we may have these dominant names at the top, but we've just been seeing this gradual improvement out of some of the upcomers, the upstarts. I mean, just think about where a player like Anatan would have ranked for most people just a year ago. And yet now, you know, seeing semis, thinking about grand finals, doesn't seem that crazy of an idea ever. Yeah, and I hope we see more of that. You know, with the upcoming DLC approaching, which should kind of reset the playing field a bit, Age of Mythology and other similar RTSs maybe dwindling in numbers, we might see more people shifting back. We've already seen Mr. and Recon returning, Magic training as well. That's a great bolster to the scene. And let's not also forget things like Stormgate, StarCraft 2's position. AoE 4 is in a good position to take a bunch of extra pros in. And I, for one, am looking forward to it. But these two have been here from the very beginning. Wham, a player who played high-ranking StarCraft 2 but never pro. Cut his teeth in the pro scene AoE 4. Kilyatti, once upon a time, just a mere men-at-arms English Russia, has now become a Lancaster spear Russia. And it's off to a decent start. Some good harass there. Wham is resilient to using Akrotoy. Yeah, and Wham made the correct call, right? He's going for Hippodrome because this spawn is way, way, way too good for someone to not outpost rush. Berries, gold, stone, double stone. Oh my god. This might be the most painful spawn a Byzantine player's ever had. Just look at it. The backup golds on the east, the stone is what? Like, you just can't touch any of this. So Hippodrome it is. Now, the good news is that Wham is going to get enough olive oil, I believe, out of this to get the first Lombos, which is going to be very important. And that gold is indeed in range. Even if it wasn't, the TC isn't protecting the gold, so you wouldn't put villages on this against 5 spearmen. You just die to that. Yeah, and you can see Kilyatti just eager. He's like, if I'm quick enough, he won't get the olive oil. And he's going to damn well make sure he's quick enough. Love that. Oh my god. I think the outpost reaches there as well. Yeah. Kilyatti, he's got the perfect position. He doesn't have enough olive oil for Lombos. Oh, this is disastrous. Yeah, the whole idea of Hippodrome is you build the Lombos to deal with the spearmen. So Wham is instead going to have to add in normal archers, which really sets back your timing as Byzantines. Kilyatti, the best start to a game we think we've seen from him this series. Could this be the one? 14 sheep compared to the 10. So Wham's also going to be lacking food there as well. This is brutal. What's Wham's backup option? The berries are a bit far out, but they're near the tree line, so you can hug it and go around. Deer, you don't really care about. So it's not impossible to get food. You don't really want to be going west here because that's also open ground. Then again, like, you're not up against the cavalry raiding civ, not in a traditional sense. And do remember, guys, this is going to be best horseman versus worst horseman if Kilyatti goes for the hobbies. And it is going to be Hobbler. Yeah, we've seen this already today from Kilyatti, right? Earlier today, we saw the Kilyatti core game in which he relentlessly dove him with what felt like infinite hobbies. This would be a very different game to do it, but like step 1 has already been ticked. You've forced an archer transition. Without another town, Wham can just go textiles and take it down. No wheelbarrow, long walk would be tricky. Not impossible, sure. But he's not rushing it. And also, actually, your point on textiles doesn't fit because he doesn't have the gold. You need 100 gold for textiles. So your idea is, in theory, cool, but in practice, not possible. Right? The play would be around Akratoy. Wham, I love this. He actually crept the stone, so we'll be able to get the level 2 system. That's a decent buffer. Sheep count in the end was 12, so he actually beat Kilyatti on sheep count. To be expected, remember he did start with the berries, so the numbers are a bit warped. But also remember that Lancaster starts with an additional 4 sheep. Tech up complete, first lord on the way. And an immediate mana. Now that is interesting, yeah, so he's not just full committing. He's prepping the economy appropriately. And props to Wham. He makes the sneak out, knowing that Kilyatti's being greedy. Yeah, I think he just poked around with the horseman, right? At least saw the stone. That is a well-camouflaged spearman, by the way. Okay, so this is the game changer. Wham will be able to access Lombos. It's just unfortunate he got forced into Archer prematurely. Your preference here is to not need to build Archers at all, because it's much more beneficial just to get Lombos. Right, they're just a better unit. It also saves you 150 win the process of getting towards your archers because you want merc houses anyway. Whereas to this type of build, to add in archers, you're essentially sidestepping your eco much harder into wood. Horseman? I'm just going to ride by. Yeah, I mean, with this timing now, with the delay on Lombos, for Kilyatti, it's just a case of build spears, lol. Just more spear forehead. You know what? You were right. What was that comment earlier? There's only like 36 likes on the YouTube live stream. There's 145 of you. Get those likes up. You're right. Smart person. Check that. Oh, hopefully people liking the streams. We're approaching, what? 6.5 hours live? This series will probably bring us up to 7 hours at this rate. Because it looks good for Kilyatti. Reminder, by the way, guys, if you are watching this on a recording later, you can catch us live Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Don't miss out. Don't skim. you could be part of the chat right now, spamming all the remotes. And it has been a pretty damn good day. We've had some cool games. In particular, I'd recommend people look back at the Anatan Numadan games. We also had, the Kilyatti core ones were absolute entertainment. And of course, Numadan mirrored at the start of the day. Double deer grab. Well, this does surprise me. Guys, you're doing this against Byzantines that could play Exploratores. In fact, he's moving for gold now. If I see a player playing like this with villagers, I'm thinking Exploratores. Because it means my horseman will kill in 5 hits instead of 6. But it also means I'll get paid 30 gold every time I kill one of your workers. Jackpot. Did you guys know that Byzantines versus Abbasids is the perfect alchemical matchup? Because you transmute food into gold. Yeah, so they build villages for 30 food, and then you kill them for 30 gold. Now, alchemy is not heresy. It's just good science. Wham. Trying to get cheeky there. It does end up getting the kill in the hobby. Remember what we said about this. This is like best horseman versus worst horseman, or one of the best anyway. Like technically it's temporary, but while you have Triumph, you are the best horseman in the game. Outside of Gilded Horseman. Is it time consuming to add markers in the videos for games? Yes. I'd say so. I don't know if that really pay off in a live stream either. Normally people who want to watch live streams just want background content anyway that plays all the way through. If that makes sense. There's a different style of consumer, right? Because someone would have to go back and do it. It's either me or my editor. I could ask my editor if he wants to. I think he's going to cry, though. Because I need to talk to him about full edited content next. But how about we censor out the violence that's about to occur? Villages. Torches are out. No trapezites, though, so not a quick burn. And Kilyatti is going to attack him with Hobbler. Wham did not get Exploratores. Lombos are here. The Hobbler are kind of trapped dealing with the horseman, though. So, oh my god, he's making him choose. Gun to the head at the moment, right? Like, either kill the Lombos or save the villages. That's actually brilliant out of Wham. And he is going to go for the melee tech instead. So they'll still achieve the 5-hit kill. It just means that he can fight Hobbler more effectively. That was such a sick idea. But the Spearmen did arrive in time to start scaring them off. And also, once the Hobbler have got the Lords nearby, reminder that they get an extra 22 HP each. Essentially putting them on par health-wise with Wham's Horsemen. Wham, no. Oh, anyone ever met that person who plays City Skylines and they like tried to connect their sewage, but they connected to the wrong point? This is that right now. That's not a level 5 system build. Oops. I mean, this is good though. It proves that it can happen to even the best players in the game, you know? The mere mortals that we may be watching this being like, I don't think I could ever play to this level. It's fine, right? Like, just play the game to enjoy it. Even the pros make what seems like ridiculously simple mistakes. I mean, at the end of the day, the thing that you have to keep in mind is quite often when we watch games like RTSs of Age of Empires, you talk about the race towards perfection, but actually what it is it's a fight against failure. Or a fight against imperfection is the better way of putting it. You know, often we look at it the wrong way around. You don't strive for perfection, you strive to make the least mistakes possible and force your opponent to make them instead. And here's the divided choice. What do? He tries to get the best of both worlds. Wham's going to commit in. He hasn't activated the Triumph, but now we go! Rohirrim Riders activate! There is a dive elsewhere. Looks like the Hobblars are moving in. A counter-offensive, but Outpost already up. Will seek shelter inside. Meanwhile, the main engagement, the Horsemen, trying to beat it back. Lords are falling. The Spearmen are gone. There's only one left in the fight. The Lords are falling. And the Triumph still has 10 seconds to go. Hobblars need kills right now, because this is about to get bad. Those villages are no longer protected. The Lombo wave, a new ball is here, meaning Spearmen cannot funnel out to this. Instead, he has to fall and dive into the base. Kilyatti moves towards the tree line. More horsemen reinforcing. Villages Seek shelter successfully. It's going to be a dive towards the berries on the south. In the meantime, the villagers from the deer location get caught. Wham! Strikes them down. But he can hunt for more. There's more villagers running away to the north. Kilyatti, a valiant effort. He has remassed equal horseman count, but that was an expensive engagement. Props to him, though. Kilyatti, by some miracle, managed to keep even here. 38 to 38 villagers in this game. And good eyeballs in chat. No willpower to either player is going to feel quite punished. I think that's why they trusted the outposts. And how many triumph tickets do we have? Because that's important. 12. 12 isn't bad here. What's important is that Wham stops the Lord count getting up again. Because the Lords are what made that fight so difficult. This is meant to be an overwhelming edge. You're meant to be at 14 damage versus the 8. And you're meant to have 25 more health. Not to mention the healing throughout a fight, which just elongates you. What happened there is the Lords tanked these big boys up. These little hobbits, they stood tall. It was like someone was wearing a long trench coat with 3 of them inside. But this time, I think he may have chosen poorly. Tries to stand his ground. Lord goes down. Kilyatti, I think he took for granted how important the 4 Lords together were before. This is an 8-strong moment. And also, Kilyatti, I believe, is now struggling on food. He's got the berries on the back, though. Double berries will last a while. The deer are blocked away from him. Lombos are going to get sacked. Turns around for the defense. Yeah, Lombos are pretty much gone. I think what Wham might start to try and do here is just keep Lombos at home until the ball's bigger. Because trickling them in is becoming a bit pricey against Hobblars. That being said, Negroup arrives. He's bogged him again. Triumph activated once more, but only lasts a few seconds. But a few seconds is all he needs. Lightning fast strike from Wham. Wow. Okay. This is impressive, man. I mean, I'm impressed that Kilyatti was able to fight back as efficiently as he did in the first 2 engagements, but on such a small run of Triumph time there, he got so much impact. Yeah, it just shows you the snowball potential with this ability. Like, usually Triumph is that activate it too early and the game is over type ability, but the cool thing here is when you start to snowball your lead, only a few seconds is all that's needed. A few seconds when you outnumber your opponent 2 to 1 of +4 damage is enough. You have to think of Triumph in these situations like Kurotai when you're ahead. It is just seemingly overkill, but it makes winning feel so much easier. Let's give a retreat away. Kilyatti now going for the walls. And Wham, he's pulled onto the ball. He's getting ready for castle. Yeah, good timing ahead of him. He's got enough horsemen to contest the mid-map. I do like this play over just playing full commitment, because they're probably going to have is eventually you have to add in all these olive groves, which he's now doing, but you don't have Grand Winery to make them better. Meanwhile, your opponent is playing Lancaster. Manners, right? Like, it's infinite food. So your opponent's never going to run out, and props to Kilyatti. He's already got a decent number of farms, up to 12. We'll shift for the south side berries. Wall now going up. Hobbler. Moving with motion. Wham will get the early warning. Pulls for the Golden Horn Tower. And are you freaking serious? Out of all the locations to check, Kilyatti finds the landmark! Beautiful blocker there. Akratoy is going to minimize the damage taken from these flimsy ponies, but it's not going to reduce it enough. Jumps on in. We'll find a few worker kills for his troubles. I think that was 2 going down. But the pathing for Kilyatti. Doesn't screw him over. He gets away. Second Hobblar group is poking from the north side. Spearman was sacked, though. Wham split the fight up perfectly. Okay, so Golden Horn Tower now back under construct. But Kilyatti now knows. So the difference is he's not over commitment. He's just getting as much damage done while he's prepping for his own tech. Hobblar are going to get decent trade. You just see what I mean about their effective HP. When they've got the ranged armor benefit here, like, you know, when it's only ranged attacks coming in, they do last an insanely long time. He's still not done, by the way. Wait, what? Oh my god, those workers are so low. Are you freaking serious right now? He's brought enough time to bring the lords all the way over. This is nuts from Kilyatti. Outpost getting fortified. The arrow slits are coming through to make it much more threatening to be here. The Lords are in effect, but the Triumph is available. And there's the button! Wham! He waited, he bided his time until it was stretched out. And then he runs Kilyatti, Finn. Second wave of Hobbler is committing, though. From behind, the Lords are still alive. The Horsemen couldn't win. Oh my god, the health increase is ridiculous. And now the torches are out. He's going to force him to commit or cancel. He's still got more spearmen coming. The Horsemen, they've just got like no time left on the Triumph. He might just have to activate the 2 or 3 seconds he's got. Landmark. No way. Is he actually going to get this? Textile's now being prepped. Wham knows he's going to have to send the workers in soon. Villagers sneak across. He forces the bait, the dive. But now it's going to be a chase on the other side. Torches out again. This is actually happening. Kilyatti. Heavy damage being done with the villager ball. He moves them in. Lords now being sniped down. The villagers run for it. They feel like they've done enough here. The Hobblars are left all alone without their lords. A recommitment again. This fight is never ending. The villagers have done it though. It's enough. Kilyatti. Full squeaky bum time. But no stopping it. Wham, we'll get the age up. But at what cost? A heavy price for sure. Textiles minimize the damage at least, but he finds himself 9 down with Kilyatti mirroring the time. White Tower now complete for Lancaster. That might be one of the craziest all-in fuel aggros I have seen. This man is mythological. Kilyatti, his army is going to get expired now, but he's prepping the next wave. Good damage done. He's got the initial Earl's Guard on the way to keep pressure. Unbelievable. I don't know. I need a moment after that. That was pure cinema. He fights under the biggest tower that exists in Age of Empires 4. He comes out looking better for it. Counterfracts are now arriving from Wham, though. It has been a long, long, long route to Castle. And Kilyatti looks to exploit the map without hesitation. We've already got monks on the way as the knights start to posture aggressively. Counterfract should be able to mirror that move, though. And you just wish there was a way you could use lords with knights. Imagine how tanky they get. Another villager gets chopped down. Kilyatti just always keeps eyes on the prize. However, this is expensive. Several knights go down. He's looking for those worker kills, but the repair crew are going to beat him to the punchline. Earlsguard now with the dive in, but Textiles will protect them. That was maybe a bit too expensive for Kilyatti. I don't know. This is right now a heavy cav race, and it's one that you've just given Wham the ability to win in. Which is impressive considering how much more expensive his cavalry are. Knights come out on the defensive. Numbers are good. Wham slightly overextended here. I don't think he quite realizes it yet. Does pull away just in time. He's prepping the crossbow switch. I think this is good enough. It's now a race for relics, but Wham is already 2 steps behind. Map positioning is going to be critical here, though. And he has got 2 fairly safe relics. Kilyatti already has 1 home, and the others are wide enough he should be able to find them. I can't believe we've got woodworkers up here. Wham. Triumph charges up to only 7. Not good enough. There's a 13 worker lead, plus the mana, so about, like, what, 20 worker lead? Assistant level 5 is going to be adding in about an extra 25% efficiency. Let's just round it that way for simplicity. Wham's exactly at 50 villages, so he's getting about 12.5 villages. He's still behind, just not as much as you'd think. You can see on the numbers, actually, the gold is the area he's struggling in the most compared to Kilyatti. White Tower, whoops. Run. Yeah, Cataphracts, they're not crazy enough to dive the defensive landmark. This is the thing that's really nice about White Tower, even when you play Knights, is it's very freeing. It just lets you roam. Because you always have something safe to fall back with your economy. Still, I'm getting worried. I think Kilyatti needs crossbows a lot faster than this. 14 Cataphract now. Remember, you haven't got spears, so your opponent can actually just dive past your Knights to get on top of the crossbowmen. Yeah, and the reason why Kilyatti doesn't have spears, by the way, is the Lombo count. It's pretty crazy. Nice backstab here, though. Kilyatti. We'll move in. Has to be careful not to hang around too long, though. He's not quite getting the finishing touch on these kills. And now the Triumph! Wham. Perfect moment to do this. He's got the trample to reach one of the crossbows if need be. The time being, it just buys time for the Lombos. Now it's a dive pass. That's going to give a trade out to the Knights, though. Yeah, they'll clean up the last of the Lombos. And the White Tower will protect. So a cool idea there by Wham. The White Tower is always that big but at the end of the sentence. Props to him. Kilyatti has dodged death with workers at most points so far in this game. One or two Lombos are at least going to be creeping around the back. I actually don't mind the idea of adding in Lords here against Katas when you've got crossbows to protect them anyway, but Kilyatti... Wait, what? No, not like this. He didn't realize. Oh my god. All that work, all that feudal grind, and this is how it ends? The villager leader's gone. Completely gone. In one strike. You know, people watch these type of games and they're the ones that convince you that it's better to just go Castle Age, because think about how hard Kilyatti worked for the damage he done. And how easily Wham pulled it back once Castle arrived. The insanity of it. Cataphracts, they have got trample again. They could just chase these. Wham not willing to overcommit, which is surprising. He's got so much food still. Ball's got 1,000 food. Decent amount of deer. And the grove count already up to 17. I mean, he's pretty well padded here. I'm impressed by the way that he's just been keeping his eco pacing upwards on the food. And unfortunate timing there for Kilyatti. He just went for level 2 mana when this happened. The villager from Wham? Wait, what? I don't know if this was intended. Mangonel Tower in the Stealth Forest does sound pretty dirty to me, though. Now, good news for Kilyatti. Relic game has been an outstanding win. A resounding victory. He's got the 4th Relic now on the way home. It just came through the gates. Plus the extra mana's layering in. I do wonder if he needed to use the stone for a castle drop, though. Yeah, you're quite vulnerable to these Katas now. You can see he's so resistant to spears, but I wonder if maybe it was the time to do it when the Lombos got wiped. It would give you a way of dealing with the trample, at least. Kilyatti is going to creep out. Luckily for him, Wham doesn't know what was happening on the other side of that tree line. Yeah, he's probably just assuming it's these woodworkers up here, which would make sense. Why would you be this greedy, right? Wait, he actually builds a lumber camp for that one drop-off. And we'll switch on to gold, but... Wham didn't see him. No, it's going to be a burn in the base. He goes straight for the manas. Crossbow's getting chased away. Triumph has now been activated. 30 seconds! Okay, no. No way. Can the Knights do this? Surely not. There's what? 11 Cataphracts here? The second wave is yet to arrive. They're hitting the front of the base. So technically, this is the best fight Kilyatti's going to get. And even this doesn't look that great. Wall on the back corner does deny that relic. Not only does this fight not look that great, Kilyatti just lost it. That's it. This game is over. I cannot believe it. Wham is a monster. He goes down, what, 12 villages, 13 villages? He gets all in feudal pressured. Kilyatti then gets the tech up. He gets the relic advantage. It looked like everything was going right. But Kilyatti is a mouse, and he just encountered the Caddis. And these babies purr. 1,500 horsepower. I think that's a lot. Cataphracts now diving the White Tower. With impunity. They just don't give a damn. There's just nothing left of him. Kilyatti's been picked to the bone. It's going to be a full seat shelter towards the White Tower. It's been protecting him up to this stage, but I think this is going to be the end of the road for him. Whoa, Wham. Ambitious. What the hell are we doing, man? Let's not get overconfident here. Just back away, recommit, trample their asses out of this game. Knock at the back door. Villagers, we're about to get out. Imagine if you could trample over walls. No, don't go there. 3 cataphracts going around the back. Kilyatti at death's door. And the Reaper just came knocking. The gold has somehow miraculously still not been seen, but it's only got 1,000 left. And I think he has bigger problems. The food. The food, man. Mana's getting burnt again. Second wave now arriving. Kilyatti. He's not one to give it over early, but this looks cooked, baked, burned. Baby truly backed into a corner, and the longbow did just discover him. The one area that Kilyatti was not being harassed has now been found. Cataphracts are going to turn up. It's not like he's safe on the other side of this wall either, really. Spamming madness in the corner. Oh, he's got access to 9 manas, but it just feels like he's never getting past 6 here. Every time he builds one falls. And behind all this, we've now got foreign engineering company on the way for the Byzantines. What more do you need? At this point, I think Kilyatti can be forgiven for GGing when he hears age up. Because he's been stuck at no army for a long time. Yeah, just a trickling of knights to try and contest. The age up complete. You saw in the minimap. I just noticed that all the way across, his signature move to end this one. What an insane comeback out of Wham. Guys, if you like these type of games, this is why you need to be subscribed to the channel. Share these around on Reddit. Let people know about this. This is definitely game of the day and definitely getting up on YouTube. An incredible effort by Kilyatti. But we talked about Wham's defensive power of Byzantines and his aggression, and it was all on show in this one. Unbelievable. I think we'll call... I already know what that one's going to be called. I think it's going to be the craziest fight for Castle Age you'll see. Because that was absurd. That like, I'm trying. Like, has anyone seen a better fight over someone trying to tech than that? That was like, that was next level crazy. So that does mean that Wham is through up against Anatan. So we have seen the Vortix series as well. That was a 3-0. So let me update this. So the only one that is outstanding is Lucifron versus B. But Lucifron versus B is unfortunately going to happen tomorrow. I have reminded the players to please try and make sure they schedule their quarterfinals by end of day Tuesday, as those are the things that we have dictated that needs to start being followed by players. I don't want to have to be the guy that just enforces it and penalizes and boots people out, because we're trying to be accommodating an open schedule. But we might just have to start. I might have to sit down with Tommy and say, look, there's hard cutoff dates and we need people's availability collated, and whoever's not available, like, they just get booted. Just because, like, the idea is to get people in the practice and the habit of, like, optimizing and prioritizing their scheduling. Sometimes it's unavoidable. I don't think, like, Lucifron and B haven't historically been a problem, so it's not a target at them. It's just we've been having discussions about maybe turning round of 16 into best of 5s, and if if we want to be able to do that, then it's going to like require a lot of punctuality in the way that things are scheduled. So, update should be getting pushed in a second. This is the state of things. We now know that we have got Wham versus Anatan, which should be happening on Thursday. And then I haven't pushed Vortix through on that. Vortix is through waiting to face off against either B or his brother Luciferon. I am so heartbroken I'm going to miss that one, by the way. I think that one is going to be incredible. But on Thursday, we will cast both of these semifinals. So we'll definitely have plenty of action. Semis, double semis into grand finals. So potentially 17 games. And those matchups are ones that could easily achieve 17 games. I put like a light load of 15. Even the third place match is going to be crazy this week. But I think now, do we keep going? I'm weighing up playing the Anno demo live. Or I can go chill. Part of me is just tempted to wait for the full game, you know? The Spanish Bros are playing tomorrow? No, the Spanish Bros will be playing on Thursday. That's what I just said. The semifinals will be on Thursday. We take Wednesdays off, so semifinals are targeted for Thursday. So I'll ping out ! Discord, by the way. You should be following us on Discord. Keep an eye on Reddit. I post both those locations, the starting time on Thursdays. It varies a little bit because we have to be flexible as we're figuring out when semifinals, etc. are going to be played. But we'll look to do both semis into grand finals on Thursday. Wait, did my demo not download of Anno? Okay, maybe we won't play it. It's 102 gig. Oh. Love that it's called Midweek Muster. And we have the day that is the middle of the week off. Yeah, because it's still middle of the week in terms of like, you know, the Thursday is actually the exact middle of the week. I'll have you know. I'm going to checkmate you on this, and you're going to accept it. There are 7 days in a week. How many days in is Thursday? Gotcha. Yeah, so, I mean, I've been over this before. I work my ass off hard. In terms of my work and all the ways that I work, and I don't even say this as a brag, it's actually unhealthy. I probably put more hours into the crap I do than anyone know. And that leaves very little time for my family. So I have always pledged to the Wednesday to be the day that they get, as they deserve. Because quite often when there's tournaments and events going on, that takes up my weekend days, right? I can be casting 7 or 8 hours on someone else's channel. And then here on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, I'm streaming. And usually I'm streaming per week on this channel. I would math out, we're probably doing, at this pacing, we've been close to 30 hours a week, I think. Bare minimum, we've been doing 25. So then you add in all the stuff I do, my agency and everything else. Like, yeah. That's why Wednesday doesn't change. That's why Wednesday has to be the way it is. But yeah, it's a lot of work. Work full-time and then make content on the side for another 30 hours. Not to go too deep, but I do wonder if 20 years' time I'll regret not spending time with them. You have to decide what's worth more, right? You have to do, like, there's always gives and takes. I've been down, like, the rabbit hole of the dark experience of doing something I hated for a living. And it made me hateful, or not even hateful, it just made me desensitized to everything else. So I do the things I do in esports and content creation with the hopes that of one day I'll be able to make a lot of money for my family, but also the driving force is my love for it. That's why I put so many hours in. That's why I commit a ridiculous amount of time to these things. There are better things I could probably do for a make money per hour basis, but I know that these are the things that will make me happy at the end of the day. Looking back years from now, that I've contributed in the way I wanted to society or whatever, but also that will make me happy in the interims as well, so that I'm good for my family. So yeah, little deep inspirational thing for you guys. Like, always make sure that you figure out what matters most to you in life and figure out how to get there. Sometimes you have to take like weird steers on your journey towards it, but you know, never compromise on reaching a point in life that you want to have. And that is exactly why I don't cast more than 2 Kaiser Johan games a day. All right, that's pretty deep. What do you think, guys? Do we end it or do we play Anno? Facing someone similar has always inspired me here. I'm glad. Like I think a lot of people's secret, and it's understandable about their life, because especially on Twitch, on live streaming, there's this whole parasocial relationship thing with like content creators that's dangerous. But I think for me, the goal is to be transparent about things, because I actually hate the BS of like people acting as if they got a perfect life. Most people don't. The hardships are just as inspiring. The important thing is to not be on the depressing things that it almost sounds like you're looking for a pity party. Like, my goal is not to have a pity party, right? Like, I'm driving myself to try and be the go-to content creator and grow this channel to thousands of people watching live so that I can actually have a good time and hopefully make people's day better and then provide for my family, right? There's definitely selfish elements in there, but along the way, I hope to inspire and entertain people. Like, I'm an entertainer. That's my job. That's what I love doing. You know, everything I do, obviously there's a selfish gain, but I like to think I'm doing good for people as well. But you know, the other thing within that is like being realistic and being blunt with people and being able to, I guess, show the exposed side without it turning into some pity party of, I need you guys to drop like $15,000 or the mafia is going to come and break my legs, right? I like to think that we do a good job of being like pragmatic, realistic, and providing the intake, like insights that people would like, without it turning into a poor me party, which I think can be challenging to do in this kind of medium, right? Like, trust me, I feel it. Like, I've talked about this before. Like, you know, my earnings is not crazy from content creation currently. I'm hoping it gets there. My earnings from casting in the last year or two has not been great. It's in a downward slope, so like it is a struggle to get by. But like, instead of just moaning about it and crying about it in front of people, you know, when I talk about it, it's to like make people aware that, like, you know, there's a hard time out there, but there's also inspirational things. And like, one big thing for me has been taking this extra time where I don't have all these events going on to try and grow this channel to something bigger and bigger and better. Any tips for first time commenting? I think the idea is to kind of like treat it. You need to discover what your style is first of all before I can even really give you advice. Have fun with it. If you're solo casting, it's very different. If you're casting with someone, just treat it like a conversation. But it's like you're presenting a show to people. And like the way I like to think, I always think of it as I'm a storyteller. I'm opening a book and reading some pages to you, right? My job is to narrate these incredible players and their incredible journeys. For you, it's like raw entertainment, right? Like, so find a way of having fun with it. Don't be too harsh on people. Always be understanding. One of my biggest things for commentators who want to succeed in commentating is don't flame, criticize. It's okay to criticize, but understand what you're criticizing. But like, don't just say someone sucks, right? That just makes you an asshole. All right, guys, should we do the Anno? I'm feeling like maybe we do the Anno. I mean, I've got it downloading right now. It's 2 minutes out. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you. Coaching you equal doing good for people? Yeah, like, it's quite funny, actually, that, like, the myth guys have been coming to me for coaching. And apparently they find it useful. There'll be other people who tell you that I don't know anything, but I don't know. People trust in our opinion. Whatever you're running for yourself, you deserve it and more. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And like I said, you know, the way you guys help is always just turning up. Turning up is incredible. Like, my goal is I'm hoping by the end of the year, we're back up to like maybe approaching 400, 500 people on Twitch, maybe 300 on YouTube. That starts to get to us up to a point where not necessarily through like your direct subs or whatever is it going to generate enough to be living on. But the whole idea is at that stage, we start to bring in reliable sponsors more frequently, which is my goal. With low elo commentary, I think it's beautiful that people are playing ranked super regularly. Yeah. I mean, you just like, so, you know, this is something that T90 always understood very well. It's okay to have fun and tease people all, but like, you don't flame or anything. You can play, you can throw the jokes, you can have a little bit of fun with it. it's all in a positive light. Don't be an asshole. Like, number one is just don't be an asshole. there are enough assholes in the world, let alone like this directory or a different one. Right? You don't need more assholes. Like, if anything, the Twitch platform as a whole, with like all these polarizing takes and controversial, like, you know, focuses of how people talk about different subject matters nowadays, there's already enough assholism in the world, man. I don't think we need more. Blunt is fine. Like, you know, if you want to be blunt and pragmatic, that's fine. It's just about, like, even when you're being pragmatic, it's also about understanding the basics of empathy. And I think, like, in a world where we're so in a world where we are so connected, we've never been more disconnected, because our actions don't have repercussions in our mindset. So we act in a different way. I always loved Ben Yahtzee Croshaw for this. So if you guys aren't familiar with Ben Yahtzee Croshaw, he's a reviewer. He used to work for something called Zero Punctuation. He does his own independent stuff now, but he couldn't take that brand because they have it. They have it like copyrighted. But he used to say that he refused to play multiplayer with anyone on the internet because he refuses to play multiplayer with anyone who's out of punching range. It's like, I still remember this day because it's just so funny. Because it's like, it's so true, right? Like, the way people act online when there's no ramifications to their actions is completely different to in person. And what is up, Dr. Game? I see you the sub, mate. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the sub. Guys, do you want me to allow you to farm some drops on Anno? Should we Anno it up? Let's go for an Anno up. Because you guys can get drops. The greatest pigeon to rule in Roman times. Let me turn drops on. All right, guys. We're going to try out the new Anno Pax Romana demo. It just dropped today. Apologies, it's very loud. Yo, let's go. All right, I'm going to have to turn this down a little bit. All right, Pax Romana, the Anno game demo upon us. There's a new Anno that just came out, Anno 117. I want to say 118. The numbers always add up to 9, by the way. This is deafening, so I need to find a way to turn it down right now. But this is first look. I have not glanced at this anywhere.
Your input.
We're going to turn it down a little bit, because that is really deafening. But this one, so this is an Anno game based in the Roman times. And I'm a big Roman fan. I'm really hoping that this has the Anno taste to it, but also having the familiarity of almost like a Caesar experience, because I absolutely love Caesar games. Caesar 3 was my go-to one. One of the best city building games ever created. So, starting province. Oh, we got two choices. We can go to Latium or Albion. So we can do a challenging start where we get raided by Celts, or we just vibe. I gotta bring it home, baby. I'm a Brit. Oh, of course I'm gonna do it to myself. All right, here we go. Time to head for the Britlands. Reminder, by the way, guys, you will be able to gain drops while watching this. Make sure you got your Ubisoft account linked as well so you can pick them up. Ah, dude, I've been buzzing for this. I played a decent amount of Anno 1800 when it came out. Didn't really try it with the ongoing seasons, so it's nice and refreshing to hop in. When I heard they were making a Roman game, like I said, being a big Caesar fan, I was like doing cartwheels of excitement. Let me also, I'm going to ping the Discord, just so there's going to be a lot of people I think that have been keeping an eye out for this. So at here then, checking out Anno, drops on, link.
Welcome, Governor. By decree of the Emperor, you've been sent to Albion, the Empire's northernmost frontier. A land of mist,
Should I be down here?
myth, and mud.
And mod.
Far from the marble streets of the Roman Empire, you'll find a world unlike any you've known. the locals wear trousers instead of togas.
Trousers?
Instead of wine,
Beer?
they prefer their
Yeah, this is my
alderman to
people.
you, a Roman governor.
They prefer the alderman to me.
This
Why would they
mysterious
not want to
place
make love to
holds
me?
great
It's just, it
promise.
hurts me, man.
You will always be a Roman, so you can either govern like one or be a sympathetic leader. But a leader you must be. You can drain the marshes, lay down stone roads, and bring
Oh, dude,
a
I'm
touch of
getting
Roman comfort
I'm getting
to its
Pharaoh
distant
vibes
shores.
with that whole drain in the marshes.
Or you can embrace the local ways with bardic halls and mysterious deities. The land may be unfamiliar, of some the people unyielding, but the legacy you built here could echo through the empire.
I like the
So
world
welcome to
building
Albion.
vibes.
Your story begins here.
All right, let's see how much it looks like Anno 1800 though. Because like from that perspective, it doesn't. Yeah, this is very Anno vibey. Whoa, frame rate. How do I reset my perspective? Okay, so what is the
Timber
frame rate like?
Vital to the continued growth of our city.
I don't know if the frame rate's that good, which is shocking considering my setup, because it should be quite good. Ah, it's because they got ray tracing on. I'm pretty sure if I turn this off, my frame rate's going to rocket. Ray tracing is pretty expensive. Okay, that was brilliant. It literally just crashed the game straight away as soon as I turned ray tracing off. So like this is one of the negatives. Is like there's many upsides of the 700 XTX AMD graphics card I got. But like downside is it's not a card designed for ray tracing. Like the new 90 series AMD cards are actually quite good at ray tracing, but the older generation not so crazy. I think that's less ray trace and more retrace as I read my way back to the desktop. All right, let's try this again. Well, if it doesn't improve the frames that much, I'll just put ray tracing back on. But I've got a feeling that I should almost be like peak frames after that.
Welcome,
All right,
Governor.
we're back. Oh god, does the fog look that much worse? I don't know if the frame rate's really that much better. Should I try turning ray tracing on again and crash my game? I don't know, man. Like, the frame rate didn't seem to change. So maybe we are fine with ray tracing. It's possible they might have optimized for AMD PCs, right?
Timber is vital to the continued growth
I think
of our
it's just
city.
the way that the water moves that makes it look dodgy. All right, so we need to get some timber operations going.
We should station the woodcutter in a forest near our trading post.
I mean, you can only get 100, so it doesn't actually matter going higher. So we want to try to optimize. Let's go. And then you don't want them to overlap, right? If the spheres overlap, I think they lose efficiency. Yeah, so we want to kind of be deeper. Okay, actually, we should start by building the sawmill,
should be
right?
situated between trading post and woodcutter.
So, like here. Wow. All right, let's connect the road. I think, if I remember correctly with Anno games, you don't need to have a road going all the way around because they can transfer out. So you can do like this. So that way it also just keeps the operation lean so there's only ever taking it to the one sawmill. So we're also going to want to start setting up some houses. Oh, nice. There's a swamp area. So apparently you can drain this to access it. We have got a marsh slot. Oh, okay. So this isn't like your normal Anno game, is it? Unless you get more islands later, you must. But like if you guys have ever, oh no, you do. Yeah, you can see on the map. Gotta say though, like I played Anno 1800 and these islands look a lot cooler. It feels like you reach up into the landscape a bit more than what I remember of Anno 1800. That's really cool to see. Okay, so lumber operation should work correctly. It is. We want to set up some houses now. How much wood have we got? We've got 13 total. So we can, what, get like a bunch like that? Get those roads up. Oh, I have curve roads. Oh, whoopsie. Let me get chat back up. How is the ray trace performance on new AMD cards? Really good. The Night series really stepped it up big time. This looks slick. What's Anno? Anno is a city building game. So if you ever played things like Caesar, Pharaoh comes to mind, Emperor, Rise of the Middle Kingdom was another one, I believe. But Anno has been one of the longest running ones, at least the ones that's been most consistent over the years. Last one was 1800, which was received really well at release. Okay, so we've got to get set up some food now. Cockles? You want me to eat what? Delicate taste of the humble cockle. Is that what my people call it? Is it actually called a cockle? And I've been debated. I'm not sure. Or we can get eels. And either one of these is going to increase the amount of people that live in the buildings is usually the idea. Okay, so basically we get a lot of fish food. But then again, I think, yeah, it's because it's the wada. All right, so we'll set this up. Set up cockles. We might as well set up... Oh, eel requires marshes. Would that be worth connecting to? It's really far out there. I might wait. I heard this is basically the Roman colonies in a salad bowl region where you earn your stripes and you go to the Italian biome later. Ah, yeah, but the other one had a safe at home. And that really had a Caesar vibe because Caesar used to do that thing where you could do the military campaign or you could do the safe, normie eco campaign, right? It kind of gave me that vibe. So, what do we need to set up now? We're negative balance right now. That's always a good look. I've done that a lot in Caesar as well. We don't really need a warehouse currently. How's our wood income looking? Well, we're not doing fast speed, so we actually have got like no wood so far. Where is the speed up? I was down here. So oh, let me move the camera. I just realized I'm blocking. There's a perfect spot for me, and I've just moved to the opposite corner of where I should be. So let's go here. And then I think for you guys on chat, maybe over here with me. There you go. You can be close to me. We just talked about the parasocial relationship. You're here. All right, quests. Reach 0 out of 100% of food needs for waiters. Okay, so they don't need eels though, right? I think you will need eels to hit their timing. Let's go fast forward and we'll see. Because normally you'd think that you need eels to get like the next level afterwards, but it might be that these guys need both. Nope, dude. It looks like cockles is good enough. Everyone's happy with the cocks. Yep, gonna stick to that. Boom. Okay. So quest complete, and now we need to get into the public services. Oh, nice. And they've got the people talking to you.
Want guiding.
Supplies burden. He stops and hails you as a governor. How do you respond? Seize his... Okay, I'm kind of tempted to seize his goods. Buy his supply? Yo, I ain't hooked on that stuff. Wish him well. Oh, that's nice. I mean, it's just like, I would be a bit of a douche, but I feel like the upside, like, downside, like, I mean, it's double the eel for being a douche.
It's your song, Ward of the Fenland.
Nice, just give me the good stuff. And then this is the story for marshes. Some
Uh,
buildings can only be built in the marshes, and they're limited in space.
Painted
Got
a
you.
council of aldermen and slaughtered lambs at the grove.
Warehouse can be built on solid ground or in the marshes, and then wooden roads can only connect to the marsh buildings at specific points. Got you. Okay, so we've been using wooden roads so far, right? Or dirt roads, apparently. So what we're going to do, we need the marketplace so people get fed, right? Okay, now it allows them to socialize, I guess. And then you've got the Bard's Hearth. I wonder if all these buildings stay the same or if they change when you go to the different regions. Because like the culture of the Brits is going to be different, right?
Should be erected close to residences in order to meet people's needs.
Oh, I thought that the range on this was going to be much smaller. So we want to place it like here to optimize then. Let's just plop it like that. And then this can go like that. Nice. Everyone herpy. And then I think we're going to set up some eels. Oh, wait. I've got, like, no wood. I can set up one eel camp, but I've got no... Oh, wow. Oh, wait. Is that new? Yeah, guys, you can do diagonal placement. I don't think this was in Anno 1800. You were always, like, I think, in one direction. Yeah, you got diagonal construction. How do you rotate manually, though? I don't know if you can. So I guess we'll set up... Here's fine. Then we'll connect in. If I just set up a warehouse, like the warehouses are universally connected usually from what I remember in these games. So if I have a warehouse nearby, I can just like, basically if I have a warehouse here, it will connect into this one automatically. Enough materials to build this? Okay, I still need some more wood. We're going to set up some more lumber camps. Honestly, this is like a classic one when you play to start this game. You want to build a quadrillion lumber camps normally. Or what feels like a quadrillion. Put another one there. And then we can build... Let's do one there. Okay. Then, we want to set up... Let's do the sawmill... How do you rotate? I guess like that? Wait, what? Why is it like... Where's the rotate? Oh, shift. Okay. And we'll do that. Game? We are watching... we are checking out some Anno. Oh yeah, I forgot YouTube's still live. Well, not forgot you guys, but like... It's very awkward to update the YouTube live stream. So yeah, we're currently watching a little bit of Anno. Well, you are. I'm playing it. Okay, so... Their fashion needs now.
Something for your consideration.
Most buildings require workforce, which is why you build the villages. That's also so you can tax them. Wink, wink. Trust me, I know. I just paid my taxes, and it makes me cry how much I had to spend.
Consideration, Eri.
Most important one's income population, of course. Attributes can benefit your city, increasing your population, workforce, etc. The demands for goods grows with it. Got you.
Something for your consideration.
Yeah, so the whole idea is basically as you level up the different residents, they become more and more impactful and effective. But as you level them up, there's going to be more needs and desires that you have to balance and maintain. And normally in an Anno game, that means going to other islands to keep up with that. Okay. Are we ready to build? We should be ready to build. We've got more than enough wood here. Hello? Oh, you have to click it manually. There we go. So now we've got eels. So the eel's going to drop off here, and then they should be able to come out this side. We also, by the way, have got a boat. Yo. I don't think... Are they animated? Okay, they are actually animated. They are just infinitely in a position of constipated, ready to release. Yo. Wait, I don't think they're actually touching... They look like they're floating on the boat. Like, as on the deck. Can I go fight people? Is that an option? Are there filthy Celts waiting around for me? Because I could vibe for a fight. Looks really pretty. It's a pretty nice looking game, right? It's a bit hard to appreciate fully because you're in the middle of British weather, but you know, we vibe. Okay, so we need to upgrade residents. So we need to deal with their fashion requirements. Okay, so we need to get into shoe making or tunic making. Where? I don't know, man. I don't see where I'm meant to do this. How I get close. Everyone's running out around the streets with the wangs out here, you know, it's not a good look. Upgrade isn't necessary, we can't do that yet. I forgot you have to... Oh, you can relocate buildings now. That's kind of cool. Okay, so this is the everyone happy public services, the marketplace. Am I blind? Like, where's the clothes? And yeah, I kind of hope they brought back land military, because one thing I don't know, I kind of missed from Anno's was going on land. So in Anno 1800, you just built boats and fought at sea. There was no land invasion. But my first Anno was Anno 1503, I think it was called. And on that one, you could actually like build an army and land invade. It was very complicated though, from what I remember. So it could be quite confusing. Okay, so we've got build here. These are ornaments. Oh, look, you can make the city look pretty. Oh, but you're not going to do that. It takes up space. Ugh. I was hoping it'd be over the road. A Roman wall? Oh, that's pretty. But once again, do I really want to take up... I guess you can do it here. Yeah. There you go. Have a little wall. Keep the peasants out. But we still haven't found what we wanted, which was... Dirt road. Wider residence. Warehouse. Construction materials. Tools. Oh, you click into the wadders. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. We were in here before. My brain flipped out. Okay, so reed shoes and tunics. Made very different ways. So hemp, or you go for reed. I guess you have both of these on an island as it's like the early phase stuff. Oh, no, reeds have to go in marshlands. Yeah, but do they just gather anywhere in marshlands? Kind of seems like it. And where do you connect the road? Because it looks like it's facing the wrong way. Okay, I mean, I think if I place it here, it's going to interrupt the eel farming, right? So you don't want to do that. So we might as well place it probably here. And I think... Oh, it's one of those. Yeah, so guys, with this one... Wait, do you connect the road on the front side here? Oh, look, you build little wooden platforms. Kind of reminded me of Roller Coaster Tycoon. You guys remember that? Little wooden platforms in water. Okay, so you have to place all the soggy mire that you need in the area. Sure, we'll go like that. Then we might as well do last little bit there. Okay. No warehouse in range? Really? So maybe I do need to connect to the other side. Yeah, so you do have to exit there then. That's kind of annoying. So we just need to demolish. Which I'll get used to the location of stuff gradually. There we go. It's a nice little entrance. We'll put the rest of our little farmy area here. And then we just need to go get the road. Oh, nice. But yeah, this one is like, there is war on, usually on sea, like I said, Anno games, but not on land. So it's not like the full experience. It's like Age of Empires water if it was done better. And then we want, it was shoe weavers we were doing here, right? Yeah, because it reads. So do that. And then also we want a hemp farm, but hemp is going to be on land, I'm pretty sure. But it's going to have the same kind of build the farm area out expectation. So what we'll do is we'll build like this. And remember, it's nice to do it this way so you connect the building, which is what I should have done with the other one. But what we can do now is we can add in a quick road there. I didn't want to do that. Oh, nice. You've got a right-click thing. That's really handy. Nice. And then we want to add in lift farm. So, like this. We just build this area out. Diagonal seems to be really screwed with the core gameplay. The game needs a lot of work before the release. Really? Ah, that's unfortunate. Oh, we'll see how it works.
The materials haven't arrived.
Okay, so in operation, should be able to upgrade everyone now. So I was told that the demo... Oh, it is. You literally only have an hour. I thought they'd just like have a mission and you go to the next mission. It would be like, that's it. You literally have an hour to progress as much as possible. Yo, speedrun, high score. How late can we get? And also, I'm guessing if you speed up, I think that might be increasing the timer. I think that's increasing the timer. So it's going faster like that. Okay, anyway, fashion needs being fulfilled. I think we've got lots of resource. Let's build some more roads and more houses. Nice. We're small tune. It's always nice feeling when you get those little upgrades, even though it's so easy to get a small town. Like, wow, I'm actually progressing. I do know the basics of placing the same building over and over again. I've really figured out being a governor. What do you mean people are crapping themselves in the streets and dying and getting mugged? That's not my problem.
Eric,
That's local customs. That's what we call going on the lash on a Friday in Britlands. Okay, so now we can upgrade the Wadders. Oh, oh, so you can choose to indoctrinate them or leave them as their nomadics. Provides more knowledge and are more adept in researching, or local customs and gods generate more belief. Wait, do we have god powers? Can we smite thee? Yo, guys, are we respecting local culture? Or are we de-Britifying? Which is ironic because, like, being a Brit is all about respecting culture. We just let everyone vibe. We don't even know what our own culture is anymore. That is a very butch-looking blacksmith. That's like a redheads. Look, I'm Roman, and that looks more Roman, okay?
Ere, essential in demonstrating your control of an island.
Okay, so now we need to do tiles.
Golden arrow, straight and true. Keep on soaring.
Of course you would like me being pro-Roman. You Roman dog. I guess we're just going to keep going out. Into the unknown. Have fun. It's really hard to see out in the seas with the way they've designed this, actually. Okay, so tile production, we are going to need mud dryers, which I assume goes in the swamp. It does indeed. Look at that. I'm learning quickly. Wow, KP almost sounds smart. Who'd have thunk it? How do you rotate again? Was it... I forgot which button it was. Didn't we use it a second ago?
Our scouts have sighted new land.
I don't know how to... I mean, there's auto rotate, but I just want to manually rotate. Is it shift hold? There should be like shift and then scroll wheel, but it's not. All right, let's just place it here anyway. What the hell is this? This is Anno, Pax Romana. It is the one based in ancient Rome. Oh, I don't think I can get up here. So we have to come around here, which is a bit... It's messing with my feng shui, man. Okay, so we've got mud dryers, and now we're going to need tilers. But we also need charcoal? Seems so.
You here to see how the
Yarp.
sausage is made?
Oh, these guys just build trees, though, so that's not too bad. So I can probably make it just, like, hug here. And then we just build... Oh, wait, no. Oh, crap. I misunderstood. I thought you could build more trees. Oops. Should we move this? Yeah, it's a bit better. Slightly deeper. Yeah, this is the new Ubisoft city building game that's coming out later this year. I thought we'd check in on it quickly.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
So you can build a villa, dwellings and center, prestige, blah, blah. Welcome specialists and profits. Okay.
Safer to place your villa as far from the coast as possible, Ere, should you wish to avoid raiding barbarians.
Maybe I want to risk it for the biscuit, mate. You don't know me. Which side should we place it on? Oh, dude, I feel like I should have thought my base layout a bit better than this. It should have been here, actually. That was pretty whoopsie. I could just throw these people out of their homes. I mean, it would be the noble, assy thing to do. Yeah, you people... Wait, no. We can just move you. We can relocate you unwillingly. Yes, I like that. So I can still feel like I wasn't an asshole to you. But I kind of was.
Scouts have sighted new land.
So we'll do this. We'll delete the walls. Delete the path here. And then, where's my governor's house? So governor villa, like that. We can even make it pretty, chat. Yes, we can build walls to keep the peasants out. Although I am living right next to them, which is kind of disgusting. I could just move them all one further away. Are we missing resources? We are. We need the tiles. But the tiles are now being produced, right? Yarp. Yarp indeed. Alright, so tiles are now on the way. And we also need to get bread and sausage. You people are fussy. You're not just happy with the fish food? I mean, I wouldn't be. I freaking hate fish food. Oh, hello. Okay, so we've got City Watch. So we can fight unrest. And we've got vigils for fire. Ah, I am indeed getting that. That sweet, sweet, sweet. Oh, no, I don't want... Actually, you know what? Fires won't be a problem. I was about to say I'm getting that sweet, sweet Caesar vibe. But it's not a sweet, sweet Caesar vibe until everything does set on fire. So I'm just going to ignore that for the time being. That's future me's problem. Okay, and we can make this pretty, right? I believe so. So if we go back here, there's meant to be beautification stuff. I just don't know where. Oh, military buildings. Hold on. Oh, nice. I think you can. It's not letting me select it, but it looks like you can actually get your hands on land military in this game, which I think is a really big improvement. I got kind of sick of the water-only fights in Anno 1800. So that's a cool change. I hope that is the case. All right, we need a lot of tiles, by the way. Can you guys, like, produce tiles quicker? We do have a slight fire safety issue, so maybe we should worry about people setting on fire. Oh, wait, it costs 5 tiles. Screw that. Nah, dude, that's their own problem. I think I might set up more tile operations there. Yeah, more tile operations. How does the gathering area work on this? I think you just burrow in anywhere, so you can just do like this, is the idea. So what I'll do is I'll set up a nice little path like that. Connect that way. Charcoal operation's going to need even more trees. You might as well just put it over here. It's a long walk either way, right? Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll relocate this building slightly closer. I'll pop that down. I don't know, man. I don't dig this much rain. I feel like it's very hard to visually appreciate the game with this much rain. Like, I know it's the joke about Britain, but can we stop raining for just like a Oh, there you go. Oh, damn. This island has a lot of marshes, actually. Wow. More than I was expecting. Oh, by the way, we did discover other islands. Is there an auto scout option? I don't think so, so we're just going to ping our boat around because it's not doing anything else. I don't think we discovered anyone yet. The idea is that you can put resources on a boat and then go set up a warehouse on a new island and then connect them in. So like it can turn into from like a, you know, a city building game into like a logistics management, balancing your resources between islands and so on. Okay, so let's build this. We're still 2 tiles short, of course.
Your city is growing, and the chance of an incident with it. Build institutions to better deal with such incidents.
Have we got... Oh, we still... Yeah, we haven't done the fire safety solution yet. Also, my balance income kind of sucks. Should we upgrade some more? Yes.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
Oh, we need more ladders. Oh, I totally forgot. Yeah, you have to keep a balance of your worker type.
The eagle's wing, Governor.
Let's go like that. I forgot. It actually is important to have some peons.
Something for your consideration.
Romanization. You can upgrade residents to follow the cultural temperate instead of the local develop. Okay. You can mix or focus purely. I mean, something Roman purebred, even though actually they were kind of the other way. Yeah, you could easily become one of their beeps, right? What are we missing?
We've been weaving reed shoes for 1,000 summers or more.
Oh, that's right. You don't have the public services in range. Oh, that's fine. Okay, so we have got more wadders coming in. Which just remind, like, whenever I hear wadders, all I hear is Wazzix. I feel like I'm playing Total War Warhammer.
Turn back, Roman. You're not welcome here.
Oh, did we find filthy Celts? We did. We found wee filthy Celts. Oh, dude, this looks cool.
Will never be part
And they're
of your
rebels.
empire. We have endured worse things than war.
This is a pretty sick looking
A
base.
mountain won't fall just because someone swings a
And
pick
you,
at
yeah,
it.
you can actually invade on land. You can see the little tower range. So there is actual land combat, which is really cool to see. Nice. That's a cool evolution. I'm glad they done that. Okay, so we got positive balance now. It's a miracle. We are still missing some extra wadders, so I'm going to fix that now. We've got plenty of wood. Let's just go ahead. Ugh, I can't believe I'm letting the filthy peons exist outside my beautiful castle. It is what it is.
Lot of excuses.
Okay, so we're going to need to get our hands on some respect my authority militarism.
Land.
I think we should do the villa first, though, right? 'Cause it's important I have a
There are
home.
2 gentlemen here to see you. Unless, that is, I am seeing double.
Okay, so what's prestige do? Okay, my lord. Guest house. Increase the number of guest houses you can place. Accommodate specialists. We get more and more guest houses, we build prestige. How do I get a specialist? Militia? Pog. Yeah. Okay, so you can actually build a trash tier army out of this to then go fight. Okay, that's pretty cool. Do we just bring the boat home and then go kill the rebel scum? We're totally going to get wrecked doing it, but... Okay, so you add specialists in here.
Our scouts have sighted new land.
What do you guys think I was going to type? I don't think we have any specialists, guys. So we've got to find them. Oh, we can build the vigils, though, right? So we need to build the fire department. Obviously, build them close to me because I'm the most important person in the city. Yeah, checks out.
Ah, I did not
there we go.
think they would find me in among the weeds of my garden. Ithacus Tarragonus Taurus, at your service.
Okay, we have gifts, don't we? Who'd make a better aid? Gaius Julius Lupus or Brutus Julius? I mean, we're going to war. Let's get the guy called Brutus. Brutus effect. Nearby warehouses require 50% workforce and have 10% increased loading speed. Or Gaius. Nearby warehouses require 50% upkeep costs, less, and 10% loading. I like the workforce. All right, there we go. We got a specialist now.
As ever, we shall obey.
Let's work together.
Specialists may improve your island.
Trade your
and
island to get
economy
specialists? I
in
gotta find that.
whichever way you wish.
Wait, what island is this? Who is this?
Paradise, but pleasant enough.
Oh, this.
I want the people here to take care of each other.
Why is he named after a spice? Tarragon.
We watch, we wait.
You're lucky I'm not a cannibal. Anybody play Frostpunk? I think I'm going to check out Frostpunk 2 finally. They've got the console launch later this month, and I think I'm going to give it a spin. I love Frostpunk 1. I just never found the time for 2, which upset me.
Shall we, friend, if that you be?
You know
Let us
what?
start well together.
You look like
I
a good
myself
vibes guy.
have few needs.
But
Come to me
you,
for anything.
reminder of Rome's rules. We're going to war,
A
baby.
blade wiped
I've got
clean.
30 minutes before the demo runs out. I must war. So, we can build this now, right? No, we still aren't able to. Can you guys hurry up and get more tiles, please? The tile process is really slow. Maybe I should just be inflating more than what I've got. I don't know, like, double tile operation's pretty big, you'd think. Okay, so... what else do my people need? They're going to have...
Lass who could sell eels to the eel fishers. I prefer eating them myself.
They need brooches and they need soap.
You've met a neighboring governor. Part of being a good governor
something funny about
is
that to me.
learning how to deal with
Oh, that's right. They
rivals.
needed food, didn't they? Their food kind of sucks. But apparently they don't mind. It's okay. So we've got skulls. All right, fine. I'll give you a skull. Oh my god, the range on this is tiltingly small. I forgot about like the layout. Thank God they have the relocate button. Actually, that's a godsend for setting this stuff up, isn't it? So we need not quite 3 houses length worth, which is actually more annoying somehow. But let's go ahead and move these guys over here, and we'll do that. And then diplomatic relationships. Let's have a look here.
I'll curse your stinking innards, butcher.
Oh, nice. We're at war. Can I make you hate me even more? 4.9 defense. Okay, I've got a feeling that's a big number. But I guess we'll find out. Oh, wait. Does that tell me the balance of how much I'm using, maybe? Oh, and we haven't got roads here. I don't feel like that's telling me the balance of how much I need at all. Current potential. Okay, so supply and demand. It says 1 to 1. Like, you think it'd be percentage of, like, yeah, you need... You're this close to being, like, light on what you need, sort of stuff. It's not that helpful. Should we get the sausage and bread sorted? Oh my god, bread is, like, really time-consuming. As is sausage, actually. Wait, they all need charcoal? Okay, Wait, have we been echoing the whole time? Are you sure about that? No. I'm not echoing now, then. Emma's just full of crap. She's probably got, like, 2 devices open. Is that right? Oh my god, it's so dark. I can't actually see what the hell I'm doing. I guess we should... What we'll do is we'll start to add in... I'm trying to figure out where I want to build my farms. Maybe all the way up in the mountains? Just screw it. Let's build all the way over here. Because then you can build a warehouse. And then you can just set up farms far away. Like, this is usually the best way to do it. Is like you just keep each of your production sources away from each other. So they don't interfere. Wait, does it have to be the front there? It shouldn't. Yes, gather from your one little wheat stack. Damn. You get a lot of wheat coverage, by the way. Woo! Okay, and then we want to have the mill. I don't know if you could have just actually had no road at all on that. Maybe? And then into the bakery. Okay, so we haven't got Echo then. Emma's just imagining it. Okay. Roger, roger. And then we need a charcoal burner up here, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. Have I got any charcoal in reserve? I can click on the warehouse to see, right? We got a slight amount of charcoal. It's not a lot. Dude, Emma's just trolling us, I swear. Let's put the charcoal burner on the back. Okay, nice. So that's going to be that sorted. We want to set up sausage as well.
We should expand our fleet of ships for goods transportation and patrol of the seas.
We ought to take good care of our wares.
Oh, could I not have, like, connected a bit different? Oh, yes, too far away. Rip. I remember doing the puzzles of this, like, okay, what's the optimal layout? Have you guys ever, like, checked the Anno games where people, like, optimizing exactly the best way of, like, slotting things in? You guys remember, like, in Age of Empires 4, how you all had those discussions about optimal farm placement, etc.? Like, we were on rookie levels compared to the crap that Anno players were going through. Those guys were hardcore, I remember. Okay, that's pretty nice. Let's set up like that. I kind of hate these charcoal buildings. I hope there's, like, a better replacement for them down the line. Just feels really space consuming because you want to build them in a way that you keep the forest alive and whatever, right? But yeah, my people have their sousage. Harbor buildings. We can go for a shipyard. We need more wadders though, right?
Into this great wide world.
I guess let's set up some wadders down here. Let's get that built as well.
Progress. Research any specific discovery and reap the benefits.
Oh, there you go, guys. You can get racks. Hoggers.
The Sacramentum Militare fixes me still.
Slingers.
Never
Auxilia.
desert your duty.
We need a
Never
lot of
desert
wadders,
your
though.
fellows.
Yeah, you need a crap ton of wadders.
This is
Wadders to
unhealthy.
get an army.
Ideal conditions for plague.
Uh-oh. So we need to get...
Time religious
the
belief
Medici.
in your city was shaped to your advantage.
And we should get custards as well. Not the kind I'd want that I'd find a Warhammer army, sadly. So we don't want to infringe upon that. I probably should have left a gap. I do like this tool, by the way. This tool of like selecting everything together is so handy. I don't think we had this in previous games, from what I remember. Anyone who's OCD about perfect building placement hates what I'm doing right now and wants to punch me in the face. It's okay. Let it out. Shh, 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 shh. I'm still going to do it. But it's okay.
Prefer a reed shoe to a sandal. Local, see?
Tunics are low. Other food is good.
Shoes of reed are better than none shoes
We need the
at all.
Phantom.
Just about.
Alright. People are stinky. We need to fix it. We need smiths. Oh, so we can't get the Phantom at all. Oh, but they don't need it. Okay, that's fine. But what do I need to upgrade you then? Oh. Wait, no. There's ones.
There's worse than an evening at the hearth listening to some old mumbo jumbo.
So I need to give them either olive oil or amphirame? Or do I need to do the brooches / soap? I guess we need to do the brooches / soap. I just want a war. Like, I would normally think... We got 20 minutes, guys. We want a war, right? We should just war. Hell yeah. Let's get some auxilia.
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your
archers.
cities.
I need a lot more wadders. Oh, it's going to make me go this way, isn't it? Okay. Should I try and figure these people out? Pigs. Render. Oh, we don't have lavender growing in this area, so that's not going to work. We can do brooches, though. Brooches. All right, so we need a silver mine, which we've got up here. Into a silver forge. I know that's going to be OCD, but I'm at the point where I'm like, let's speed this up. Because we've got limited time on this demo. Really limited time. Annoyingly limited time. Ugh, I'm going to have that chain in, aren't I? Yeah, really you should put your charcoal burners nowhere near. And then just let this system work itself out, I think. Let's go like that. We'll probably build another warehouse really close, which I'm not a fan of, but what ifs. There we go. Alright. So, have I got my military boys?
Auxiliaries.
Nice. Okay, so we've got auxilia. We want archers. Where's my boat?
Your soldiers think they're ready. I dare say the beginning of a mighty legion.
Pentaconta, which has got 3 cargo slots, which I think they can fill. But I would need a bunch of stuff. And, oh, wait, what?
There is a shortage of workforce in one of your cities.
Wait, do you need to build the Medici all the way over here? Okay, that's going to be annoying micromanagement-wise. Unfortunate. Yeah, I thought it would just be the... residential. A little bit surprised by that. All right.
Whatcha? Hard at work here, don't you?
It's kind of hilarious that we just set up... we were thinking about setting up soap, and now we have... health issues. All right, so we need to build a Pentaconta. Ooh, Patron God. Okay. Where do I get a Patron God?
Something for your consideration, Eri.
Yeah, so income, we know about the... Oh, wait. So, yeah, so it tells you what you get from the different resources. Interesting. We are net negative right now, but it is improving with the residentials.
Song and a
So we're getting there.
laugh do me the world of good.
Wait, I just realized... Oh, my God. We... I'm going to need a bailout. Oh. Oops. And building the military hasn't improved the problem. Very big oops.
Don't be going to market for a friendly horse.
Eri?
What should I do? Positive. I mean, okay.
A worthy
Guys, I think I'm going to go
perchance.
bankrupt because I'm trying to rush to fight. Because I really want to fight. So promotion's not possible for these guys. Where am I going to, like, fix the business? My production buildings are way too expensive, it
Warehouse is
seems.
full as a finch's nest.
That's only 8. That's 12.
Few
I think
more
this
hands
crap's
would come
adding in a
handy.
lot. I
Now,
mean, we can
listen
build more
here.
houses, but it doesn't really
20
solve my
denarii for
problem.
this. Any less and I'd be sparing my
Because
own
the
goat.
Wadders don't provide much in the way of income. I also believe we're running out of cockles and eels, which just feeds the issue of needing more resource. Yeah. This might be a problem. C'est un petit problème. Alright. And then how do we
Sausages is
upgrade
easier
them?
to stomach without thoughts of the stomachs in them. And the eyelids.
So we should have everything we need to upgrade more of these, but I think it's because I'm in debt. It's like I can't actually buy them because I'm... Oh, wait, no. It's just all categories aren't fulfilled. Which one's not fulfilled, though? Oh, I guess the tunics. So we need tunics and we need reed.
Need to gather up more waders.
Wait, we don't have enough waders now? Bro, how do we not have enough waders? We're way good on waders. What are you on about?
Tin of fish.
Alright. So that would fix that issue, but where are the people?
Thine Emperor Calidus commands thee.
Blah, blah, blah. Deign to notice your monetization offer you a subsidiary. Yes,
Just men
money,
and rare as
because it
white
doesn't
pearls.
matter. In 15 minutes, it's over anyway. and now we go to war. All right, this is all I really wanted. Go, my beauties, go. All right, so that's enemy boot.
A decision, your judiciousness.
How do I increase workforce?
Legacies.
So my
are
people
built
just
with
don't
such
seem
choices.
to be happy,
There's
right?
some new old men.
So we've got 2
With some
waders
new
there.
Old stories in that Grammaticus. It's a change.
It's annoying because, like, how, you only get 2 waders per building? Is there no way to build bigger versions of this building? This is like a lot of people to have. So that's in range. Yeah, this needs to be. There we go. And I think what we do. And what's up, Wampa? And yes, this is Anno. This is the new Anno. I think what we do... Grab those 4. Place them there. Grab that. Place them. Okay. Hopefully, that gets us the people we're missing. Hopefully? Probably not, though. And that should also fix the food issue. Alright, where's my boat? Really, all I kind of care about is the boat now. We're going to have to go max speed because, like, basically the demo timer is exactly an hour. Oh, my dear. Oh, no. That is so bad. I think it's because I didn't track that I was out of food. I felt like there's no clear indicator of it, right? No, it's just legit. I think it's just legit. You need a ridiculous amount of wadders to make this work. Like a ridiculous amount of houses for the peasants. There should be like some higher, occupation peasant building. Because this is a lot of housing for the size of production we have on this island, right? Like it feels like it anyway. It feels pretty nuts. That's a ridiculous amount of housing.
One of your cities
Hog?
is at risk of a great fire.
Pog, balance getting a lot better. All right, wait, where's my boat? Please tell me it didn't get sunk. All right, guys. This is what we cared about. This is what we really came for. They only gave us 12 minutes left to do this. It is war! Da, 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 da. Yo. Yo. Go, my beauties, go.
One of our troops is under attack.
How close do you have to get? Wait, you have to get all the way in? Okay, this... I don't like the luck. This bar is not encouraging me right now. Okay, nice. How do we look? So, I don't know. I'd say that the units feel very robotic to look at, you know? I was hoping for a little bit more character. It's very arcadey how the units attack. Dude, we're wrecking them on the boat, though. Peace. Yeah, I'm not really sure that, like, land forces are that good. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, boat seems a little bit better. All right, nice. All right, we are almost profitable back at home, by the way, but still not quite.
Best market for gubbins in these parts, I tell ya.
We'll assume that that fight is going to go well. It's not going to go well. But we'll assume it is. Okay, so let's bring this in. Mate, this area looks scuffed.
Is unhealthy. Ideal conditions for play.
Plague doesn't matter. That's future me's problem, and I'm not even going to be here anymore. Okay, should we just, like, fast forward to see how this goes? The boat's almost gone. We have to pull back soon. All right, bye, guys. Have fun. You either take the island or you're all alone. Peace.
Your flagship.
Okay, what happened?
Fabius Gemellus Corvinus, Procurator. You must be the newest governor.
Something. It's a demo, I guess.
We need help.
Alright, that looks a little bit scuffed, not gonna lie. Damn, dude. Maybe you should build an army. Did you ever think, like, an army might make you better? Okay, Hail and Jovially. I haven't been doing all these things, which we should have been doing.
Kissing me cheeks. I like it.
As painful as
Do we need to build a... Where do...
touch of civil unrest is
Dude, it's so annoying to see what you want to do in the top
something for
here.
your consideration, Eri.
Encamp units to heal them, got you. Protect your villa walls, blah, blah, blah. Eh. I mean, how do I get to the god stuff is what I was looking for. Because it told me to, like, choose your god, but I just couldn't figure out where that was. It's not exactly clear. Maybe here? Phantom. No, there's, like, nothing here. Harbor. Okay, that would be to build more boats, but we're not focusing on that right now.
I await your instruction.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'm aware I'm missing
Only
labor.
time
I'm working on it,
will
mate.
tell.
Chill. Chill, son. Alright. Let's go ahead and do that. Believe. Where's the construct button? Wink. Nice. Wider problem solved. How's our army doing? For some reason, they're not auto-attacking, which is a bit awkward. There we go. Wait, are we being... oh, God, dude. This is cursed. We'll take the harbor, but we're definitely chalked. Where's my boat as well? I don't know. Where did it go? Oh. They killed my boat. GG. They got the boat. I would normally build a new boat, but what's the point? We're not going to be quick enough. So we can get little sheepies. I mean, you might as well prep this over here anyway, right? Into sailmakers.
Now you make sail. May Aeolus bag of winds help and not hinder.
Okay, and then we need ropes, which is extra hemp farms. At this point, I'm not even trying to make everything pretty. I should have speed run more. I'm down to 8 minutes left. What was that? That was a weird click. Yes, I don't care. Stop pinging up.
Perchance?
Alright.
Place is unfinished.
There we go. How are my boys doing? Nice.
Mine gets the view.
Wait, where are my archers? Wait, what? Wait, did you guys bail? You goddamn cowards. No, there's no boat. You're not coming home. Get. Okay, they're gone. I just... Guys, I think my colony has failed. I don't know. I feel like I try to rush... Oh. Yeah, I definitely try to rush through everything. There's a lot more going on here, but it's like, because it gives you an hour, I feel like I just haven't got time to calmly discover. Like, yeah, we should have been researching things like this. Trading post improvements, depots, hospitality. I imagine there's something
I'd
here to
roll
make
for another
your people
Eagle
more efficient as
standard.
well. There's a lot. Oh, there's religion. There's the okay, so here's the patrons. This is what we were after before. So set patron. Oh wait. Ah, okay. Neptune to get more fishies. Military. I don't think it really mattered. It wouldn't have buffed us. Minerva, which you can unlock down here. And you can just like pivot between them, I guess. Yeah, look. It's you basically, I think you convert your people to being devoted to the different god. Yeah, so you set patron and then it converts your people across. Oh, dude, we should have been doing this from early on. This would have just benefited us so much on production.
Realize your whole city could go up at any time.
Citizens are dissatisfied with their lot.
Why can I
and may
not
soon revolt.
upgrade my people? Do I still not have
Some
enough
bard song you
shoes and
remember?
tunics?
Some you want to forget.
I think our guys are about to get wrecked.
This
However,
is unhealthy.
we burn a
Ideal
building.
Conditions for plague.
Alright, I think this run is pretty done. I mean, we got to see a bit of the land fighting, which is a new thing for them. There's a lot more going on than I realized, though. The religions, you also have... You compete globally, I guess?
I must congratulate
You
you,
get
Eric.
trying a series.
Your first research success, and surely not the last.
I wish I realized this research tab sooner. So there's a lot going on. So you've got things like wells, which increases fire safety.
Storage and extra loading ramps.
Watchtowers, which is just a better version of keeping eyes on criminals, I believe. You can get better boats through this. You can also get better military options, encampments, armor smithing, which would help a lot with attacking. You weren't meant to attack as early as we did. And then over here, you've got the economy efficiency, right? So like this would have been pretty good. Buildings near your spinners will produce knowledge. And then knowledge is how you, like, based on your knowledge income is how quickly you research things. And you get more knowledge off of a bunch of variables, including your amount of villages, by the looks of it. Nice. And then paved roads make you faster. Would have been able to get better charcoal production going, which is really cool. And then woodlands rebirth. Okay, yeah, so that's your ability to, like, just rebuild trees. Maybe I'll explore this more. I don't know. I just don't like the... I don't like the limited hour type demo. I would have rather they gave you a scenario to beat, but obviously that's not really the way Anno is, like, built. But it does just mean that this is a bit of a weird demo, right? I don't know. Maybe we'll do some more demos of this where, like, you can almost speed run and optimize and see how much you can get done in an hour. But I don't really feel like that's the vibe of Anno games. People are just looking to basically get as much built up and expanded out as possible. Like, it's all about your own pace sort of thing, right? It didn't help the amount of stuff that I felt like they overwhelmed us with here.
Once more.
Oh, nice. 5,000? You can afford to give me that? Nice. Yeah, sure. It's the end. Might as well pay for the festival. The UI is a little bit annoying as well, though. The way that, like, these things don't pop away automatically when you click these things makes it very hard. Like, I feel like the UI is a little bit... Sometimes feels overloaded. Even though, like, it probably isn't. You just need to get used to it, but... I don't know if anyone watching it had that chaotic feeling, like it was a bit much. Let's get another reed gatherer.
Water long in my line of work. Skin of a new.
Hemp farm. We've been placing them here, haven't we? Yeah, and this is the other thing. I've definitely, like, yeah, you have to zoom in so much. So, guys, yeah, you can see it tells you with the little icons. Like, I needed my warehouses upgraded because I've got way too many people coming into them. So that ends up slowing down, like, you getting your things. I was wondering when that was going to happen because it normally does in these games. And that's why you've got, like, the research to get the upgraded ones. I can't remember if Anno had that same research system. Not from what I remember, anyway. No, you have to come in here so often and remember to do this, don't you? Oh, there you go. That's nice. So you can queue them up. Yeah, you can queue them up. That's cool. That makes a lot more sense. 1800 had no research? That's what I was thinking. It didn't... I didn't think it did. All right, the good news is we got our balance and deposit. We won't talk about the $20,000 in debt that we were and we had to be saved from. That never happened. But we got positive, and I think if we didn't try to rush the filthy Celtic scum in the other game,
Each one of
we
them is
probably
worth a
would have
legion.
been fine. Yeah. I don't know. I might check this out more at release. I think this is like a long chill vibe game. Not sure if people enjoy this type of content, though. It's very different to Age of Empires 4 in some ways. My people are not happy. Oh, God. We've had significant uprest. I needed more custodes, didn't I? I wish there was an easier way to see, like, the way you need to cover. Like, you can see the arrows, but it's kind of annoying the way you check this stuff. I mean, do you just, like... Do we... Guys, it's okay. Like, I know the way of solving this. We've got this. This is the Judge Dredd method. That should do it. We don't talk about the fires either. The fires don't exist either. I just fixed my economy, and now I'm going to break it with the amount of like, safety. This is just a running lesson in why it's important to not actually keep your people safe, because all it does is makes you bankrupt. So, yeah. What? Another one over here?
It's more likely you'll get a deal out of me now.
You guys can go there. This needs to go in here. So, yeah, guys, just a reminder, don't help your citizens. It just bankrupts you quicker. Oopsie. Wait, does that not fit? Oh, son of a... That's such a frustrating OCD intensifying position for things. All right, guys. I think we fixed the concerns. Mostly. We still have fire safety. I would have thought there'd be like a fire safety overlay so you can just see where people are about to crap themselves because they don't have fire protection. But you have to really drag through it. I mean, okay, that's the end of the demo.
So, whether your first steps led you to the sun-soaked shores of Latium,
We should have done
or the
Latium.
wilds of Albion, your rule has begun. You've chosen your path, guided by Roman discipline or shaped by a new respect for the unfamiliar. But for now, Governor, your journey pauses. Your people await your return.
I don't know, it just
And
feels
on
like
November
for this style of
13th,
game,
2025,
I really wanted to
your story
experiment more with it. It's a bit
continues
weird.
in Anno 170,
But like, I get it.
Pax Romana.
They could have just limited the amount of content you could access, and then you could just do whatever you want. But I guess they're worried people burn out. But guys, that is Anno 117 Pax Romana. If spending an hour managing Albion has taught me anything, it's that I understand why everyone hates us British people so much. Thanks for watching. All right, guys, I think we'll get ready to round out. That's going to be it. I'm not going to do another run of the demo now. I don't know. It's all right. Like, I don't know. I think I'd want to just have the relaxing feeling and be able to, like, dive into the game without the hour of the demo. I think that made it a bit frustrating. Because I'm just rushing to try everything out, you know what I mean? But, guys, that's going to be it. I'm going to end the stream. We will be back on Thursday. When we return on Thursday, we will be diving into semi-finals, grand finals of Midweek Muster number 4. So make sure you mark it in your calendar. Do not miss out. It's a blast. You'll definitely want to hang around for it. But thank you for watching, guys. I'm going to get ready to end the stream. YouTube, Kick's coming to an end. We're going to find someone to raid. We've been live 8